Ukimaliza kunywa pombe, peleka maisha pole pole, rajipe mwenyewe zitoke. Songa ugali, foundation weka ya samaki, katikati ya Januari, kula ukasirishe kamati. Twanga ugali, foundation weka ya samaki, katikati ya Januari, haribu jina jenga mwili. Ayoyo Apana leta shida pani mbwe, apana leta vita pani mbwe, na ukileta ngori ngumi pweze. Apani mbwe, apani mbwe, weta mbili apani mbwe, wawili leo ni mbwe, aroro na biene meni mbwe, apani mbwe, piga kazi kulima sichagui jembe, mzigo wangu wajani pepe, jipange ama nikupange. Washa kitu shetani ya hebe, si alijileta mwenyewe. Hapa ni shangwe tuna mbwe, hapa ni mbwe.
Whatever you do in this life, you have to measure everything in a balance. Kila uko nje, kisha space ya nyumbani, BBO, sikasirike baba balance. Usile nyama pekee, usile mboga pekee. Jetiki kubali, ongeza sembe. Usijinyime brother, usijinyime. Cause you work so hard. So when you sip, take your water, check your drip. You receive what you give so many necessary sins. And too much of anything is poisonous. You set your life monotonous. Nobody has a bigger part than us. Na. Balance. Seeking hunger, no stress, what your body could bless. Always hope for the best, the animator. Usiweke pesa kwa wallet, usiweke pesa kwa mattress. Ukiweka kwa bank, we ukumbuke. Tengeneza relationships, human currency. Iwe ni situationship ama mapenzi. Isikushinde brother, hiyo ni simpa. Isikushinde karanga sana when you sip. Take your water, check your drip. You receive what you give so many necessary things and too much of anything is possible. Such a life become monotonous. Nobody has a bigger part than us. Na. Balance.
For me every day,
If you wanna see me, I'm here to stay. I will never leave your side. Wanyabashingoni, Chumatale, Mumutima Kure, you wibera. Deep down on the mall, it's a nigga for sure. There's an angle. Pretty, pretty, pretty girl for me. Tricky, trick, I don't know how you do me. Tell me that you never leave me. I'm not so seeing it, come seeing the pretty, pretty, pretty girl for me. Tricky, trick, I don't know how you do. You got me falling for you. About some more, baby. She's living my food, I'm not so young anymore. Look in my eyes and tell me what you see, my darling. Yummy, yummy when I kiss you slowly. Taki, taki when I need you. No matter what I do, all I think about is you, baby. Life is a movie, looking so cool. You are my favorite part. Oh my beautiful, 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 beautiful. Simple on the cheese, I tell you what side to side. I wanna choose you a billion times. And every season, pretty, pretty, pretty girl for me. Pretty trick, I don't know how you tell you got me falling for you. Just wanna see you have some more, baby. She's with my food, I'm not so young anymore. Baby, oh no, hakuna mwingine wa kumsikia kwenye masikio yangu, hakuna mwingine wa kumuona kwenye macho yangu. Ni bebe, ani nishushe mabani, nigege, mikoko tabani. Mi amor, nikuite jina gani baby? Honey, boo, mon amour. Mi amor, nikuite jina gani mahabuba? Lazizi, mon amour, mon amour.
Kimamba on the beats. Moyonivonika, never seen before. Unavyonipa, never seen before. Wengine wanini, oh la la la, never seen before. Wote mpaka kifo, madunga embe pandini. Oh la la la, kwenye joto ni pepe, kwa baridi ni kumbate, kwenye mvua ni kinge, umwamvuli.
Ni bebe, ani nishushe mabani, nigege, mikoko tabani.
Mi amor,
nikuite jina gani baby? Honey, boo,
oh no. Mi amor,
nikuite jina gani ma?
jina gani?
think you fell in love too fast. Africa nights and a cool rush. And I remember you refused to kiss me. And now you're using my toothbrush. You say you think I talk too much, that I'm not your type and you don't like the hype, cause your daddy is a preacher. Now you're wearing my t-shirt, and I don't want this night to end before you know I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. Na muda usiniishie nikwambie I love you. I don't want this night to end before you know I need you. So I'ma keep it short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet.
Yeah. You wanna do the right thing, you find this too exciting. Your friends tell you to come mini high risk, throw that shit behind me. Come sit beside me. If you got too much class, then do me like assignments. Please don't remind me of the bad times. Your sugar sweet, your icy, but in my eye, it shouldn't be so hard to make up your mind. Just do it one time for the one time. Itakufaa ukiparticipate vile nimejitolea ungejua unge appreciate lighting intimate 1+68 usirasha tukitoka sahi you'll still be late. Tusiache chance ya kufeel regret. How much higher than this can you ever get? Any Mount Everest, and by sunrise I'm gone. I'm not here that long. Keep it short and sweet.
DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet. Short and sweet. DJ play the song on repeat. Odi dance to the beat. Apolipoka matana feel so sweet.
Oh, Sarafina, for you me I go all the way to Tangier. Only you that do me this way you make a shiver. Anytime I want time you come deliver. Do me away, pull it to your villa. See I will never run up on killer. Anytime she call her they don't go give her. Anything she want her they rush deliver. For you are there. Sarafina, make a lie, make a lie, make a lie down. Serafina, make a lie, I don't want you with nobody. Call me when you need somebody. Bring your time and keep it funny. No go do you for and leave you lonely. We don't want you with nobody. Call me when you need somebody. Bring your time and keep it for me. Baby, make I love you softly. Yeah, let me love you. Yeah, love to love you. Let me love you. Yeah, love to love you. Oh yeah, sit down and grind for me. Sit down and grind for me. Make you put on your vibe for me. Put on your vibe. Baby, sit down and grind for me. Sit down and grind for me. Make you put on your vibe for me. Put on your vibe for me. More on your side, I did by your side. Nothing from me outside, I did on your time. No one you send me, give it to me, bring it one more time. Come give it to me one more time. Oh, Sarafina, for you me, I go all the way to Tangier. Only you that do me this way, you make a shiver. Anytime I want time, you come deliver. Do me away, anybody where you won't find you. Let it come there, already know. I'll be right beside you. Back the wall of change. They don't know, they don't know. They don't know what's going on. Wanna kiss you, wanna kiss you. Wanna kiss you, my baby. I'll be a soldier for you. I'm getting the drive home. You should know I got it, and you don't need to guide me. I'll be right beside you in anything that you do. If you ever need saving, I will be running to you, running to you.
I've been running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I've been running to you, running to you. Anywhere that you go to.
When I'm looking for trouble, it's cause I know that I got you. Wanting more best everybody, and it's because of your control. And anytime that I'm out of control, you hold me down. You never let go. My baby boo. See all the battles you'll be fighting, and I'll be right there with you. I may be small, but I'm mighty, and I go run for you. And anybody where is happy, yeah, don't be you pulling a big around. And if I ever miss, baby, I'll be running to you.
Running to you. I'll be running to you, running.
I'll be running.
Anywhere that you go to, running to you. I'll be running to you, running.
You go definitely say you Babylon. Me a go ra tonight. Babylon. Me a go ra tonight. My devil's scared.
Them make I no go where them is the spectrum. I walk out with the leg like who they select up. Normally I no fear, my body I dey tell you. If Corona boss me, I no see where man.
Shay, remember when we no feel the chest back? When we see the pushy, I just go to first stack. This is my story, you no go feel it. Cause not the guy matter with the fit to end class. Yeah. Babylon. Me a corona till I never scared. Babylon. Me a corona till I never scared.
Stubborn for you go. Blood like a naku for your face like Okoro. Leader, lion, yes I be, I don't know. Fight and face my fears, no ojoro. Fire burn Babylon. Man I move like a stallion. Meeting strong, me not tag along. What best are the champion? Big Tony Carrion.
The biggest shake me, say I don't remember. I could have set back if I raise my setback. She because I get to pick it. Then I stop and pass government and I create to enter. Babylon. Me a corona.
To go out for the result, though. Nothing to discuss, cause I did win by default and without any doubt, though. I'm a me happy adult, though. I no go feed the choice out, though. I'm a mind that's you talk, though. I put my life into my job and I know I'm in trouble. She manipulate my love, oh. I know holy, and I know that you're both like the Baba Frayo, my don't cry, oh. I need to go, I need to go, shadow. I need to go, shadow. I did what I got and kill Soboma. I did try to buy moto, want Toyota Corolla. My feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Feelings been they swing like Django Lover. Now you crash your Ferrari for leg, keep on that. Now so much you remake, that been all over. My feelings today swing like Django Lover. Feelings today swing like Timbani at you. I'm a white dog, give me suit. Why you say I did nothing for you? And if I do anything you want me to do, Timbali get you. Come on, why don't you bend this suit? Why you say I did nothing for you? And if I do anything you want me to do, maybe another time, maybe another life. You will be my wife and we'll get it right. Don't look last. Everybody go to breakfast. Have to say bye bye yo, bye yo. To the bye yo, don't cry yo.
Kuna muda njo tupoteze wakati ukinilalia. Siku inapita ikienda wapi, kasija kupigia. Ukinihitaji mimi nitakosaje nafasi, sema takukujia. I've been asking God for you. Nilifunga ndone mujiza, kufungua macho I saw you.
Down on your knees, no wasting time. Wazazi wajuane, family time. Bouncing baby, no next in line. Meant to be, it was set in time. Love hits ahead of time. Honeymoon high, the time of your life. Promise will stand the test of time. Sadly, forever's not enough.
Nakupenda kama nyama choma, soda baridi na kadonat. Nikiwa nawe mi unona my sukari.
Nakupenda kama nyama choma, soda baridi na kadonat. Nikiwa nawe mi unona dakitari.
Niwera kuna family. Niwera tunge family. Donde hago Niwera kuna family. Niwera tunge family.
Some gardens tuko jaba, wengine wako miti. Zetu ni majama, zenu pikipiki. Leo tunaenda kanan, beba zigi mingi. Kakuna mamadam, beba sidi mingi. Ni mimi hapo back left, paparazzi wanifanya ngumu kufanya usherati. Nakumbuka kabla nifuge manati, nilikuwa na wakunywa na ile koloni ya Versace. Squeeze backseat, ilikuwa love seat. Smooth na manual unafikiria ni automatic. Jeans kwa window muadhara ndo hatutaki. Hapa perfection tunaifanya bila practice. Mbele naona success, nafunga hat-trick. Mi ndo the chef way joy disha hapik. Tangu tuingie kwa hii mchezo si ndo heartbeat. Nairobi City tunairan kama athlete. Just kusijali, hatukujaji. Hapo kusijali, hatukujaji. Hapo
Iseti hapo ni kuhandle, alafu come tutowe loka kia mlango. Ni kuingize ndani ya box kama balo. Julo siwezi kali kula tu kwa macho. Ambia Biniman mepata kuinua dancehall. After leo utarudisha whip salo. After leo na wacha armies na mavalo. Ope kitisha fona kakukua na passport. Kitu kaini rea ichimbe ndo wipate. Mina nyash kwa hewa ni kama jet ya private. Vutia wateja ni kama wekwa magnet. Itakachwa teta hadi wa ikane.
just kusijali, hatukujaji. Hapo kusijali, hatukujaji. Hapo kusijali, hatukujaji. Hapo kusijali, hatukujaji.
Pamba inabambanga kamfuko kakiwa na do. Jaba inakamata madoba zikiwa kwa form. Happy inabambanga manoma zikiwa kwa flow. Reggae inakamata warazi wakiwa mandom. Weka down disturb kwa mlango. Bilimbili ya wawili kwa tango. Side yangu ya left, watu wako right angle. Mateso ni ya beberu, mateso ni ya mama kambo. Hidden tukikepa jumambanga wako area. Kafyu inakatia sherehe na memorio. Kesho ni weekendi tunashikisha kisheria. Kila mtu pewa pombe kacha ndio ya polio na yende sana.
Donjo, Serena Donjo, Donjo, oh when you feel a Serena Donjo, Donjo, Serena Donjo, Donjo, oh when you feel a Serena Donjo.
La bom bom shile. Pede na lala sana mbona na delay. Kwani hajui femi niko na form today. Nime pull up na mambo giza kasana za kile. Lakini mbogi moja charudi home na mkia. Mbogingine tarudi na stori za kusikia, kwani jana kuliendaje? Mi siwezi kwambia, mi nikikari mizinga si watu hukaribia. Ni sherehe tunakula kauna do kula vako, roteto miungo jangaganya noma kwa sako. Before nifike mwiki mushi kama njiva santo, niko Milan nimepiga kama nziwa hapa, niende sana.
Donjo, sherehe na donjo, donjo, wao ni vile sherehe na donjo, donjo, sherehe na donjo, donjo, wao ni vile sherehe na donjo.
Big shout out to Vince and the beat jack. I had to do this for the fans' sake. I'm getting all this love on the fan page. And plus I kill it on the damn stage. Eating my competition like pancakes.
Ushoto ngoso ini za bea machampes. Weni mrazi beste zako ni masanste. When he Bobby, where's he bishana na janches? In fact, I blow my talk it was a lanches.
You hella done what you think is up with this rampage. You think you can just insult me cause this man's paid? I'm a G, I'm a nigga that I can't slay. Don't think you can intimidate me, boy, this man's prey.
Acha moto hapa sili bobo shante. Na hika nairo kushafungua mabranches. Nishaku mark red dot kama pantre. Kauta kizogo we comply, toza changle. Tukwa isi sindio champes. Champes, champes.
Nah, bro, you ain't no champes. Champes, champes. You cannot be champes.
Na kusho sindio ma champes. Champes, champes. Sindio ma champes.
You ain't no champes. Champes, champes, champes.
Bishane na champes, utaingiwa punches. Zako screen saver, bis zako zote manke.
You gotta relax, man. You're not in this rap game, sipping on a cheap liquor. We only do champagne.
Luku zako mbwakne, wezi kuwa champes. Unajirombo sabure na ulikuwa class.
Nah, brother, see you cats say me, I just stack cake. Oh, we used to school together, thank you for the update. Seeing you from over there, make you tell that it's our contest. We intermediate and make you know that it's the wrong step. You two are the biggest superstars in the country. So in actuality, what do you be champions?
What
you mean I ain't no champion? Brother, you are wrong, this boy be a champion.
Oh, we both the one champion.
Hell yeah, I'm a champion.
You know that you are champion, put them up, let's go. Champes,
Champagne,
champes,
champagne,
champes, sindio ma champes.
yeah, we be the champagnes.
Yup.
Champagnes, champagnes,
Yeah,
yeah, we be the champagnes.
Champes, 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 sindio ma champes.
Yes, sir, we be the champagne.
Classic.
Champagne,
You know the song.
champagne.
Gotta stay on the ground, bado na mishe. Mesao birthday sister nenda ukaniwakilishe. Hakunaga suspicion, hata wajirahisishe. We got the same vision to complete this mission. Mimi msingi na dosha kwa mbingi. Ni game ya ushindi, nimeshangia kingi. Niko huku niko kule kupita shilingi. Mambo sio mepesi kupita vigingi. Mesoja, haso zimenoga. Shopping fashion nova na kuletea nguo pia za viatu na mikoba. Kwa sonara kuna pete nimeweka order. Nitajiba mara moja, go high hotel, there's a place you go stay. The suitable room for you and it's already paid. Eat and drink, swim like a Mary Bay. I'm coming to play, baby daddy's on the way, bang. Nakuja, baby nakuja. Chiani na chanja mboga. Nakuja, baby nakuja. Allow me, baby nakuja. Nakuja, baby nakuja. Allow me. Oh no. Sisi kilo 150 vile napata utaniambia nini? Kuna muda kama siamini, kuna muda nikana pia na jini. Mana penzi lako ndege mtini, niko macho ya Joshua tulia mimi. For your love let me sing, nishakolea hatari mapenzi. Tamu pipya kijiti, ukilamba unacheka. Na kibaridi hiki, mwezeshe na tano ya mkeka. Penzi halishikiki, linavyotetemesha. Situfunge muziki,
nikuonyeshe jinsi unacheza. Mina mapost na mi, mi mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, 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 mina mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi.
Wala raha tu zimenizidi, sio mambo mitana, penzi mwenye na faridi, onanishwa na dada na kumbatwa kwa baridi, usinione na mara na tuzwa na bibi. Matikiti kudondoka, matikiti kudondokea, marafiki waninyoka, hivyo chunga wanapea, kande kande nikichoka, sudarudi mnanipokea. Tamu kipya kijiti, kilamba unacheka, na kibaridi hiki niosesheni hata ndoa ya mkeka. Penzi halishiki inavyotetemesha jamani, situfunge muziki nikuonyeshe jinsi navyocheza. Mina mapost na mi, mi mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, 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 mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi.
Ngoja unusiku au mchana, hold up, ini leo au ni jana, mapost na mi nankumbusha mjana, roho unavyoirusha nitakuja kufa mchana. Nimepagawa uwanjani na sijui ngapi ngapi, refa ni nani, mbona mpira haujikati? Nichagua kijani, yellow au pop, au nije muda gani ili niende na wakati? Unawakanya mabisho mtandani, unanipa show mpaka nasahau show. Unachanganya kwenye roho, sije kundanganya, no, weka press naked door.
Boss to me, when I'm a boss to me, a boss to me, when I'm a boss to me, a boss to me, when I'm a boss to me, a boss to me, when I'm a boss to me, a boss to me. Mina mapost na mi, mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi, mapost na mi, mina mapost na mi.
Umenipa mkate na bata, mkate na bata, ukanipaka koko bata, koko bata, maisha yangu umebata, bata, 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 maisha yangu umebata, bata, 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 bata. Kuna matatu nimeparara, lakini cheki sasa umenipaka bata, koko, kwa siviwe refari. Tell me where would I be? Piga kapicha kaposti, wacha wajue leo ni testimony. Hey, hey. Ukika cheki riposti, wacha wajue vile leo tuko happy. Hey, hey. Siwezi nyamaza kama ameresto, waliopoteza mali hata mento. You have battered me bread, umenipa mkate na bata, mkate na bata, ukanipaka koko bata, koko bata, maisha yangu umebata, bata, 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 maisha yangu umebata, bata, 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 cha.
I can see guys checking in. Karibuni sana.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
Welcome. Please don't be afraid. Come. If you're sitting at the back, kujeni to the seats at the front. Tafadhali. It's a better view. It's a better view.
There are no deacons here, please. Sit up for everyone.
Everybody, everybody. I see
looking
hackers.
Lovely, looking lovely. Looking
I know,
nice.
seeing the hackers
morning,
coming the way, making their way through.
Nice. Wamevaa vizuri sana leo.
Wacha nikwambie. Even wase wa tech over.
Vizuri.
The hackers in the room.
It's a special occasion.
It is. Hey, I can see guys from FS. Hey, at the front seats. Hi, you guys. Morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. Karibuni sana to the Safaricom Innovation Week, the Safaricom Hack Olympics event. We promise you to be a fun-filled 3-day event where we have our group of hackers who have great ideas and they're so ready to showcase to you what they have in store for you. So karibuni sana for my guys in the room, my friends. How are you doing? Okay, this is not a rehearsal. It is, we are live. We are live. How are you guys doing? Are we excited? Very excited? I love it. To all our online viewers, karibuni sana. And we would love to know where you guys are watching us from, where you're logging in from. So hashtag the city or the country that you're checking in from. And you can go onto the Ujala platform. The link is literally there on the chat. So please log in, let us interact, engage, tupa the comments on the chat, and we'll be there with you. So I am super thrilled to be hosting this event, and I'm not alone. I am here with my friend and colleague.
Kwa majina naitwa Jeffrey Karaoke. I am your co-host for today, Wednesday. Very chilly morning here in Nairobi. I see very many people wearing some nice hoodies, some nice jackets. I don't think it's going to be that cold in this room because there's going to be a lot of fire.
Excitement. And my name is Victoria Wangeshi, and I am not alone. Jeff is here. We've got our DJ on the decks, DJ Def.
DJ Def.
We also have our sign language interpreters, Godwin Wamba to my right, as well as Alicia Mudhoni to my right as well. Karibuni sana. These are the guys who will be hosting you during this 3-day event. All right, tell us, Jeff, why are we here and where are we?
Well, we talk a lot about innovation, but there are other spirit of Safaricom pillars that we have.
Okay.
There are a lot of them that we focus on here at Safaricom. The biggest one, of course, being purpose. We are a purpose what?
Purpose-led technology company. But why say?
Kabisa. So purpose is one of our pillars. Of course, we are notoriously customer obsessed here at Safaricom. We value our customers so much. Thank you so much. In fact, we ourselves are customers.
Exactly.
We use our own products. And of course, with the purpose and the loyalty that we bring to the table, we cannot do it without working together. In the spirit of Agile, we collaborate, which is our third pillar. Our third collaboration. But today we'll be focusing on a very specific pillar called innovation. Innovation. Safaricom Innovation Week. That will go on be taking the lead. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about innovation.
Exactly. And this is why we brought about Innovation Friday. So it came about so that we bring the innovations, the ideas, the thoughts outside the box to life, bringing out collaboration, what Jeff was talking about. And while we are at it, having fun.
A lot of fun. We'll have so much fun today. We're going to see some amazing ideas from our teams. I can see them here. Maybe a few team members can wave, can shout, can give a...
They're not team members, Jeff. They're hackers.
They're hackers.
Please call them correctly. Hackers.
For that omission. Hackers. These hackers that we'll be seeing, Wangeshi, there are 3 categories of hackers.
Okay.
Not black hat and white hat.
All right.
Not those ones. Today we're looking at different categories of hackers.
Okay.
We're going to be looking at hackers who are customer obsessed. So hackers who are looking to bring value to our customers.
All right.
We'll be looking at hackers who are purpose-led. This purpose is bringing growth.
Exactly.
So how will we discover new opportunities to grow our company, to grow our opportunities? And finally, we are going to keep it simple. KISS. the HQ1 VIP parking area. For HQ2, we will go down the main reception, that is to the left, on the right, which is your left. And all exits are clearly marked. So HQ2 will assemble at the reception outside. HQ1, we will assemble at the VIP parking. For our online viewers, we are not forgetting about you. Of course, keep telling us where you're watching us from, whether you're on your way to work, whether you're working from home remotely, might not even be in the country.
True.
Speaking of not being in the country, I want to give some people some gifts. We have some nice games lined up. I am not promising to take anyone. However, we do have some shopping vouchers for those who will be willing to participate in our fun games. We're going to have a lot of fun games.
Lazima. We cannot innovate without having fun. I think that is the rule of the game.
Of course.
All right. So let us participate in our very important ritual here at Safaricom. So if you're joining us online, you already know the drill. We have a zero harm safety moment. To my guys in the room, the hackers, please say it with us, the zero harm strategy. Zero harm. Getting it done together. Nobody gets hurt.
One more time.
All right. Zero
more energy this time. Zero harm.
Getting it done together. No one gets hurt. Of course, for our online viewers, please drop them on the chat so that we can engage as well and see you. All right.
Fantastic. So we want to kick off our engagement for the day with a very, very nice, powerful message from our CEO, Peter Ndegwa. So let's watch this video.
Safaricom colleagues, good morning and welcome to this week, which is the Africa Hackathon Week, the Kenya chapter. You are all used to what hackathons are. We have had them for a couple of years. This is an opportunity for us to demonstrate how we innovate within our business, not just in Kenya, but it's happening in Ethiopia, it's happening in South Africa, happening across the Vodafone-Vodacom group. And this is the Kenya chapter. In November last year, we selected 21 ideas, which came from almost 100 ideas. And these ideas, now the teams that were representing those ideas have been going through a lot of training, accelerated support, mentorship, and Innovation Fridays, which is a new concept that we have introduced in order for us to embed innovation, to allow people to understand how innovation should be part of our daily way of working and thinking about our business into the future. There's no business, whether it's in tech or any other sector, that is successful without being an innovative business. As you know, Safaricom has what we call Safaricom Spirit, which is about ensuring we are obsessed with our customer, which is all about earning customer loyalty. But you can't earn customer loyalty if you don't innovate and actually ensure that you are solving customer issues every day. And innovation plays a very big role. The second is purpose, which is all about getting close to our society, ensuring that we are solving societal challenges. Again, you bring the innovation lens to ensure that that is the case. And then innovation itself, which is all about having the spirit, having the processes that allow us to innovate every day, build the capability, build the culture, and allow ourselves to give ourselves freedom so that we grow our business into the future. There's no business that grows into the future without innovation. And the fourth one, and which is why we are here this week and we are all here together, is collaboration, which is all about doing it together. You can't innovate alone. Even if you have a great idea, you have to co-create it with others so that you get the best out of that idea. And that's one of the reasons why Agile has been successful in our business and will continue to elevate it so that it allows us to collaborate. So I want us to enjoy this week, to really celebrate the 21 ideas, to allow those teams to actually showcase what they are made of. At the end of the week, we'll select the best 3 ideas from Kenya. This will then be elevated to the Africa level, and we'll go through a similar process over the next few months so that we get the best 6 ideas across all categories at an Africa level. and that will be taken to the world stage so that Africa competes with the rest of the world, and we'll see and we hope that we will have winning ideas from Africa. And certainly, I expect to see one of the winning ideas from Kenya showing up as part of the best in Africa, as part of the best at a global level. In terms of the future, we have a lot of support. There's a lady called Lillian who will make sure that we have a process that ensures that we can innovate with structure. So although we have very good ideas, we have to follow a process that allows us to convert those ideas into commercial concepts, into commercialization ideas, and ensuring that these are solving real customer or business issues. Last year, some of the ideas that came from the hackathon have been very successful. We have one that is being used to classify the type of demand, the calls that go into the care center, so that it reduces the period of time that we are able to ensure that we understand the issues and how to resolve those issues for customers. So there are many ideas. 6 of them actually have been commercialized since the last hackathon. I'm hoping out of the 21 that we have this week, many of them, even if they don't win and go to an Africa level, we can continue to develop them so that they become real business issues that we are solving for customers and for our society. So enjoy the week. Let's celebrate the innovation spirit, and let's give the very, very best to the team. And for the teams participating, all the very best. Ensure that your idea is fantastic, that it can be brought to life from a commercial perspective, that it solves a real customer or society challenge. And I wish you well, and really looking forward to the very, very best, influencing the future of our business in months and years to come.
Wow. Fantastic words from our CEO there. Thank you so much, Peter Ndegwa, encouraging us to continue building a culture of innovation within Safaricom, giving us freedom to absolutely get into that meat of innovation. Thank you so much, Peter, for those kind words. And he mentioned collaboration through agile and agility. So speaking of agility, we have some very agile members here with us. Dancers from the team Kimya Kimya are going to show us a different kind of agile. So give a round of applause for the team Kimya Kimya as they give us a wonderful dance.
I will fade away. I'll be pushing on. Till the rivers run dry. Try. I'll be pushing on. Till my I'm giving away. I'll be pushing on.
Anegwa mothe koragwo mwaki aniachere tiga kuhikie
All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind, I can never get enough. And every time I step up in the building, everybody hands go up. And they stay there. And they stay there. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands. Cause all I do is win, win, win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air.
BCP, perfect. Rugby stories. You give me the ball, then the stories have to begin. But anyway, we'll hold it for another day because most of them usually end up with a keg stand and and not feeling pain until the following morning. But fantastic start to the hackathon. Very excited to be here. It's good to see Esther, the whole leadership team here. It just means that this is something extremely important to our business. I think, Andrew, how has it been? Maybe you could come for a minute. What have we been seeing?
So thanks, George, and thanks everyone for the support. I think it's been a couple of months. We did it differently this time because we had the innovation framework. So we started in September last year, and we've actually been talking to business units, including Esther and her team. We went and met them, briefed them, including our own CEO, Peter. So I think the agenda now is ripe. It's a ripe time for the company. We also have an amazing team of hackers. They're about 120. They're seated on 5th floor and they're hacking. And I think some of them even live here at midnight. This is the only week we allow them to have overtime. You know, there's an issue with overtime, but I think the message is if you come to Hackathon, you can get unlimited overtime. But yes, to the 120 only. So it's a message. But I think it's been amazing, George. And I think the journey we've walked, we've sort of matured in these hackathons. And now I think we are getting to a point where guys are saying, can we be having it on a monthly basis? And we are saying that's where Innovation Friday comes in. And I think the team seated here, I think the message they gave me is even if we don't win, because I know we'll crown 3 winners, they say they still want to continue working on the ideas. So that's the commitment guys have given. You can tell the energy in the room. And today, this week, it's amazing. We even have biking out there. We'll have amazing games. There's rugby. So it's an easy session. And this Innovation Week is about the hackers. About the hackers, the stories they tell and what they do. And I think actually Mark will come after you and he actually has a better script than myself. And he'll give a view of what the week will be. So Karibu, George.
Thank you, Andrew. And this team has done so much work. I promise you, they have not allowed us to sleep. Where's Eneth and everyone planning? They have totally, to put together such an elaborate event. There's what happens behind the scenes. Oh, I didn't know you're here from South Africa. How are you doing? It's good to see you. And of course, your team. I was about to mention you, then I saw you. Just doing this, not just in our market, but across markets. We're extremely grateful. And I trust that Kenyans will be the best. The energy we have in this place, we have Dell and Huawei meeting our teams around a FinTech 2.0 project on this floor. And they were just asking me, what is happening in Safaricom? Is it always like this? And I said, yes, it's always. This is us. We are always like this. And I said, please take pictures and go back and share this. So thank you for bringing the spirit of Safaricom alive in this story. In terms of, now that Andrew has said that overtime has been approved, I think, Maureen, we have no otherwise as Tech SLT than to adopt what's been given. The team is sitting on the floor where I usually sit. And I was just with them yesterday. There are so many of them. They are so pumped up. I believe so many great ideas will come. The Exco team have Esther's here. You heard from Peter. It's just that he's not around right now, but he would be here himself. They're fully behind it. And what will be so different this time, we're going to step up in terms of taking ideas into our tribes, into the squads, into our product journeys, into our productivity journeys as well. So for all the hackers, what you're doing is not ending here. It's going to be part and parcel of the Safaricom mission and journey. So put your best foot forward. We had the pleasure, I believe, working with the team from SA to just showcase all the way to the Group Exco what is coming out. And through this collaboration with the group tech teams strategy, we want to see how the ideas can not only be adopted by our business, but how can they be adopted by the group. I promise and commit to you, I will follow through. And, you know, now that I engage with Dian more, he will be hearing Kenya, 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 Ethiopia, Ethiopia as well, that we need to take it. Now, I know most of you have been seeing me more in suits recently, but I had to get my street cred back, my dev cred. So, but this is perhaps the thing that I find most exciting about this business. When we come together, we do the hackathons. I will be there. There's nothing more important. I'll be, I don't know which Dragon Den am I in. Is it still called Dragon's Den? Which one? On Friday. We bring it. Kabisa. And I hope you have Esther there. Yeah, this is the dragon. The dragon with the money. So you want this dragon there saying, I like this idea. You know, when you'd watch those shows and some people present it, says, you know what, even if the rest of you don't take it, I have the money and I'm going to take it. That's Esther. So you need to make sure she's there. The other thing is, more and more when we think about the challenges that we're facing as a business, when we think about our transition from a telco to a techco, we realize that in past we've relied, and especially on the telco side, in terms of innovation, creativity, to get ideas and evolution from our partners and our vendors. And we will still continue to do that. We had a delegation that went to Mobile World Congress last week. They've brought a lot of ideas. But more and more as we pick that ideas in this age, I think it's long beyond democratization of ideas, of innovation, of technology, what's happening in AI, the self-learning we are seeing in our young people and those who are young at heart. We realize that actually there's a lot of great ideas that we have. But many times as leadership, we've not perhaps created the avenues through which these ideas can come and be incorporated into our journey. So through those Innovation Fridays that Andrew is talking about, we're looking each week to just step back, listen to what is being said, what are the improvements. Some of them may be small, some of them may be big, but we just bring them to the fore. This past year, the Innovation Framework was approved, which is the business and the board putting real funding behind this, because sometimes you'd have a great idea, but maybe there was no budget. Now there is budget, and we'll continue to see how we can loosen a bit, but as well have the governance to ensure that it happens. So the message I'd want you to take to your teams is we are open for business of innovation. Where maybe there were blinders and there were doors that were closed, I'm telling you, we are open. And when you see us here, when you come across us, sometimes, yes, we may be rushing to a meeting. The meetings are still not reduced. Maybe someone needs to innovate around meetings. But I'm hoping that Yvonne and team, you can bring Copilot to Safaricom so that we can start being more productive and having much better output out of our meetings. But stop us. And if you don't catch us because we're busy, pass a message. Send a message through. We have an open door policy, but I know sometimes even you go into the office and you find someone busy. I'm just requesting you to have the resilience to get your idea, because the moment it lands on the table, somebody is going to listen and put real fire behind it. The challenges that we face are not going to be solved by some Superman who is coming from some planet. You have the kryptonite in you. It is you who is going to help us solve these challenges we have, but more so build our business of tomorrow. It's so incredible to work in an organization, in a group, where everybody's idea actually matters, is given the audience. And we look at the principles we have around Agile. It's exactly that. I've been so impressed with so many of the things, especially we've done with FS and government, to just see developers. I think the last one I was in was the standing order piece, and it came to Dragon then, and the Dragons argued about it. And I said, I like that idea, and FS as well. And it took maybe a year or so, but eventually it was approved. And all of a sudden we found ourselves, all of us with the team in front of the head of state, explaining how this idea is going to make a difference. And I know with the FS team, we're going to scale that. But that's an idea that came to the table as part of a hackathon. And they were interns actually at the time. And they're all now full-time working in Safaricom out of that hackathon. Those are real lives that have been transformed as a result of what we did. And so those of you who are interns, please participate. That could be your ticket to the big job. And I don't even know if they went through a process, but the fact is everybody said, we like what they've done and we want them on board. So what I'm saying is this, through the hackathons, through Agile, through the work we've done, even people who traditionally would not stand on big stages, would not to be introduced and go into the biggest offices in the land, they've done it. And I like that the partnership that we have between tech and business is not one where I was about to say where we're just in the garage, and when the car goes out for a spin, that we don't go in the car, that somebody else, about to say somebody hot gets a ride. But tech is hot and tech is in the ride with the business going where we're going. I know I picked that. But we're making tech and we're getting tech to the place where hand in hand with business, it becomes very difficult to even tell what the difference is because we're becoming a tech company. And so I encourage you as you go through this process, you may have tried the first time, you didn't make it, keep trying, keep knocking on the door. Somebody's going to answer. I have so many, now as I hold this ball, I'm just getting so inspired. I was just thinking many of you know that I went to the Lenana School, never call it high school because all of a sudden you'll have problems. But we used to go for this competition called Prescott. And floodlights we would win. But Prescott was a bit tough because we had some big schools we were playing. One was RVA, the other one was St. Mary's, especially St. Mary's, which I think, I don't know, I know Tony went to one of those schools there, Nairobi School or St. Mary's, but it was very good, by the way. So it would be very disheartening because we could make it to the finals, but we knew if we met RVA or St. Mary's, especially Saints, things would go tough. But we kept doing, and we had gone on a 7-year spell without winning that trophy, and we were winning all the others, and they were good. There was Black Rock, but the moment we beat Saints in the year 2000, I can tell you, I don't know if we went back to school that day or not. Ngong Road. The fact is that over the years, even if some of the people who had gotten us close had not reached the end, they came out to support us, but they also laid a standard and a base that we could build on. The message there is not just to keep knocking, but sometimes we need to pick things up from others who've come before us, who may not have gotten over the hump, but we are the ones to do it. And when we do it, let's appreciate those who came before us, who laid the stage, the standard, the frameworks that allow us to win the big ticket. Asanteni sana, all the best.
Very much. Yes, you can take the ball, George. Thank you so much. Guys, I dare say, and I hope you can agree with me, George is synonymous to innovation, right? Technology, wherever we talk about tech, George is there. And I want to quote him because he's a legend and he's one of the team lead hackers. You have the kryptonite to solve the problems of tomorrow. Hey,
Norma.
How deep is that? So this is a challenge to all of us. Don't sit on your ideas. I think there's a quote that says, the richest place on earth is in the cemetery. Guys, we are alive today. So bring your ideas. Use the Innovation Fridays, what Masila has talked about. Join in, engage. And interesting to note, I'm from enterprise business. And I have been humbled to see how much the guys are hacking. Let me be honest. The 120 hackers that I've interacted with, the ideas you guys will be showcased and you'll be presented. Please take a moment during out this week, go to Fifth Law HQ2 and just interact with those guys. Just see what these guys are doing. And for sure, you will be inspired.
Kabisa.
Speaking of, we are now ready to unveil.
Hey, before we unveil, Victoria, there's only one thing I've had in that whole speech.
Tell me. Overtime.
I think I'll go back to tech. Overtime. Big props to our developers who are taking the time.
Jeff, you're shouting. Your boss is here. Yeah. Ayuko? Yeah.
Anyway, jokes aside, we want to move and introduce these hackers.
Yes.
One by one. We have about 21 teams.
Yes.
For each category. I think we'll start with the first category, that is customer.
Ooh.
Customer category. We have 7 teams under customer. Victoria will be so kind.
Yes, I will be so kind. Thank you very much. So these are innovations that are geared towards solving customer problems, customer journeys, the pain points that these guys that they have. So first team
number one.
Sales on steroids. Kujeni on stage. Sales on steroids. I love the diversity in this group. So these guys have leveraged on AI to hold intuitive sales conversation. So the tool can be used by sales agents and customers. Makofi tena kwa these guys.
SOS. Team SOS. Thank you so much, Team SOS.
Asante. Next team. Yes. The next team is Team Smart Spend.
Team Smart Spend. Karibuni.
Well done. Hey. The best guys, they never disappoint. So these guys came with an M-Pesa innovative app to set financial goals as well as budgets. Makofi tena. Team Smart.
Thank you, Team Smart Spend.
Next team, we have Team Fiber Savvy. Team Fiber Savvy. Hey.
Fiber Savvy.
Everybody telling me to. Fiber Savvy, please come on stage, take a photo.
You have.
Don't be shy, don't be shy.
Everybody telling me to. Everybody telling
So
me
these
to.
guys have come up with a strategy to attract and attain home fiber data subscribers. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much.
Asante. Now the next team, hey, all the way from outer space.
Yes.
Team Anunnakis. You're literally on brand. So these guys came up with a platform similar to Amazing Race, where users create a wish list, and through that they analyze, they enter a gamified race, transferring different businesses so that they can get a discount. Another applause for these guys. Next team, Team Leo.
Team Leo. Makofi ya Team Leo.
Makofi.
Welcome to the stage, Team Leo.
So these guys, hey! Loving the attitude. All right, so these guys have used AI and machine learning to help detect and prevent fraudulent activities on stolen mobile devices. Asante sana. The next team, Team M-Pesa Zero. Hey. Hey. Pause. Guys, it's all about women. Women in
Love
tech.
it.
These guys.
Love it.
So these guys have decided to actually upgrade the M-Pesa platform so that it can be inclusive for the differently abled people in the society. Makofi kwa. I like that. Asante sana. Last but not least, on the customer category, we have Team M Jaza. Karibu. All you guys look like Gen Z. But these guys built the ultimate mini app for all your group financial needs. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Team Mjaza. Hao ndio watu wa chama. Watu wa chama. Big shout out to our team online. I see you, Thandi. I see you, Nicholas. Thank you. Tell us which is your favorite team as we keep introducing them. Thank you so much for participating to our online team. And those of us who are still at HQ2 5th floor hacking away, I will move on to the next category of simplicity. Keep it simple with the first team, Team Pataline. Make your way to the stage, Team Pataline.
Team
Pataline, wako area ama hawajapata line?
Hawajapata line.
Team Pataline.
Come represent.
Here we have Team Pataline.
Yes.
Well done. So these guys are giving us a platform to get a golden number. Kitaka namba mzuri 0722222222. These are the guys.
Elastic.
Thank you so much, Team Pataline.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Team RCS. Hey, what a nice song.
Hey.
Team RCS, give a copy, Team RCS. Wow.
I
love this. Nice energy.
Diversity.
What a piece of money, girl. How will you get it from?
Yes, maybe you can come a bit forward for the photo.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So Team RCS, Rich Communication Services, enabling businesses to interact with their customers using engaging content. What a lovely team. Makofi for Team RCS.
Makofi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Team RCS. Next up, we have Team One Connect. Team One Connect are reducing the time it takes to receive on-prem cloud.
Wait, sorry.
Makofi for Team On Connect. One Connect. Make your way to the stage. That's One Connect for us.
Ooh.
Hey.
Hey, Mashujaa.
Very handsome young men.
Very young,
handsome young men. I like it.
Yeah?
Like it.
Beard gang. Don't worry.
Very good. Dear. Thank you so much, Team One Connect. Makofi kwao. Up next, we have a team that is gearing towards Voyager. Team Retail Voyager. Karibuni kwa stage. Team Retail Voyager. Team Retail Voyager.
Hey. I love the energy.
Nice energy.
You go for stage.
This is Team Retail Voyager, and they are going to have a single dashboard for all retail teams powered by AI. Makofi kwa Team Retail Voyager. Thank you so much.
Asante.
Ahoy. Do the digital thing.
Ahoy. Ahoy.
I am amazed. So up next, after Team Retail Voyager, we have, I love this name, Team Automated SIM Recycling Pipeline.
But do you say?
You say.
What
Team Automated Team Recycling Pipeline? As they make the red stage.
Yes.
Hello, kama ni mwenyeji. Weni mwenyeji.
Makofi kwao.
Unataka ule anaichapa mpaka ilale basi harakisha njoo.
These are the guys who are automating a platform to, when you're buying a line, you don't get a line that has Fuliza. You don't get a line that has a hustler fund. I know many people. Menunua line na
we need you.
So these are the geniuses who are helping alleviate that problem. Makofi kwa Team Automated. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Lastly, on the simplicity pillar, we have the last team on the simplicity pillar, and this team is called Team Jaribu Product.
Jaribu
Product. Karibuni sana, Team Jaribu Product. Make your way to the stage. No. Thank you so much. Jaribu Products. Nice. People have talent here.
People have one more skill.
I love it.
I love it.
Jaribu Product is going to be a showroom for all Safaricom products. So if your uncle wants to know what's happening, they don't have to call you. Sure. They can come to their showroom and they'll see all catalog, all products within Safaricom. Asante sana Team Jaribu.
Another round of applause.
Mangeshi, I am so impressed.
Right?
People here are not just hackers. They are dancers.
singers.
Singers.
I think these guys just need an opportunity to be on stage
and to grow.
And to
Grow their talent.
Exactly.
Speaking of growth, Wangeshi.
Yes. Let us go to the last category and the last team of hackers. Team M Crypto Pesa. Come on stage. Yay. Team Crypto Pesa. I love it. Makofi kwao. So these guys are creating a Safaricom digital currency linked to the stock markets. So I don't know if we're ready for it, but here we are. Awesome. Targeting, of course, the Kenyan youth and the Gen Zs in the room. Asanteni sana. The next team, Team Hashers, kujeni kwa stage. Team Hashers.
Hashers, you how?
The Hashers I know are very good runners. Yeah. Well done. Hey.
Just like my love.
So these guys are creating a tech-driven housing solution to make rent process efficient and transparent. So all the landlords in the room, and of course on the online, we can't wait for this solution. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Team Hashers. Thank you so much.
Now to the next team, and I'll be honest, this is where I fall. Team Nani Connect. Yani, I can see the faces. Team Nani Connect. I'm gonna tell you what it's all about. Can I assume all of you guys have gone through Nani issues? One way or another.
December transfer window.
Ukasema we. So these guys have created a portal where they can link you to a professional nanny any time of the day, wherever you are. Asante sana. We can't wait to for the showcase. Asante.
Makofi kwa Team Nani Connect as they leave the stage.
Next up, we have Team Waza. Team Waza.
Team Waza.
Team Waza. Kujeni kwa stage. Thank you so much. So, Team Waza, they aim to provide sign language interpretation to video, audio, text using AI and machine learning.
Makofi kwa Team
Kofi kwa Team Waza.
Makofi kwa Team Waza.
Asante sana. Team Tandao, you're up next. Come to the stage. Team Tandao.
Hey. Makofi ya Team
Welcome
Tandao.
on stage. Asante sana. Take your photo. So these guys are, hey, wow. They're using smart radio frequency audit tool using IoT and sensors. I need to see what this is all about. So you can join them at HQ2 fifth floor when you can, so that you can see all that and the showcase. Asante sana. Team Mtandao.
Up next, Wangeshi.
Up next, we have Team Chatata. I hope I said that right. Team Chatata.
Make sure you say Team Chatata. Happy Makofi.
Team Chatata. Oh, I love it. You can guys, I think when we're talking about social impacts, this is what these guys are trying to achieve. So it's a mental health app using AI to support mental health professionals. Asante sana. Team Chatata.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Asante. I know, Jeff, this is your favorite line.
Kabisa.
Team Clean Air
Team Air and Blue Skies.
Team Clean Air and Blue Skies.
Team Catching Flights, not feeling.
Team Catching Flights, karibuni sana on the stage. Oh, it's a one-man show. Two-man show.
Two-man show. The gentleman is hacking.
So these guys decided to talk about, to aim to eradicate air pollution.
Wow.
How they will do it, we are yet to find more. Asante sana.
Last
Team
team on
Clean
guessing?
Air and Team Real Ads.
Real Ads. Team
Real Ads. Yeah.
As the last team under the growth category.
So these guys are developing the next gen smart billboards, leveraging on AI, big data, and IoT. Makofi kwa Team Real Ads.
Team Real Ads. Thank you so much, Team Real Ads.
Thanks.
Wow. Wow. So all 21 teams represented here. Can't wait to see those ideas.
Oh man.
Cannot wait to see what they have. Keep engaging us on chat. Tell us what you think about the teams and the ideas themselves.
And the names.
And the names.
Team Anunnakis.
I mean,
hey.
Blue skies, man.
Blue skies.
Blue skies. Anytime. Anytime. That's the one.
Yes.
So we want to know, we've seen the teams.
Yeah.
George has given us a very good background with Andrew, telling us they've been here from September, working hard. But how did we get to these 21 teams?
Correct.
And how are we going to process or move forward in the next steps?
Okay.
So I want to invite a very handsome gentleman who is a Safaricom Innovation Hackathon lead. He is a Dockyard lead. Dockyard is basically where we incubate ideas in Safaricom.
Yes.
His name is Mr. Mark Waihenya. Mark Waihenya, make your way to the stage. Tell us a little bit more about innovation. Karibu sana, Mark. Take it away. Your mic, Mark.
Good morning. How are you today? Are you happy with the ideas? Good, good. So today I'll just take you through the process and how we got here. The Hack Olympics started sometime in July, August of last year, and we had the portal open for idea submission. And so we launched it, and there was a Flame the Torch campaign that ran across the Vodacom markets. And of course, for Kenya, it was launched, and we received an overwhelming 97 ideas from across the business. Clap for them. Clap for the ideators. Yes, and so we after we got 7 ideas, we had an engagement.
So welcome all to the Innovation Fridays, brought to you by the Innovation team. We are really set up to
ideas, to evaluate them. We had some scoring sessions where, I mean, we look at the ideas, how well they have been thought, and how well they've been the business case, and all those scores were tabulated, and we had to shortlist from 97 to 21, and that's what you just seen, the 21 teams. And that, again, now we got into a process of engaging these 21 individual teams to form 21 ideators to form teams so that they can be able to work and hack on these ideas, because we get that some of the submitters were not from tech, some are from customer, some are from enterprise, and they needed support from all these other business units to be able to hack these ideas. And so we formed teams, and we had now what you've seen are part of the members from different parts of the business who helped them to work on the idea. Through this process, again, we had coaches who were supporting them and helping the teams form their business cases, work on their pitches. We've had support from people across the business, even listening to the ideas and helping them get better at it, as well as even the pitch presentation, getting ready for the stage. And you're looking forward to an immersive pitch session on Friday, where the ideators will come on stage and pitch their ideas to the Dragon's Den, where we can be able now to get the final ideas. It's been a process. We've also had Innovation Fridays as our session for co-creating, for brainstorming, and for making sure the hackers are there physically to tackle these challenges that we face. And this has been a space for growth. It's been a space for sharing knowledge. Some of the teams have gained support from different teams, where you find that the solution is already been done half by a specific team. So you pick up from there, and you're able to run with your idea. And so we've seen a great support from our business and our sponsors, and we're looking forward to a challenging, a very tough and challenging Dragons Den this coming Friday. Thank you so much, and karibuni. And of course, we are the innovation team. We will win the hackathon.
So yes, we are the Safaricom Team Innovation, and of course we are winning the. I love it. We have a video challenge as well. The of course challenge. Lazima would have done this challenge. So please have a look.
Of course, I'm a software engineer. I finya my laptop and I create products that bring value to the company.
Of course, I'm a solutions architect. I have to ask you 1,000 questions before I give you a solution.
Of course, I'm a dev. We don't catch feelings, we catch exceptions.
Of course, I'm from M-Pesa Zero, and we care about accessibility. I'm a data scientist. Of course, I'm always right.
Of course, you are Mjaza. We pull and split without breaking a sweat.
We are Mjaza. Of course, we don't say lipantaktumia.
We are Mjaza. Of course, we don't do math at the counter.
We are Mjaza. Of course, Nyamachoma slaps better with splitter.
We are Mjaza. Of course, this ain't just a tool. This is a symbol of friendship.
I'm Team Chatata. Of course, I'm the dev, and only God understands what I did.
I'm Team Chatata. Of course, you don't have to run from your mental health problems. You now have us.
Of course, we are Jaribu Products.
Of course, we are building a virtual showroom, showcase Safaricom products and services for customers and businesses.
Of course, we are using AI and VR to build Safaricom technology.
I am an RCS Marguerite. Of course, I'm going to turn SMS from to OMG.
I'm innovation. Of course, I want to see Africa win this thing.
Of course, I am innovation. I implement ideas.
I'm innovation. Of course, we make things happen. Yeah, hey. Yeah, ha. Who are we?
We are Team Kenya Innovations.
Of course.
We are winning the Olympics.
Of course, I'm a software engineer. I finya my laptop.
Of course, I am an MC. I must tell you to greet your neighbor. Greet your neighbor. Greet your neighbor. Tell your neighbor hi. What an amazing video. That was a very Gen Z video for some of us. Of course. Of course. Speaking of course, we have our lovely keynote speakers today. They're going to tell us a little bit more about what they do. I don't know if you guys know, this month is M-Pesa's birthday. How old do you think M-Pesa is turning? Can drop us in the chat. Tell us how old you think M-Pesa is turning. Personally, I think it's about to take karibu kuchukua ID. That's my bado. I think the best person to tell us would be the Chief Financial Services Officer, Esther Waititu. So I will welcome Esther to the stage to give us a keynote address around M-Pesa ecosystem and tell us more about what they're doing in the M-Pesa space and whether we'll cut a cake for M-Pesa after this. So karibu sana Esther. Wapi makofi ya Esther? Thank you so much. Looking lovely today. Looking lovely.
So of course, this is M-Pesa, which is the largest and biggest innovation. This is Innovation Week, huh? M-Pesa is the greatest and largest innovation in the world, isn't it? So if we're the largest innovation in the world, surely this week, what does it mean for us? Is it something big, small? It's big, right? Because we are the home of innovation. So anyone in the world always looks at us and says, what is M-Pesa doing? And by extension, what is M-Pesa Safaricom doing? Let me tell you an interesting story. So when I joined, I was invited to go to Dubai to go and speak on behalf of Safaricom, right? So I get there, I figure out where my hotel is. I go for the conference. I introduce myself. Hi, I'm Esther Waititu from Safaricom. So I get my name tag and I'm very excited. Then after a while, the guys come back and say, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. We made a mistake. We need to cancel. Your name is Esther Waititu. Oh, you're from M-Pesa. Let's cancel Safaricom. So just to tell you that the world looks at M-Pesa, they see it as the greatest innovation. I have, in my short time here, met with many schools, universities, professors, and each and every one of them has studied M-Pesa. So I'm not going to talk about M-Pesa too much. We're just under 18. So you know that song, Kumbe ni under 18, eh? That's us, eh? We're under 18, so we're 17. So next year we're going to do our big 18, huh? When we're going to be big people now, right? We can then now transition into other things. But as M-Pesa is becoming an adult, we have to give birth to other things. And this is why we're here this week. What can we do that continues to put us on the map and starts to put different people on the map? I want that same experience a few years from now where people are canceling. I'm not saying Safaricom is our mother, our father, but I want that experience where they're canceling and saying it is M-Pesa, or they're canceling and saying it's Team Chatata. I think that's one I can remember. But we have to create products for our next. And so that's why it's an up to date for us today. We're celebrating 17 years of the largest innovation. We're also then birthing our new innovations going into the next chapter. And also, today is also a birthday, or it's a birthday. So last night we actually went live with one of the innovations that was birthed here at the Innovation Week. So last night we went live with the standing orders. So you see, we need to have hackathons and Innovation Weeks so that we can speed to delivery in terms of the things that are new. So what do I want to talk about today? So I've told you about how M-Pesa is known more than Safaricom. We've talked about the birth of standing orders, right? I want us to go to basics. When we started off with the biggest innovation on the continent, we started by sending money back home, right? Now see how many things have been birthed from sending money back home. And because of that, today, what I want to talk about is how we go beyond the innovations that we have done today. We need to move beyond payments. Today, 90% of our income as M-Pesa comes from, you guys, you should know, it comes from payments. 90% of our transactions, our revenues today come from payments. And we're slowly being disrupted in that space. And today, over 50% of our transaction volumes on M-Pesa are free. Anything below 100 shillings is free. For merchants, anything below 200 shillings is free. So we still have to feed this big machine that we have, right? So we have to innovate in other areas. And that's why it was so exciting for me to see what is happening in the customer space, what we're looking to simplify, and the new ideas that we're coming up with. But around innovation, there are three key things that you always have to look at. The very first one is access. Whatever we're innovating, how many people can truly access the products and solutions that we're going to be rolling out? So as the teams, the 21 teams today, of course, go and continue hacking and get their overtime, of course, we have to think about, for these solutions that we're going to pick to go to the next level, how many customers can we impact? How many customers can get access? And therefore, as we think about this and as we go beyond payments, it's around creating stickability. When I joined Safaricom, one of the things that I was told by one of our directors is, so you're the one who runs M-Pesa now. We were told M-Pesa is only for sticking, getting customers to stick. It's never really going to make us money, right? I want our innovations in the same way that we're doing them today. I want someone to say that this is just about making something stick. It's about making the customer stay with us and eventually look at how much money it can make. The other thing we need to think about as we go through the hackathon, and I've seen it through the 21 teams that have come through today, is the use. Are we solving day-to-day problems? The team that's solving the problem of nannies, me, I'm a mother of two. I know when the transfer window happens and guys say they're going for Christmas and really they mean we're going for 1 month, you're really going to make a difference in a lot of people's lives, right? And so the use, the application, the use of the ideas that we have, can it be applicable to many different groups? Because that way we start thinking about the customer first. Then the other one, quality. Quality is a very important one. Huh? Many of us use Ubers here. See, when you're ordering the Uber, it looks very nice. Huh? They tell you it's either Uber X. But you know when you get ordering Chap Chap, you know what you're getting. Yeah? So in the same way as we're thinking through our innovations today, let's also start to think about what type of quality and where do we want to play. Because that over time, let me tell you, developers, it's not for free. We're looking for good quality. Our customers are demanding of us of good quality. So we have a long journey ahead of us. Remember, our aspiration as Safaricom is to become a technology company. Technology can only be done through innovation. And innovation can only be done through us as individuals solving day-to-day problems. It was very exciting to see. How many of you saw the 5 circles of the Olympics? Yeah? I think the teams here were super creative in terms of how they brought the Olympics to life. And if you think about the story around how the torch of the Olympics is carried through around the world, for it to get to the end, to the place where the Olympics happens. This year it's happening in Paris. So those who want to do proposals, marriage proposals, those who want to take smalls out, there's a place to go where at the Olympics in Paris. But I want to use that as an analogy for what we're doing today. Each one of us here have come with a different purpose, but with one goal, which is to serve a customer. Let us make sure that we're connecting those ideas, the different skills that we have in order to connect us as an organization. And remember, even in the Olympics, I believe there are over 50 different games or sports that are played. Today, we've had 21 teams. We heard that we had over 90 applications. All of those formed the basis of passing the baton round. It started by, let's start with 90. Let's filter to 21. Now we're going to get to the top 10. Then we'll get to the top 3. That is all a circular motion that allows us to connect and to come together. So I'm really hoping today, not only are we connecting through innovation, but connecting through spirit and ideas. Because remember, in the spirit of Safaricom, one of the key things that we say that we have to do is to collaborate, right? Collaboration is key. All these teams that you saw here come from different teams. They're not in the same team. There in itself is a spirit of collaboration. The solutions that they're solving for are different, but they're serving who? The same customer. That is a spirit of collaboration. So as we kick off and as we start and the hackers do their thing, I'm really hoping that we can use this opportunity to grow our spirit of collaboration, working together, retaining our position as the leading innovator globally, not just in the region. And so that means, of course, Kenya will be winning that is it, because we have the spirit to do so. So with that, I'm not going to give you a lot of stories, but there's one story I must conclude with. See, George came here looking like a G. And he talked about rugby. The spirit of rugby is also that of collaboration, right? And I was in one of their sister schools. So I was in Kenya High, known as Boma. He was in Changes. Changes, which is Lenana, was our brother school. So our boyfriends had to come from, but imagine mine didn't come from them. What I want to say is, in the spirit of that rugby ball, the rugby guys were very popular. Yeah, that was our brother school. And guess what? Maybe 20 years later, there I said they were supposed to be our boyfriends and we chose others. I ended up getting married to one. So I'm married to an ex-Changerian, an ex-rugby player. So you can see with technology, you have got many things in common. And I hope that we can share the same spirit as we go through this week. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Esther. Of course, M-Pesa is the home. M-Pesa is the greatest innovation of Safaricom, Nabado. All right. To our online viewers, I want to encourage you, drop your feedback, drop your comments, drop your questions on the chat so that we can keep on engaging throughout this event. Now, we're ready to showcase, to have our first showcase from the financial services team. So, team Kevin, I don't know if you're in the room. Kevin, Kabara, yes, to showcase the marine cargo insurance. Hey, we are ready for you. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Jeff. Fun fact, Jeff was part of the team that developed this solution. I know he's very humble, but before he moved. So my name is Kevin Kebara. I'm the product owner for insurance. I can see friendly faces. Hi, Kanye. Yeah. So what we'll demonstrate today is a marine cargo insurance proposition. For us to do that, we wanted to do it by one of our customers to demonstrate, Jeffrey. Yeah, so Jeffrey is a clearing agent. He's a director of a clearing agent house. We see Ivo. He's really, he's a big guy. So just for context, how many of us this morning, as they woke up, they thought about buying a very good insurance cover? I'll give you 1,000 shillings. You actually thought about buying an insurance cover? I really doubt it. So insurance is what we call it's a grudge purchase. So it's something you need, but you're not very excited to buy it. So something like airbags or a parachute, it's not something you may be excited about, but it's something you need in case something was to happen. So as Jeffrey shows his screen, because he'll do the demo, the one thing that we're trying to do from an insurance perspective is to make insurance easy to access, easy to use, and understandable to the customer. So that's very deliberate for us. I think one of the biggest perceptions out there is that insurance is for the rich. Insurance is very difficult to understand. So what we're trying to do with this solution, and we're hoping that you'll be able to see it once it comes up on the screen, is that even Jeffrey in his day-to-day work, because he is not an insurance practitioner, I think he'll confirm that, he will be able to serve his customer by purchasing marine cargo insurance on his behalf. Second fun fact, what was the first insurance contract in the world? First insurance contract, there's money attached to it. Lucy? What was the first documented insurance contract in the world? Just guess. So interestingly, it's maritime insurance or marine insurance. So there's a contract that was found for 1300 in the year 1347. So it's the first documented insurance policy in the world. Back then, because of trade, you could understand there was a lot of risks around piracy and all these things. So people needed to protect their cargo. So as it comes up, perfect. We'll hand it over to Jeffrey. He will just quickly highlight what he's doing. And then now we'll take it up after that. We also have KRA on the call. I hope they're still there, just to confirm that the entries come to their side.
Hello, how are you? My name is Geoffrey Wambua, Director of Transhow Logistics. I'll take you through how very easy it is to pay a marine insurance. So I go to M-Pesa application, password. There's the mini application called Marine Cargo. Click on it. Password. Immediately it's up. The network, sometimes it's down a bit. Yeah, so this page is where we get all the application, all the IDFs, and then let's select one of the IDFs. We do the payment. We select one of the rates. I've selected the list, which is around 359. Pick a quote. Load. And then I've selected to pay it immediately. The network is disappointing. Just 1 second. Oh, okay, it's open. We select one of the IDFs because anytime you do an IDF, it's linked to this system, and then the system is also linked to KRA system known as ICMS. And then you click on pay. Immediately you put the password and it's done. So by now I think you can confirm with KRA that the payment is done because it's already confirmed.
Hand clap. So as we stop KRA, and as we also confirm, because there are certain notifications that come to Jeffrey. So one of the things we send to him is a policy document and the marine cargo insurance certificate. You will notice that we have not asked you for many information. So I know anyone who's interacted with insurance, there's so much information you ask, right? We'll ask you how old you are, where you live, why you live there, why you don't live somewhere else, your dental formula, how many kids, you know. So what we're trying to do is just demystify and remove that whole aspect of making the journey very difficult. And for a customer like Jeffrey, who's very busy with a lot of customers, he doesn't need that headache. And I think at this point, he can just tell us the benefit that he's seen from this solution.
Okay, thank you. So first, the application is so fast. It's like sending M-Pesa to someone. Previously, it was so hectic because getting the insurance company signing papers and going for the policy, paying for the premium, that could take at least 2 to 5 days. But currently with this and doing it for like 1 minute, 2 minutes, it's something which is so good. And the linking to the ICMS system, where KRA is able to see it immediately and get the certificate, and you avoid the penalties. So the speed, the rate also, there is a competition on the insurance companies where you get different rates. Like right now, there was one was saying 1,000, the other one 500, the other one 300 and something. So you're able to pick what your budget is like. And the system is also linked to the importer. So as a clearing agent, you're able to pay for them or ask them to pay for themselves. And so that brings in the honesty bit and the transparency. So it's something which will save us time and save us penalties from KRA for non-compliance with the insurance requirements. Because currently we are supposed to, all importers are supposed to use a local insurance company to cover their marine requirements. And currently, I think more than 50%, approximately 70 to 80% of all imports come without insurance. So KRA has a rate of 1.5% if it's not insured. But using this, you are getting at least 0.2, 0.3, 0.5. And so this is something, this application is will help the importers on reducing the cost of their cargo and also speedy clearance because there's no hassle of signing documents and all that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Boniface, if you're able to show your screen, I'll let Moshai just talk about the tech, how we've been able to integrate as we wait for the screen to be shown.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Sami Moshai, the solutions architect for insurance. This was our first product, marine cargo insurance. Just as we mentioned that for anything that you're importing, most of us probably have imported their car. It is required that you have to get assistance from a clearing agent who will be helping you to clear. So for a clearing agent, what you do, you'll get probably an invoice, then they load that to ICMS, which is Integrated Customer Management System, the KRA system. So out of that, the document that we'll receive is what he was talking about called IDF, an import declaration form. So what we are doing is that this is an in-house built solution whereby we are providing our customer, that is the clearing agents, as well as the importer, the ability to be able to intuitively get to pay for their cargo. So what happens is that we have integration between us and KRA, where we are able to fetch or IDF based on a certain customer, that is a KRA pin. So that if you're an importer, you should only be able to see IDFs that belongs to you. But for him, he'll be able to see all IDFs that he's clearing for. So he's able to make a payment or even make a request to pay to customer to make a payment. And probably you can confirm on *334#. We have under financial services, we have SAF Insure. So under that, that's where he'll be able to enter the IDF number, then make the payments. So the other thing is that this system is scalable. One you realize, he said he's able to get quotations from different insurance companies. For him, I think he's gone with Britam because they seems to be giving good rates. We currently have about 8 of them, and as we go by, we are hoping to be increasing because this is now an open and scalable for any person. The other thing is the security perspective of is that we have ensured that there is the security is catered. So before us allowing a customer, we are verifying that their actual from their ID number, they are the actual customer, so that I cannot enter or probably log in with someone else KRA pin and purport to be the person. The other thing is that this system is resilience, making sure that in case there is probably the KRA systems is not able to update, we are able to make literalized data, and the customer will get they'll be able to be served. Just as he said that previously, KRA any person who does not have an insurance, what they do, they give him they have to pay a 1.5% of the value insured. That is the face value. If your cargo was probably 10 million, 1.5% is what you're supposed to have paid as insurance. But now with this, because they're able to get different quotations, then the customer has an advantage. The other thing is that we have used open source microservices. We have also used just Postgres as a DB for the customers. Yeah. Then also all this is already being monitored in our SRE team. And therefore, probably if you are importing something, be our first customer to try use this and give us feedback so that we can learn how best we can improve on it. So probably can give an back to Boniface. I don't know if he's on call. Okay. We just wanted probably to demonstrate that the payment he has made, now that information has been updated with KRA, that who has insured that IDF, because the company that has insured is supposed to pay other duties, for example, the stamp duty. So they are able to get that information. The other thing is that when now they goes to the clearing office, then they will not be required to bring papers, which previously people will go to River Road, come with paper and show this is an insurance certificate. Probably there was no any way of verification. But this, because it is instant, then they are able to confirm directly that for sure it is coming from trusted sources.
Oh, I had forgotten to mention about the certificate. So immediately you make the payment, you get the certificate immediately in your registered email address. So immediately you can print that and send it to the client when invoicing, if maybe you paid for them. And transparency again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Makofi kwa team Marine Cargo Insurance tena. Thank you so much, Kevin and team. Makofi kwa as they leave the stage. Yes, I was actually part of that team, part of the development part back when I was still a techie, which I think I'll go back to. You're managing overtime. Thank you so much, Esther. Speaking of tech, before I go to tech, I want to just maintain some few housekeeping rules. If you are with us here in the audience, please keep your phone on silent. If you've logged into the stream and you're part of us here in the audience, try and keep your volume low because there's a bit of feedback, so you can hear some echo. Just to make sure that we have a seamless program today. For those online, please keep your questions coming in. Thank you so much to everyone who submitted some questions. We appreciate the feedback that you're giving us. We will answer them in due course. And remember to also participate in the survey. We have a survey there. Tell us what you think about our whole production here. Tell us what you think about the hackathon. You can also tell us where you're watching us from. We have a word cloud there. You can look at it and just give us some feedback as well. So up next, I will be introducing one of our very key sponsors. called AWS. I'm sure you've seen it somewhere. I know it's somewhere on my body. AWS is a cloud computing platform that we use here in Safaricom heavily. We partner with them, and we're going to be introducing a solution architect from AWS called Ahmed Gouda. So Ahmed Gouda will be joining us online from outside of Kenya. And Ahmed is a passionate technology leader who thrives on helping companies innovate and scale. Very well versed with about 10 years experience as a AWS worker. And outside of work, Ahmed is also an avid cyclist. And I guess he says he enjoys Dubai outdoors. So he's coming in from Dubai right now. So please join me in welcoming Ahmed virtually, who will be joining us all the way from Dubai. Wapi makofi, Ahmed. Thank you so much, Ahmed.
Together, we can harness tomorrow's innovations to reimagine your operations, create better experiences, offer greater flexibility, and deliver genuine business value to gain a competitive and operational advantage. Together, we can monetize 5G, digitize industries, and innovate with generative AI models. Together, we can raise the bar on what's possible. Experience the next level with AWS.
Hello, everyone, and warm welcome from Dubai. My name is Ahmed Gouda. I'm Senior Solution Architect with AWS, and thanks for the great intro. I'm really happy to meet all of the Safaricom hackers today as this is part of the Hackalandia event. And yes, today I'm going to take you quickly through the art of possible with generative AI, how can you use AWS to innovate faster and build really strong learning solutions through it. Just want to make sure that everyone having some echo. So if there is any mic in the room, that would be great to mute that. But I'm audible properly, right? Great. Let me move. Just trying to check with the studio. I'm hearing some echo. If there is any mic in the room, it would be great to mute the mic. Yes. Great. Let me start and take you quickly through what actually generative AI has brought to the industry lately. So since late 2022, early 2023, generative AI has actually bring storms to the technology. It actually, since the ChatGPT has been released and people start experiencing the power of the latest machine learning or the large language models or the foundation models, as well as people or technologists keep saying them, brought a lot of attentions from individuals, from business, and how can we use generative AI to create new opportunities or to build something different or simplify users' process or solve business complex problems through this new technology. With the power of generative AI, it took us beyond the search engine as of today, and we become, or even a chatbot, and become something that really give you the feeling that there is a generated or new content coming up to you. And with that, actually, Amazon and AWS, we've been actually, the machine learning and AI has been in the DNA of Amazon since we started this business, either through how we built the recommendation engine on Amazon.com or through all our retail websites in order to provide our customers or consumers with what they are looking for from a products. We've been using machine learning in a heavily within the fulfillment centers. If you have been using Alexa as a smart speakers before, we've been using this, and Alexa has been around for over 10 years right now, and I've been actually working with Alexa for 2 years to build Alexa in Arabic. It's actually part of the innovation around machine learning and generative AI as well, or the technologies that we have released over the last few years which is just walk in, so you can go to the store, pick the items and leave, where all the cameras and all the machine learning models around you can calculate and give you and debit this from your credit card at the end. We have also done the Prime Air with the drone deliveries, using robotics to pick up and to deliver, using the machine learning to reduce the transfer or the delivery time of our shipments. We've been using the machine learning and artificial intelligence since the emergence of Amazon. So everyone is right now, and I believe many of the rooms or many of you as hackers or developers has been either interacting with some of the Gen AI solutions, tools, application, or even start building something with the Gen AI as of today. With that, let me take you today through a journey. It's not about, I'm not going to explain what is the foundation model, what is the difference between this or that, but what I'm going to take you today is how you can choose and how can you actually create or accelerate your generative AI journey. How you would be able to build solution and solve business problem while there is many large language models is released. Even yesterday, we have already released a new support for the generative AI for a new model. So there is a lot of models coming up. How you would be able to choose and from the variety of the model, how you would be able to differentiate with your data, how you would be able to put the responsible AI while you are integrating with your solution, and how can you lower the cost and increase the performance of your infrastructure for this. And finally, you will go through quickly through some of the generative AI or power generative AI solution. Great. So what happened? What actually made the generative AI possible? It's actually the power of the cloud. It's the power of the hyperscaler that's available as of today. We have an internet-sized data, scalable computes available, many machine learning models. With the assistance of all that, the generative AI becomes something possible because over the last 6 years, the compute power has been increased by 100K times. The data itself has exploded to become 100 times that what used to be before. The model size has been 10,000 times the model size that has been before. With this expanding of the compute powers, the data size, and the model size, the capability to use all this data, which on an average in the human life, we as a human would be able to learn or listen or interact with million words during our mean time of living. We have taken these billions of words and information and then trained the foundation models to become like more than trillions of words and information, and collectively being able to build this large language model in a way that would be able to generate content and summarize content and through different resources. And that's what created the capability that we've been able to see as of today. Now, the question is, how do we put these models to use? And how and where to start? This is actually the question that every developers or every machine learning scientist today, or anyone who's actually interested in building something related to the generative AI within the business today, asking these questions. So let's have a quick examples. If I'm actually asking this type of question, and I'm sure you've been using some of the generative AI tools today, ChatGPT, even from Amazon or from any other providers, asking a question that might be related to a return policy. You can remove and put anything else instead of that. If the first model give you that answer, how do you think about this answer from this generative AI model? So the generative AI model give you the free return within 30 days. Then you switch from model 1 to a model 2, regardless of the model name. And the other models gives you more details. free return within 30 days of purchase with no return if the item is damaged, special order unless if you are a club member. Now, if I ask any one of you in the room, which one of these models is better? The answer is no one is better than the other. It's actually based on the use cases that you will use each model for. So if your use case is related to building some of the advertisement, you are looking for short answers, generate some advertisement that would be used for the tagging or something like that, model 1 would be really great. If you are using the model, or if you are using the model 2 for something related to the customer service assistance, you're looking for some comprehensive details, more information, then the model 2 would fit in that one. So in the first examples of this application, model 2 won't be the right choice for the advertisement application, while model 1 is not good fit for the customer service assistance. So at the end, it depends on the use cases here. If you look at the other examples, if you're asking the model a question related to checked-in bag policy, you would find a model that gives you a short answer. Another model can give you more comprehensive answers. Again, there is no one is better than the other. It depends on what is the use case that you're looking for. And that will bring us how you will be able to compare between the different models in a way that will help you to select the right model for your application. These are the pillars that we advise as an AWS. We advise our customers to go through. The first one is look at the cost effectiveness. Does the model measure the cost and hosting of your large language model and the invocation of that large language model? Check the completeness of the model itself, how the response of the model is covering the facts that you are looking for. Double check or check the hallucinations. There is no model without hallucinations, but make sure that the hallucination response and the accuracy of the citation is high in your model. Consistency of the model itself. Measure the consistency of in the response. Is it really related to what you're looking for? And finally, the low latency of the model. When you are using your application, measure the time from the first byte that you are sending to the model to the full response. So if you are using your model for some kind of live interaction, chatbot, latency is important. But if you are using that for some summarization, the time latency is not that much important for your application, then the latency won't be measured. And then start benchmarking your model against all of these pillars that I mentioned. So model 1 is less in cost effectiveness, while model 2 is better. Model 1 is having higher low hallucination, higher low latency, and from completenesses and so on. So you would be able to measure your models or benchmark your models based on your application requirement. And again, the benchmarking here is not based on is model 1 is better than model 2 as the benchmarking of the performance. It's based on what you are looking for at the end and how you would be using that model within your application itself. If you're adding a third model and you want to increase the comparison between the models, then you would be able to see which model would provide you with the balance between the cost effectiveness, hallucination, low latency, and the completeness of the model itself. How did we optimize the systems? So let's look at the optimization itself. So first of all, when we build the model, or when you are looking to build a generative AI application, you look at the models themselves. And you can use within your application multiple models. You don't have to bound yourself for only one model. You can use multiple models in order to achieve your application requirements. So there is many tools, LangChains and other tools that you can use in between in order to send your response into this model that is you're looking for. And think about the models as exactly as the brain. If you're looking for something reasoning, logical thinking, then that model will provide you with this. While if you're looking for something that has a fast response, maybe you will be using a different model for that. So you have to consider all the tasks when you are building a generative AI application. How did we optimize the system itself? So let's look at these examples. Now, let's imagine that the CEO of the company has tasked the team or tasked the generative AI team or any development team to build a solution where the CEO can ask a chatbot question, tell me about my customer meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. So now think about this model would be looking for what and give you what kind of an example. So at the response from your application, it gives you that the meeting is 1 hour long, which is, yeah, pretty easy. That could be from the calendar, and it's with the customer if Fab AI, great. So that's also could be in the calendar. But let's look at the rest of the response here. We start bringing some of the data around this customer. Some of the offering, some of the deals, maybe something coming from the sales CRM, from the Salesforce, and also bringing some of the topics that has been discussed before, and maybe summarizing the agenda of that. So the question is how this or how the application been able to provide you with additional data that was not actually part of the question that has been asked at the beginning. Here it comes differentiating with the data itself. So the data is a big part within the generative AI, and building an enterprise connector, so you will be able to connect to some of your back-end services and tools, and doing some of the data processing, doing some of the data quality, using the RAG or retrieval augmented generation. So you would be able to make your response much more consistent and much more rich with the data at the end. So this is also another big differentiator when you are building a Gen AI application. And I'm sure you have heard a lot about the RAG, retrieval augmented generation, vectors database, enriching the responses with the data itself. So you would receive much more information that's related to your questions or your prompt. Okay, now are we done with that? Not yet. Let's look at the other things. What if the software engineer asking that question for your model or for your application while the CEO of the company is asking the same question? What do you expect each response to look like? If a software engineer is asking about the revenue, that actually shouldn't be part of their realms or part of their responsibility. They don't have an access for, they shouldn't have an access for this information. While if the CEO as a persona is the one who's actually interacting with your application to ask that question, they should be able to receive the information. Now, that's going to take us to the point of making sure that responsible AI is something highlighted within your generative AI application. Something like access management, restriction of the topics, blocking certain keywords are really important as of today. So in an enterprise application, no one should have an access to everything. And also the access should be done based on the level. So whenever I'm asking a question, your application should be identifying who's the user, who's actually who asked the question, what is the level of access to these type of information, and provide only the needed or related topics or information to that. And responsible AI is a really important topic when it comes to the generative AI and machine learning as of today. Finally, now we will build on top of a machine learning infrastructure. And when it comes to the machine learning infrastructure, you will have a variety, and we will talk about them right now. Let's look at the journey itself. Choice and the flexibility of the model. We have seen this right now. It's not about selecting a certain model, it's benchmarking the model based on your requirement as well. Make sure that you are differentiating with your data. Build a responsible AI integration from the get-go. And we will take you quickly through the lower of the cost and performance. In terms of each of these points, what does AWS offer to you as of today? From the choice and flexibility of the model, we have announced last year Amazon Bedrock. And Amazon Bedrock is it's an easiest way to build and access multiple numbers of generative AI models or foundation models through an API. So with Amazon Bedrock, it gives you the capability to interact with different type of models through an API. You'll have a model choice. You will be able to customize. You will be able to use an agent to execute tasks. There is built-in security, privacy, and responsible AI in the Bedrock itself. If you haven't interacted with Bedrock, I would really encourage you to look at this today. As of today, we have a support for different type of models, and it's also with the pay-as-you-go. So you have a Jurassic models from AI21 Labs. As an Amazon, we have Amazon Titan. Anthropic, we have a Claude, and yesterday we just landed, or sorry, 2 days ago, we just landed the Claude 3, which is the newest and highest performance large language model ever right now, and it's outperformed GPT-4, and it's now exclusively supported within Amazon Bedrock. We have Cohere, and we have Meta, Llama 2 from Meta. We have also Stable Diffusion from XL from Stability.ai, and also earlier this month, at the 1st of March, we have added the support for Mistral foundation models as well on Amazon Bedrock. So Amazon Bedrock is becoming the way that will give you access to multiple models with the pay-as-you-go and with built-in security, privacy, and responsible AI guardrails. In terms of the differentiation of the data, and I know many of the teams in Safaricom has actually been using AWS for a while, and many of the solutions related to the data. AWS provides a really a comprehensive, integrated, governed, end-to-end solution for your data, starting from the data source, from different multiple sources, either from your IoT devices. You can ingest data from your logs, from your application, from a third-party data through different way, either Kinesis Kinesis Stream, Kinesis Firehose, MSKs, and through that and feed that or store this in database, data warehouse like Redshift, or build your data lake on S3 and analyze this in a big data solution like EMR, and then take an action on this data through QuickSights as a business intelligence solution, or run this over a machine learning AI, generative AI solution like Amazon Bedrock or Amazon SageMaker, and all of that as well is governed by different solution like AWS Data Lake, Lake Formation, and Amazon as well Data Zone for governance and access management, and then you will be able to use that. So, in a nutshell, we have different portfolios for data and solutions for that, and also that also supports real-time and vector database like OpenSearch and others, which are essentials for building generative AI solution. In terms of the responsible AI integration, as I mentioned, in Amazon Bedrock, we have built a guardrail, or we have released something called Guardrail for Amazon Bedrock that can give you a capability to configure harmful content, filtering based on your responsible AI policies, apply guardrails, and also redirect PII information from the responses coming from the foundation models. Looking at the lowering the cost and the performance of your infrastructure, as an AWS as well, we have different type of compute services, EC2, equipped with a powerful GPU that provide you with a variety of performance, cost, and capabilities as well, from the G4, G5, G5G, B3, and also the B4D and B4DE and B5 instance. So this is all with different type of chipset from NVIDIA and other. And also we have our own silicon, which is a purpose-built accelerators, either Inferentia 2, AWS Inferentia 2, which is a purpose-built chipset for inference that provide you with better price and performance, up to 40%. And also we have an AWS Trainium chipset, which is provide you with 50% in a cost saving on training of the data itself. So with the Trainium and Inferentia 2, you would be able to build solutions and generative AI solution with lower cost and better performance as well. And that takes us to also one of the, I would say, one of the stars of the solutions related to the machine learning and AI, which has been also released, I would say, more than 6 years ago, which is Amazon SageMaker Studio or family, either to prepare your data, store features, train your model, deploy the model, create an endpoints, and deploy that in production, manage that and monitor that with your ML ops, CI/CD pipeline, responsible AI governance in your mind. So with Amazon SageMaker, and also you will be able to use Amazon SageMaker Jumpstart to access many different models as well, foundation models, open source models that's available in our marketplace. So if you're also looking for accessing some of the models like Falcons from Hugging Face and other, even Mistral before it used to be on Bedrock, it was available on Amazon SageMaker Jumpstart as well. So these options give you capability to build your own solution and train the model and deploy the model at the end. With that, if you are building something for a foundation model or a machine learning solution and train that on a non-foundational model cluster, it could take a few days. But when it comes to a large cluster, it would take months, which need significant compute power. And this is some of the solution that has been, or some of the foundation models that has been built on top of AWS. For that, I will take as an example Anthropic and also Falcon for the same thing. Finally, let's go through a quick of some of our quick generative AI application that we have developed for our customers. Have you heard about Code Whisperer? Does anyone in the room? I don't see the interaction, but definitely I would love to hear from the during the Q&A. If you haven't been using Code Whisperer is a powered or AI-powered code suggestion and generation from AWS. It's a free tool. You can use it as of today as an individual developer. You can add the access to Code Whisperer through your favorite IDE. If you are using PyCharm, or if you are using VS Code's Visual Studio Code, you can add the Amazon Code Whisperer and then ask question through the command line or through the console itself. Not the console. In your development or in your IDE, and the code will be generated directly to you. There is 2 flavors of the Amazon Code Whisperer. It's the free version, which is available for individual developer, and I would really encourage you to sign in today and use Amazon Code Whisperer. It will really accelerate your development speed. And there is also an enterprise version for Code Whisperer, which we can, it would be signed up for the teams, let's say in Safaricom, so they would be able to, all the developer can also customize, or as an enterprise edition, you can train the model or train the Code Whisperer with your own code repository itself, and then give you a suggestion based on that. So you would be able to have your own trained model and code generation within the enterprise itself. We have many customers recently actually start using Code Whisperer on an enterprise level, like British Telecoms and the others as well. We have also released something or a new service called Amazon Q. It's a generative AI-powered assistance designed to simplify employee life and simplify your business, your code, your data, and operation as well. So you would be having a kind of a personalized interaction with that, understand the company data, information, code, and also build, of course, with the security and privacy in mind. With Amazon Q, we have Amazon Q for Business, so you can have a connector that's connected to more than 40 enterprise application. This could be CRMs, Salesforce, S3 database from Amazon, a third-party application, Dropbox, OneDrive, and all the data or all the files there would be actually available for the processing and available to generate or answer questions out of that. We have a building on AWS. This is with Code Whisperer, and also that could help you to build on AWS. We have the Amazon Q for QuickSight, so you can speak to the data. And QuickSight is as I mentioned, it's the PI solution for AWS. So you would be able to use this queue to ask and speak to the data and generate outcome out of that. We have also Amazon Q for Connect. That's our contact center solution. So the operator can ask Amazon Q questions and then get an answer directly on their screen. And also we have an Amazon Q for supply chain. So that streamline the search, simplify the employee life, and also generate summarization of the document, accelerate the content creation itself. With that, we have already covered many of the topics that, as I mentioned earlier, how you would be, what do you need to build or to accelerate your generative AI journey, from flexibility of the choice of your model, enrich your data or enrich your application with the data itself, building with the responsible AI integration, lowering the cost and increasing the performance using the chipsets available from Amazon, from AWS, and also some of the generative AI application that we have released. With that, I have reached to the end of this quick talk. Hopefully, it was an informative and helping you to start thinking about the generative AI within your application, within your business, and within Safaricom, and solve some of the complex business problem with the use of this amazing tools. Thank you so much. And these are some of my contacts if you would like to reach out directly to me. Thank you.
Our online viewers, please note you can drop your questions on the chat, and later on we're going to have a Q&A tab session where we'll be able to answer them as we continue with the event. Next up, we're going to have the FinTech Showcase being led by Mo, showcasing to us the Biashara Boost solution. Welcome to the stage, Maureen. Karibu sana. A hand of applause. I know many guys have gone to the 5th floor, HQ2, to check out the different exhibitions that are being held right now. Asante. Maureen, take it away.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone, once again. So my name is Hesbon Kipto. I'm the technical tribe lead for financial services. So this will be our second innovation beyond payments. So the first one was around insurance. So the team will present on credit. So credit is our new growth area that we are working as the company and also as financial services. So the team have built ground up most of the services, and one of them today we'll discuss is Biashara Boost. So it's for Lisa for business. Maureen will talk more about it, but just as a sneak preview. So this was built by the Agile team that sits in our organization and also working with the partners. So this being a credit product, so we leverage a lot on machine learning to do predict credit score for our merchants for them to access credit facility even if they don't have sufficient balance. Part of the technology stack as the channel, so we are leveraging our super app, M-Pesa super app platform. And you saw, of course, during the presentation around insurance, the same platform that we are leveraging to build those capabilities. Backend again is running on a microservice architecture, which allows us to scale independently and also very secure. So without further ado, I will welcome Maureen to talk about the product, and then Beverly will do the showcase.
Morning once again. My name is Maureen Binya, the product manager, SME Credit. I'll be speaking into Boost Ya Biashara, our solution that enables our businesses access credit whenever they need it. Boost Ya Biashara is an overdraft facility that enables all M-Pesa business tills access credit instantly from the either M-Pesa business app or our USSD. Businesses always have a need of additional capital, whether it is an emergency stock up or an emergency bill that they need to settle with their landlord or service providers. So with Boost, we give you a quick way to access this credit, where you're able to actually complete a transaction using the overdraft facility called Boost Ya Biashara. With this, you're able to actually complete various transactions. These ones include, you can actually go pay a bill, you can actually send to another business via PayTill. You can actually even send to a customer in case you're settling a salary or a petty cash transaction, or even be able to withdraw from an agent. For the past 1 year that we've been able to have Boost Ya Biashara, we've been able actually to impact over 200,000 merchants and disburse over 1.1 billion loans. That tells you that as a new growth area, there's still a very huge need to actually serve these small and micro businesses. So as we continue to work in collaboration with the tech team and the other teams, we aim to serve more customers and impact even the smallest of business in the country to be able to actually grow their business and Safaricom becomes the preferred partner for all SMEs. So that's the path we'll be going to. I'll allow Beverly, my CJE expert, to actually demonstrate this, and I'll help walk into it. Yes. So we'll demonstrate via our business app, where now Beverly will be logging in. On the business app, you always have to specify who you are as an operator and an operator PIN. So as Beverly continues to log in, you will notice that for us, for the OD, we are able to serve on the transacting till. Transacting till is what empowers the whole Boost Ya Biashara product. Yeah. So I'll walk through as the authentication is going through. So for Boost Ya Biashara, you have, for our business till, you can have different operators. You can have the one who is at the cashier till, and you can have you as a person who owns the business. So for credit is normally accessed by the owner of the business, and that is what Beverly is logging into as that operator. So once she's able to log in, I'll just speak into the transactions we wanted to demonstrate. Yes. So once you log into our business app, you need to go to the Transact tab. At the Transact tab, you can see at the very top, if you've not opted in, you'll first go here and be able to opt in. But since you already opted in, you can see now when she scrolls down the supported transaction that you can do with overdraft. So we can start with the first one, where she'll go ahead and pay a bill. You can tell her balance is low, so she can go ahead and pay a bill. So for example, I'm a business person and I have a postpaid line, but it has been disconnected today. So I'm trying to make a payment with OD so that I can be back online and continue my business. Hence the 200 pay bill number. So she'll enter the amount and complete the transaction. You can see it's confirming, do you want to use Fuliza to complete this transaction? She'll confirm and authenticate. And I'm back in business. I'm back in business by paying my bill using an overdraft service. Yeah. So that was a business transaction. I'll do another transaction where I'll be doing a customer's transaction. For example, I have an errand that my delivery person needs to do, and they need a quick some quick money to just maybe pay the delivery person. Beverly will send money to a customer wallet. She'll authenticate and confirm the same way. And I'm able to pay my delivery person who brought a few goods via the overdraft service. Yeah, that's done. So as we conclude, Beverly will also show how you're able to actually see your statements so that you always know how much you owe and you can always pay. And you can always pay, you can always know how much you owe. And when even the auto deductions are happening, you're fully aware what it is going to pay for transparency between us and the customer. That was it from us. Thank you very much.
Makofi kwa Maureen. Makofi kwao. Thank you so much, Maureen, Hesbon, and Beverly. A great presentation on Biashara Boost. Can't believe you already transacted 1.1 billion shillings on Biashara. That's a great achievement for a product that's so new. Thank you so much. Please send in your feedback on the chat for the financial services team. They have amazing products that they're doing for us today. Speaking of financial services and wallets and money, I want to invite someone from the finance team to give us a nice showcase. And this special someone is a lady in charge of big data and analytics, such a big topic nowadays. You know, data is the new oil. So allow me to welcome Charlotte Kepadisa from finance team. Welcome so much, Charlotte. Karibu sana.
Allow me to use my mask because I don't want to infect a lot of people. But I'm super excited to be here and thank you so much. I'm representing finance today. Look at somebody like me talking finance. It's going to be a miracle. I hope the Christians in the room will start praying for me in tongues. But basically, I think what we're saying as a finance team is that there's massive opportunity for us to leverage AI and analytics to enable us to be a cost lean organization. We're not saying we want to get rid of the entire cost. Obviously, there is cost associated with the operations, but our objective is to make sure that we run a lean organization and therefore enabling us to pass on the benefits to customers through the right pricing and therefore really truly living up to our purpose of including everybody and not leaving anybody behind. So I'm going to talk to us about 4 pillars through which we believe we will be able to drive an AI-led productivity for the organization. One is around cost to serve. I will not tell you the statistics because you might just get too shocked, to say the least, but our margins are very much depleting as a result of the high operating cost that we are living in today. And the cost is really mainly not driven by us, is driven by the macros that we're finding ourselves in. You'll be familiar with how the inflation rate is going. You'll be very much aware of the Forex challenge that we're having and all of these things that are driving all this macro KPIs. And therefore, that has a huge impact on our margins. Now, as we're innovating, as we're hacking this week and then the weeks to come, we have got to be thinking about what is it that we can do, what is that it is within our power to do to influence or to inform the extent to which we can change the trajectory of declining margins and rising costs, and therefore proving or continue, especially on the core side, ensuring that our business continues to be profitable. For instance, what are the drivers of some of these macros? One would be energy. Do we have the control as the employees to do anything about the energy cost? Probably not. But are there things that we could look at in terms of how we are consuming energy that can bring about a relief in our cost line to ensure that we improve on our margins? Yes, we can. So as we're innovating, be thinking about what are some of those activities that we can do. That's the one part. So ensuring that we reduce the blended energy costs through investing, one, in sustainable and reliable forms, but also just innovating around where can we use AI, where can we use switching on and off of power to ensure that we minimize the cost. The second one is the what you call ANR, or acquisition and retention cost. The way in which we retain our customers and or acquire customers is running ahead of us a bit. And there are opportunities for us to make sure that we bring in those costs. One of the greatest or the good innovations that the team have done in the past was to drive down the cost of commission by ensuring that we remove or we block bad players in the ecosystem. And that is through commission arbitrage. So that model has enabled us to reduce the cost to serve by ensuring that we reduce or we remove bad players in the ecosystem and only pay commission to a genuinely generated business. So you've got to be also thinking in your space, in the innovation that you're going to be doing, how can you contribute to the reduction of the ANR cost, which contributes to the overall cost to serve the customers. The third one is future-proofing our infrastructure and network, obviously through things like spectrum optimization, but be thinking of what are some of the innovations that we can do to actually run an optimized network. Could we employ, and I keep saying AI because, no, not because I'm in AI, but really the world is looking at the extent to which companies that are progressive today utilizes AI and now Gen AI to enable us to really run smart and intelligent network operations. So as you're innovating, think about what is the cost of having customers on 2G, on 3G? What are some of the innovative ways for us to move those customers to 4G? And what would it mean from a cost perspective to only run one or two technologies as opposed to multiple technologies like we do today? The fourth one, which is really my passion point, is the AI-led productivity that looks at people, that looks at capital, and actually our everyday ways of working. So in terms of capital, again, where should we be putting these sites? Where should we be setting up stores? Massive opportunities for us to leverage the data that we have, that we happen to store, to process and store, which comes at a cost, but to use it now to inform how we actually make some of these investments. So as you are innovating, be thinking about what are the innovations around where should we set up store, where should we set up infrastructure? And that talks to the capital bit. In terms of people, I'm really super excited, and I see a world where I have my own personal AI assistant. I do not have to be standing here if I'm not feeling 100% today because of the capability of AI. Could we do the same? Could we have Peter in 10 of our meetings at any given point in time, relaying exactly what Peter would typically say in a meeting, or the contribution that Peter will typically give in a meeting, and therefore allowing us to have that strategic direction even when he's not present with us in the meeting? That reality is possible. That future is very much possible with the technology that we have today. Imagine if all of our meetings, nobody has to be writing notes, nobody has to be thinking about action items and chasing after people, or having long meeting discussing God knows what. Imagine if you have a personal assistant that can literally tell you, you missed 2 meetings today, here are your action items. Today that is already happening. But can we be the organization in Kenya today that scales that up so that we truly focus on what our God-given talents are, and that is to innovate around complex problems that computers have not yet been taught to do on our behalf? So that's what we call AI-led productivity. We do not have to be in meeting rooms, and I hope HR is not listening, but we do not have to be in meeting rooms, 10, 20 of us, sitting deliberating on an item 2, 3, 10 times and not taking action. And imagine now this AI every single morning tell you, by the way, you are defaulting on 2 things, and these 2 things are affecting 10 other people and impacting our revenue line in M-Pesa P2P. That would be quite powerful. And that is the world that we want to live in through our AI-led productivity, especially on the people side. And I think this organization is set up. We have the right people, we have the right talent, we have the right infrastructure to really drive us and enable us to be the people that actually create this future today. So if you're thinking about finance, how do you help finance in your hackathon activities this week or in the weeks to come? Be thinking of how do we really innovate around the cost to serve. The cost to serve is growing at a higher rate than we are growing in terms of revenue, and that rate, we can arrest it, we can decelerate it through innovation, and AI is the key enabler in us doing so. So all the very best, and I look forward to many, many incredible innovations around finance to drive cost to serve and truly usher in this AI-led productivity in our organization. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. And actually, you have really challenged me. If I were just to focus on my God-given talent and sell, like I told you guys, I'm coming from enterprise business. My work and my passion is selling enterprise corporate solutions. So if we had AI that could just do the reports, collate all the other data, I'm pretty sure I'll be doing 100% in my performance. Thank you so much, Charlotte, for those remarks. So before we go to our next showcase, which is all about productivity, being taken by, it should be by Douglas Mbugua. Before then, our online viewers continue chatting with us, continue engaging with us. And like we told you, this is a fun activity. If you go onto the Ujala platform, we do have a selfie booth. So please share your selfies. We want to get to really know you, we want to see you. So please hop on there, take a selfie, share with us, and we will definitely be engaging with you as the event continues. Up next, we have Douglas, who is coming to showcase to us a productivity idea on the network spares utilization. Douglas, I hope you're ready with your team. Come on board. Guys, give them a round of applause. Asante.
My name is Douglas Mbugua. I work in the finance department and acquired to retire. I take care of the accounting bit of projects, and these projects give rise to assets. This productivity idea came to my mind in one of our asset verification exercise, where I noted that we have some equipments that are not powered, that were leftovers from previously completed projects, and they were not properly accounted for, and therefore we were losing out on their usage. So I gave this idea when productivity team asked for ideas to be given, and I was very happy to have this idea showcased. And as we say, the reward for good work is more work. So the productivity team give us the mandate to idealize to bring the idea to life, and we formed a squad, and the rest is history. And from the presentation, you'll see how much we have done and where we are. I'm going to invite my colleague Faith to just tell us what we did after forming the squad. Okay, I don't know if the slide is up. Okay, it's up. Right.
So allow me to introduce myself. I am Faith, sitting in the technology division. In particular, I work under vendor management, which is under technology. So immediately, this good idea came forth from Douglas, and were given the mandate by the productivity team to progress with it. We quickly visited a few sites, and we got to realize that in those two sites, one which was at the QOA and Thika Data Center, we got to realize that there were containers that had been left scattered after projects had been completed. So we tried to understand exactly what the problem was, and from that, we did form a squad, and the squad cut across 3 or 4 divisions, which was technology, supply chain, and finance, together with productivity. And the commitment that we got from that particular team is that we wanted to find out exactly what was happening. So we took up the task, went ahead and organized these 2 particular containers. And from the containers, as you can see, they were we had cartons that were scattered all over. And from it, we got to realize that there were items or inventory that had been left or that were dumped there, unfortunately, after projects had been completed. So as the squad of the team that we were, we decided that we're actually going to clean up those 2 particular containers. And it's good to say that at the end of the exercise, which took about 2 or so months, whereby we dedicated as a team that every Friday would wake up, every Friday, timing between for morning hours, would actually go to site, and guys went out of their way. And in those 2 months, were able to put up things, clean things up. And fortunately, you will see exactly what happened. We're able to come to kick off the project in September. In October, through dedication of the team, this is what we ended up with having a very clean container, having equipment that has or is currently being used back in the network, and it's currently being used by the core support team in technology. And at the end of the day, what have we seen? 2 things. We've seen customers that are happy, and those are customers internally, whereby not our internal team that supports the external customer has a smile on their face. What do I mean by that? Before, they would actually have sleepless nights because they did not know if at all they would have spares. And these are some of the spares that we're actually able to more or less find out where they were, and they're currently in use in the network. So at the end of it all, we've been able to do the 2 exercises in 2 tranches. One we finished in November, another one was finished in mid of January. And so far, we've been able to save the company about 280 million shillings. There's still some analysis that is being done, and we expect that more is actually going to come out of it.
Thank you, Faith, and thank you for the squad that did this job, that executed this task very seamlessly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Team Finance. Makofi kwa Team Finance. Makofi kwa Team Finance. Thank you so much, Douglas. Thank you, Evelyn and Douglas. What a nice presentation. What a nice presentation from Team Finance there. Apologies for that. We've seen them save almost 280 million shillings within 3 months, which is a great achievement. Thank you so much, you guys. I would like to move on to our next speaker, who will be coming in from the Cloud Applications and Security team under EBU. And her name is Evelyn Munene. She'll be taking us through navigating new frontiers and exploring opportunities around the education sector. So I hope I have the right thing, but Evelyn can correct me if I'm wrong. So welcome, Evelyn. Might be having the wrong thing here, but thank you. Welcome to Evelyn. One more time for Evelyn. One more time for Evelyn.
Good afternoon, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, it was the right one, only I didn't know it was specific to education, but I'll give it a go, doesn't matter. So when I was given this opportunity to have this slot, I thought about what I would bring to the table, given the great minds, of course, that are on this hackathon. And obviously within 10 minutes of opening the session, words like generative AI, 5G, everything popped out. And I thought, wow, so this is where it's really happening. So I thought, what can I bring to the table in terms of the experiences that we've had from an enterprise perspective? And what are we seeing, and how are enterprises actually navigating these new frontiers? What are the struggles they're having, and where are they at? So at Safaricom, I think we've been serving the enterprise customer over about a decade, perhaps. We provided them with just connectivity solutions, and the market continued to grow and mature. But within the last 4 years or so, we've seen real maturity coming into different verticals or into different industries. COVID came in, and we had first-hand experience of what businesses had to do to survive. And I'll just give a quick example of one of those businesses. So we had an auctioneering firm, brick and mortar, very important organization, that would put out its auction days on newspapers, have physical auctions, And now COVID has checked in and people don't buy newspapers and they don't want to be found in a public place where they're gathering. And very quickly they needed to change to make sure that then they can face the adversities of the market, still serve their customers. And during COVID, that was when their business was highest, because you can imagine how many people defaulted on their loans. So business should really have been very high, right? So we watched Philip Auctioneer, or walked the journey with Philip Auctioneers, and found a way to ensure that they can move from brick and mortar and immediately start to serve customers online. And the transformation has then brought them to a global platform where customers who are in the diaspora are able to actually participate in live auctions online. So you may ask, is this the end of it? Was this the end of it? No. I think there's opportunities to layer more technologies to be able to bring things like immersive technology, so that when you're doing the auction, you can literally get to see the asset, interact with it, and then auction from wherever you are. I also looked at some of the organizations and some verticals like the healthcare industry, for example, where visiting about 5 of the top public hospitals, they're called level 5 hospitals, you will find they have special rooms where they keep cards, you know, the cards that you usually register customers on. And you can imagine what kind of a mess that is, right? So while they're in the process of trying to make sure they get systems that help them to serve their patients, it then becomes important for us to look at these so-called new technologies. How do they come in to ensure that beyond registration, you know, we are able to then track our patients from one hospital to another, track them from the home perspective. And these hospitals are ready for these technologies. The question becomes, how do we make it simple? How do we make it accessible? I heard Esther talk about accessibility in the morning. And how do we make it affordable so that then they are able to leverage on this and get the right kind of solutions to grow their industry. I'll pivot a bit to the healthcare, to the education vertical, which I guess was supposed to be the main topic, right? Post-COVID, it was classroom, and that's what it was, right? The government even attempted to give every child a laptop to make sure that we then interact beyond the 4 walls and really bring real learning to a global platform. The appetite for that kind of learning continues. It continues to be a real thing. But the question again becomes, what kind of technologies then would we layer on to that to make sure, well, that's happening, it's happening safely. Well, that is happening, it's happening in a manner that is easy to access. And really making sure that we are growing the next generation to accept and develop and continue building onto the technologies that are being used today, right? So is the market that we are in ready and capable to absorb these technologies? Absolutely. Have they seen the benefits of what it means to actually bring technologies to the spaces that they are working on? Absolutely. Is there a real transformation that can happen? We have seen it happening, but I don't think we are at the end of it. I think we're at the beginning of it. But we are fortunate that this market has seen, you know, innovations like M-Pesa really bring on the concept of having convenience at your fingertips. And what that means for the enterprise customer is that there's real pressure to make sure that they're able to bring the convenience that is required, leveraging on these technologies. They've had challenges around cybersecurity because, of course, the more connected you are, the more the exposure that you have. Some of them have, really understood what that means. Others have that as a concept and perhaps have not really grappled with what that means in terms of bringing that live to their environments. They would come to us sometimes when it's too late. It's already happened. And it's not something that they speak about openly. But this is something that you're working on in terms of making sure that we educate them to make sure that they can prevent them from happening. Then, of course, we also have other issues around compliance. Where does the data sit? Who's handling this data? How do we make sure that it is within the regulators' framework, right? But all in all, I think we will continue to serve them. And with the ideas that come out of this hackathon, we hope that they then go to make sure that some of these industries, we can serve them with ideas that come through and layer them onto the journeys that they are as they transform. With those few remarks, I think I'd like to give it back to, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. Makofi kwake kwa Team Enterprise Business. Of course, we would not have missed participating in the Innovation Week. And of course, we are winning the Safaricom Hack Olympics. Some guys, we need some energy in the room. Of course, of course. Amazing, amazing. All right. So, of course, we have a showcase from Enterprise Business. Wycliffe will be showcasing to us the pupil management solution, which is literally embedded on the education sector. So, Wycliffe, karibu sana. Asante sana. You can go on stage, take it away. And
Hey
you can
there.
introduce your team as well. Karibu.
Hello.
Hi, Wycliffe.
So we work with the other squad members, but today I'm joined by Martin and Kevin in the presentation and also the showcase. So today we're going to show you a solution for managing school transport. We shall use a slide and some experience on how the solution works. We can run the deck. Yeah. So, you may wonder what's interesting about school transport. So just so quick insights on the industry is that we have more than 40,000 public and private, primary and secondary institutions, of which 80% have school buses, and 64% of the children use public transport. So this means that over 25 million kids are transported with those assets on a daily basis. So it brings in a lot of sensitivity, both to the caregivers and also to the administration, in that they are handling critical population. So can we use technology to make this entire ecosystem to either be efficient or safe? The concerns, a typical day in a parent life is who are using public transport, school transport, is that every other morning the kid is picked up in some location. You go wait the picking area for 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The bus comes, the kid is aboard the bus, then goes to school, and you have no visibility of whether that kid is safe or not. To the administration, once the bus leaves the school, then there are issues of use of that bus on the road. There could be abuse of the asset, maybe overspeeding, using the buses at night, illegal hours. So there's a lot of concerns on safe use of the assets. Then how do we leverage the power of IoT to be able to make this entire sector to be either more efficient or safe? So the concerns of the parents in this case is all about safety of the kid when he leaves home to board the bus, while the concern of the administration is how can they manage these assets in a better way so that they are more efficient, clamping down on the cost, and also complying to the safety policies. Now that brings the idea of our solution. In that, we know there are solutions in the market. We have tracking solutions for vehicles, which works well. However, to the context of a parent, he has no visibility of that asset because that solution belongs to the school. They can use it to manage vehicle using the tracking solution. Then also we have solutions around biometrics for the kids, whereby the students can be able to identify themselves, and the parents can know that maybe my kid has left the school or has entered the school. But how do we address these two stakeholders holistically? Now there comes our idea, meaning we are combining the power of IoT using the GPS tracking technology for the buses, and also use the identification solution for the kids so that we can give a holistic solution both to the school and also to the parents. Our intention is that we can use the technology to bring that transparency so that the parents at home can know that my kid is safe at school or has alighted the bus. Then to the administration, they can be comfortable knowing that my assets are being used in a way that the kids or other stakeholders are safe while using the assets. So just brief walkthrough of how the solution works before the demo is that what we do is that we provide students with the RFID tags, which can be either wearable devices or a student card, so we can identify which student is using the tags. So every other time when the kid boards the bus, he has to authorize by swiping the tag. Then by swiping the tag, then the parent will get a notification, which we shall show in a moment. They'll get a notification showing that the kid named ABCD has boarded the bus, being driven by driver ABCD, and also they get a link to be able to track that bus in real time. So in the morning, as the kids go to school, then the parent can have comfort that my kid is being driven securely to the school. Once he alights at the school, he taps out, then that link expires. The same thing happens in the evening when the student boards the bus from school to home, meaning the parent can now tell that the bus is moving from school to the pickup location so that he can make now arrangements to pick up the kid to home. Then to the school administration, then they can be able to see insights about use of the bus. Things, for example, driving behavior. They can be able to infer if the driver is driving the vehicle recklessly, is it driven late at night, and also they can also provide some level of fleet maintenance, things like fuel monitoring, things like how many trips the vehicle has taken. Then ultimately, they can be able to infer information about the pickup zone activity. So you can tell how many kids were dropped in zone A or zone B, then to tell if there's any student that was missed from a particular zone. So that is the entire solution. And I'll hand over to Martin to give details about the technology. Then you can run a small demo.
So for the technology, it uses different types of technologies all the way from the device up to the insights analytics. So I'll briefly summarize them. On the device side, you have a GPS tracker that has sensors to the school bus. For example, you can also add in the fuel level of that bus. But most importantly, you have this gadget, which is a wristband tracker. Uses RFID. As you enter into the bus, you actually scan. It has a unique device ID that is mapped to the student. So with this, each child using any bus for the school, you can be able to know at the point of entry and exit. Communication from the device goes via a mobile network. So you'll normally use either the 3G, 4G technologies. In some cases where you can also use a satellite technology where you have areas where there is no maybe coverage. As the data enters into the platform side, then you put it into the data lake. So all those big data technologies come into play because there's massive data. You can imagine this tracker is communicating every 5 seconds. And if there are 1 million assets that are being tracked, it's a lot of data. So the streaming technologies come into play, data processing come into play. Then on the platform side, you have a web interface because there are usually a lot of customization and it could be heavy. The portal is most preferred for the school administration, but you also have a mobile app for the parents for individualistic views of the child and reports. And on top of that, you can now build more information from the analytics. You can also layer other services on the platform and the use case. Thank you.
Just a quick show of how the SMS interaction to the parent works. So like Martin mentioned, any student tap event generates an SMS notification to the parents, similar to this one. So they'll get an SMS from the school ID. So the SMS looks like this with the details of the driver, the bus, and a link where the parent can now click on the link to be able to track the asset. Maybe you can click on the link. Um, okay, so so this is the link that the parents will receive to now show the vehicle moving from either pickup zone to the drop-off zone to the school, or vice versa in the afternoon. So what we're trying to do is to combine the two technologies, identification and IoT technologies, so that we can help both the students, both the parents, and also the administration to be able to just run the pupil transportation process in more efficient and also safe way. Yeah, I think that is it for presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wycliffe and Martin. What a wonderful presentation. Hillary. Okay. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation from our EBU team. One more round of applause to them. Thank you so much. Looking out for our children's safety and giving parents visibility on how their children are moving to school and back home on a daily basis. What a wonderful, wonderful idea. Give us feedback on what you think about that idea on the chat. For those of you who are joining online, we'd like to hear what you have to say. We recognize that our team is still busy hacking on HQ2, 5th floor. So shout out to the teams that are still hacking and the teams that we introduced in the morning, all 21 of them. But right now, I want us to move to the resources stream. And with us here, we have our Chief Human Resource Officer, Bwana Paul Kasimu mwenyewe. Give a round of applause for Paul Kasimu who's coming with us. Welcome, Paul. Welcome, Paul. Karibu sana.
No, thank you. Thank you. Hey, how's everybody? Good. So I'm here for you. You know, we are talking of Simple Transparent. John Moore will be coming here to do a demonstration. So I'll literally go to the point. One of the things that has come from you in terms of your feedback is how can we make real hyper-personalization of employee engagement? How can we make it clear and digitize employee journeys, right from recruitment to exit management? What we have now is wait no more, because finally we have what we are calling the employee super app. Now, in terms of the vision for it, we said we need to transform the entire employee experience. And it's about convenience and accessibility. So on the go, wherever you are. Second piece is about how we ensure that the whole self-service is automated. There are times you call HR self-service, you want to make a decision at the point of need, be it medical, be it something about your leave, anything you've ever wanted to do. This is what we finally packaged for you. Personalization and customization, absolutely amazing. And let me just give you a few features of what we have. The first one is about your payslip. And it comes on time, like OTC. And it's about you can view and download your payslip. There are times you go to the bank and you're told, give us your payslip, and you start calling somebody. Look no further. You can download your total reward statement. I'll be a little bit cheeky. Some of you go for interviews, you're told, what is your total pay? And you're like, I have no clue. We've empowered you. So you can actually negotiate better, but still stay with Safaricom. Now, you can also view and download your P9 form. This is normally a very painful story where you want to get your tax returns You have to be compliant. Those of you hustling, you can download this and you immediately get your tax certificate. And then obviously the bit about where you can filter your medical providers. Sometimes you go to a new county, you don't know who is providing what. You can view who is available in the county that you are. Parking management, I know that has been a big issue. I don't want to open a can of worms. One of the things I'm staying for 1 year is to ensure that we have a parking. So I will look for that. But right now, let's stay with the super app. And then obviously the bit about HR policies. And there are moments you say, what do I need to do? Where am I? Again, at the click of a button, you get that. So the mobile version is going to be there. We will get it by the end of this month. We are also looking at how we can integrate it with ChatGPT. It is ready to do that. So when you look at it, we can actually do that. And then you can generate some of the intelligent AI outputs that you want to do. And you can interact with it human, real life, on time. You don't need HR help desk. And again, the other bit about the mobile Android version can also be available. And what we are now saying is the impossible has become possible. I want to ask John Moore to come and take us through the journey. Thank you for your attention.
I think I'll give Mark a moment and then we can pick from there. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, so thanks, John. It's interesting to be standing here just after Paul. Most of you don't know, but I'm Paul's technical resource in the organization. So anything HR, finance, sits with my team. But today, and this week, it's all about innovation. The most interesting thing is that a lot of people may ask, why are we doing this? Are we wasting some people's time? Are we wasting company resources? But if you look back at a lot of organizations that have not changed how they do things, they ended up dying. We have a very good example of an organization called Microsoft that really turned around when they got a new CEO that was very forward-looking. And they embrace a lot of open source technology, even though originally they were very much, into their own solutions and products. So a lot of you may have read a book. What's the books by the Microsoft CEO, and Hit Refresh. And the guy talks about all the changes that he had to go through into the organization. And as Safaricom, I think we came up as a telco, and if we continue staying who we were, we may not be relevant in the near future. And that's why this week is very important, and the hackathons that we are running are critical. When you think about a solution like the Employee Super App, it's not like we did not have a solution. We had a solution, but we had to change with the times. A lot of you don't know that our HR technology is powered by Oracle. And in the back end, a lot of that capability then is now going to be exposed to staff through an app, that is providing you the flexibility that you need to be able to do whatever it is you do as a staff member on the platform. I think for me, the most common thing, we did some analysis on what is the most common thing that is accessed in the HR system, and it was a payslip. And the payslip, people start checking their payslip from the 20th before it's even loaded. So they keep on refreshing the payslip from the 20th. And so, because we were wondering, why is it that the system starts getting busy a week before end month? So we did some analysis and we found it's actually staff that are killing the system trying to check. So I think this is a very good opportunity for us to let the core do what it's meant to do, and then provide people with the flexibility they need to be able to access their pay slips or whatever other things that people do on the platform. So I think it's quite an innovative idea. And as Paul said, the employee super app will give us an opportunity to do every single thing that staff need to do. At some point, we may even be able, and I may be preempting this, John, to integrate this to some of our learning modules so that you only have one app. Right now, we've asked you to have an education app. You have, I don't know, Udemy, and then now you have the employee super app. So we have to advance that to the point where everything is consolidated into a single platform. I think it's quite a noble and innovative idea. So let me welcome back John to come and walk us through how it looks like.
So thank you very much, Mark. I think you actually preempted what I was going to say, because from the name Employee Super App, the super there stands for we need one app to be able to do multiple things. Yeah. So as we know, we have very many systems within HR. And all these systems are actually specialized to do what they're supposed to do. We have HCM, which is the core platform for employee information. We have the learning system that we onboarded recently, Safaricom Grow. I think you've had that. That's one of the other platforms that we've been bringing. But we thought about the employee experience in the sense that how do you enable employees to not, get fragmented experience as they log into these various platforms. So what we did was we thought of the experience in terms of self-service as a layer that we are building on top of all the other platforms we have. And we are tapping into all these systems with just a single platform, which is what Mark has mentioned as getting one consolidated platform. So I think without much further ado, I think Paul has done it justice in terms of describing what it is and I think, if I can get some visual on the screen, please. Okay, so yeah, so I'll demo what the app looks like. We are working agile, so you will keep seeing new features coming. So we already have a team of testers. The Android version is ready. The iOS is actually fresh and is loading. We should have it before the end of the month. And then we are also connecting this platform, like Paul says, to generative AI, so that some of the journeys we are going to build are journeys you just interact with the app via the either chat interface, and maybe in the coming days we can enable multimodal interactions with the AI. So yeah, I want to thank the technology team a lot, because this is a concerted effort with technology, the Gen AI team, and also the Employee Super App team. So big thanks. So I'll straight away go to the login. So what you notice is the app works for staff. You need to for you to actually access the app, you need a valid email address. So it will detect your email address automatically. So you just click on it. So I'm on the UAT server, so it will be a bit slow, but it should be fine. So, and the information you are going to see here is not real information. We've anonymized the data. So don't worry about the data you see on the payslip there. That's not my data. So just in case you have ideas. So this would be the home page once you log in. What we've done is we've made the platform to connect to sort of like get news, and you saw what Paul presented in terms of we want to connect to the Daily Connect and get some consumption from Daily Connect, and then we have quick links. This will determine your behavior in terms of the commonly used journeys will appear under your quick links, and then we've put a couple of helplines here, but we then have another part under the accounts where you can have more helplines if you want to reach out to any of the helplines you need. So if you go to resources, this is where we have the journeys that we've built out so far, and I think Paul did a fantastic job to talk about them. So I'll go quickly to the first one. And you notice when I click on the payslip, we've protected that journey just in case you leave your phone unattended and someone wants to take a sneak peek on what your payslip looks like. So you have to validate this with your Windows password. So yeah. So and you get the interface. Your task here will be just to select the year and the month, and then you say request for the payslip. Okay. So it's a very, if you compare to what you do on the ERP platform, this is actually very smooth. And you will see, like I mentioned, we are on the UAT environment. The actual data loads quite fast. So, and you can see here what I get is I get a quick glimpse of my gross pay, my net, and deductions. Yeah, I think as you can see from my sample data, my deductions are growing by the day. That's I think speaks to the world we are in right now. And then you have the opportunity to break down and see what are some of the details. So I can see my general information. I can see what my earnings look like. I can see all my deductions. If I have a loan, if I have NHIF, I'll see all those details. I'll see my payment details in terms of banks. And then I'll actually, my favorite part is the airtime PIN vouchers. And we got a special request from employees on this one because guys were saying it's too painful copying the airtime PIN from the current payslips. So we introduced a quick nifty feature here of just saying copy, and you can actually load it directly to your phone or to any other phone. So just to help you in terms of, managing your voucher pins. The other journey that I'm going to show you is the policies. So what we've done is we've realized that people struggle a lot with policies, especially for new employees and maybe employees who are not very keen to have a cheat sheet on how to get the policy. So you'll ask someone asking you what's the overtime policy say? What does the acting policy say? So we've also created that here. So we put a couple of policies. If you hit any of these policies, you should be able to load that. And you can actually read the policy on PDF. And then if you want all the other policies, you can hit on the all other company policies, and then it takes you to SharePoint where you can then check all the policies. I'll go to the P9 form. Also, this is protected because it's a summary of your pay slips. Okay, so and you can see already it takes you to the mood of filing your tax returns, and then all you need is to select which year you are interested in, and then you generate that, and you should be able to see your PIN. So sorry, your what do you call the P9 form? Okay, so and you can still be able to hit the download, and then you'll see successfully downloaded down there. And if you go to my files, you can be able to, under downloads, Employee Super App, you can actually open your P9 form and continue the filing exercise. I think the other one that I want to show very quickly is how we manage our parking. And then I'll talk about medical. So under parking, we realized this feature is available on Workplace app, but it has some limitations in terms of connecting to other systems. So what we did is we reimagined this. So immediately you come to the parking journey here. It allows you to save vehicles. So previously you would enter your car registration every time you need to do a parking. So I think for now what you need to do is if you save a vehicle, it's automatically recognizes that's the vehicle you need the parking slot for, and then select the date for which you want the parking, and then the office building, and you can see we have a couple there, and we are continuing to add. So I'll pick HQ2, for example, and then from there I need to check the available slots. And then at a glance, you can see that we have details on which are the available slots. Sometimes you find none. This is, again, the test environment, so you can see slots there, but in actual sense, it's a very scarce resource. And you might find that all those are zero. So we've given you the opportunity to actually go through all the other buildings quickly from the same view, and you can actually circle through and see where next you can actually go to in terms of just checking the slots. So, and you can find where you find a slot, then what you need to do then is to select your favorite one. Probably in I have a favorite spot, so I can change the slot number there, maybe this, and then I book for that spot. Yeah, and then you get your booking done. So let me just try that one more time. I select maybe HQ2, check spots, and then I'll pick that default one. And you can see that it was submitted. When I go to book parkings, you see that your booking is actually under is pending approval. So once it's approved, you get notifications on Teams and your email that your booking is approved, and then you can proceed. So what else you can do is, if you have maybe multiple vehicles, you're allowed to actually save. So I can save maybe two more vehicles like that. If you keep changing vehicles, so we've catered for that as well. So, and you can select the vehicle that you need parking for. Then the last one that I want to take you through is the medical providers. So not to take a lot of time. And this is what Paul talked about. We struggle a lot with where do I find certain specialists within the who are in the team of the panel. So what we've done is to look at this journey. It's currently an Excel sheet that actually sits on SharePoint. So we decided to actually synthesize this data and make it easier for employees to be able to get this at the touch of your phone. So you may be interested in ENT and you want to know where the ENT resides. You'll get their details here. Look at the one you prefer, and then from here you can actually make a direct call. Let me just check one. We are still cleaning up the details. So like this particular one, I can actually hit on that number and then I can make a call and do a booking directly. I can also do an email directly from my Outlook to book an appointment once I find that is who I'm interested in. So, and then you proceed with the typing. Yeah. So I don't know whether I still have time. There's one more journey, but it's very similar to the payslip. It's the total reward. Total reward is just like you as a couple. It's a range of payslips. So I want to check my total reward, that's cash and non-cash benefits within a certain period. I can do like since I came to Safaricom, and I can actually see how I've been able to utilize my, my cash and non-cash benefits. So same thing. It's just a range of period. Yeah. So, and Paul mentioned one last thing that you'll be seeing. That comes. So we've already integrated with our GenAI, and that's already, we are finishing the UI part, and then it will also appear on the app. Yeah. So if you are interested in testing this before it's out on the Play Store, please just get in touch. Thank you so much.
Mogeka, asante sana. I don't know, John, if the problem of parking is the app or we need more spaces. Honestly, I think
we actually need more spaces.
We need more space.
But we also need to manage those spaces very efficient. So that's why we did the app, so that we make sure that there was some loopholes with it.
I like that. But also for the guys who have more cars, tafadhali, please come with only one car. I think there's so many limited spaces for us common wananchi. But thank you so much, John. We are super excited to interact with the employee super app. All right, so I can see some comments online from our online viewers, and thank you so much for sticking with us. There's a comment here. I would love to read it out. Actually, somebody by the name N says, "I like the transportation monitoring solution. Just imagining a scenario where the kids exchange bans and the inaccurate info parents would get. So it just reminded me. I don't know if you guys have gone through this situation where you buy your kids new shoes or a new sweater, and that day they decide is the day they are going to learn how to share their clothes. They're going to share their shoes. So I can only imagine what will happen with bans. So I don't know if Wycliffe is around. Maybe he will let us know how we can cap that and mitigate that from happening. All right, so lunch is around the corner, guys. Please stick with us. We still have just a few showcases for you. So next up, we do have our colleague and friend, Hilary, taking us through Gen AI for enterprise business. Hilary, are we ready? Yeah, we're just about to. So keep on sharing your comments, your feedback online. Remember, on the Ujala platform, you can do a selfie. So go to the selfie booth, take a selfie, share with us, and we'll be there to cheer you on and also interact with you. I think we've sat for a bit too long. For my friends in the room, tafadhali, just stand, just shake a leg or two. Tafadhali. For my guys in the room, please. Yes, DJ Def, do your thing. Yes. Lift. Move to the right. Yeah. Move to your right, move to your left. If you have two left, legs pole sana, but you can still do it. Perfect. Please call your friends to join the session. Yeah. So let's just take a break. Kidogo to enough. We've sat for too long. Right. When you guys don't know the movements, I will show you. All right. So Hilary, as you're here, you can sit down. Oh, the guys are coming. Okay, perfect, perfect.
Wake up.
Charlotte, what would you like to hear? This one is good.
Wake up. Don't walk, you don't try. You're supposed to be jai. Kill up for me, come person, my dog, person with a man. But when I land softly on the sofa floor. So good, Connie Bajo, let me see you. Let me see you.
So there's a comment here I would love to read, and I love the conversations that are ongoing on the chat. So this is a good idea. So now to the comment on the transportation monitoring solution, if the kids exchange the bands and all that, so they've said they can have the RFID tags printed with the child's name or a unique identifier, and the teacher or assistant verifies this before the child runs the tag or lock the tag to a particular person. So that's a very good idea. I love the way we are exchanging ideas. So please go ahead, continue giving us ideas how we can make the solutions even better. Somebody here, Carol Thuo CT, how you doing? Loving the HR super app, especially the medical providers feature. Literally a lifesaver. Great job, John Moore and squad. So there you go. Well done to the team. And I love these conversations. I love the fact that we are presenting and showcasing ideas that are within Safaricom Hack Olympics. We are winning. Yes. There you go. Of course, we are winning. Right, Hilary, as you are. You're good? Awesome. Oh, they're coming? No problem at all. So even as they calm down. So even as they calm down, maybe you can start us off. What is Gen AI and what are we doing for EBU?
Okay, so it's Gen AI, meaning generative artificial intelligence. It's basically you can imagine having a situation where you have access to all the information. So you can take, say, documents, as many documents as you can process, pass them through things we call models, and then these things will understand how different words are created, different sentences are created, but on top of that, they understand the context of exactly what it is that you've given it. Meaning, from there, you can go ahead and create new content. You can ask it questions, you can interact with it, and it will give you contextual information. I hope that kind of answers what you asked. Sorry? Yeah. Should I wait for the people? Should I just continue? Or in simple English? So in simple English, imagine having a paper that has an essay, right? Then you're given that paper to read. Then you read that paper a million times. You don't necessarily understand the language, but you kind of know how words follow each other. You kind of know how sentences are constructed. You know what a space means, what a comma means. Then meaning, if you read it a million times, the next time someone takes that paper away and tells you, if, for example, there was a word like hi, and then they tell you hi, from what you read, you'll be able to know what follows hi from a probabilistic point of view would be hi. So in simple language, that's kind of it. The problem of having your boss in a demo is that they're doing the PDR while you're presenting. So so ideally in hardcore tech language, there was a paper that came out after multiple other papers historically called Attention is All You Need. So what that paper did is kind of transformed everything that people are doing in NLP. And in technical language, what that paper had is an architecture called a transformer. So what a transformer does from a very high level technical point of view is it understands context and it understands positions of words. So if I tell you, I went to the river bank and cried, right? You will know it is the bank next to the river, right? Because of the context, because of the word that came before. But if I told you, I saw my bank account balance and I cried, the bank now, the meaning contextually is different, right? So what a transformer does is the first thing that happens is you give it all these documents or all these words or all this information that you have. It takes it. First thing it does, it creates these things called embeddings. So computers do not necessarily understand words. They don't understand there and it and from a low level. They understand numbers, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, as you remember. So the first thing it does is it will convert all that information into random numbers. So they call these things called embeddings. So depending on the length of the embedding that you want, say for example 512, it will create random 512 numbers, right? But then for it to understand the position of each, because remember contextually the position has to make sense. It also introduces other things called positional encodings. So what positional encodings are, it's just imagine a sine wave and a cosine wave from maths in high school, right? Yeah, sine wave. And exactly, yes. So if you want to introduce positions, if you use 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the moment you start scaling up, then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 not necessarily make so much sense. But then if you use a sine wave, it means any word that is any words that in terms of position that are close or far away would be magnified because of how the sine wave looks like, right? Yeah, yes. For positions. So then there's a formula where you have the sine of can't remember exactly, but the dimension of the embedding. So like the 512 times 1,000, and then you get the sine. And then for odd numbers, for odd occurring numbers, you use a sign. For even occurring numbers, you use a cosine. And then that becomes your positional number. Then you take that positional number and add to the, should I continue with the technical talk or should I just end it there? That was just the beginning. I have like 1,000 other things, attention heads and stuff. Anyway, so should I start? Okay, so I wanted to start by saying the HR team gave us an opportunity to. When it's showing the wrong thing. Just give me 1 second. Let me sort this out. Yeah, so anyway, let me just go quickly through what I had to say, then I'll go to the demo. So the HR team talked about the employee app. So where we come in, I'm Hilary, I'm from the Big Data and AI team. So one of the use cases, just to start from where the HR team left, is we built a summarization and a Q&A GenAI API for the employee app. And that's what John said. Very soon you'll start seeing and interacting with that. So thank you. So to correct what Paul mentioned earlier, I'm sorry to do this. We are building things internally. We're not going to use ChatGPT. And then, so in the last few years, what we've seen is an emergence of very many innovations around ML and AI. And that means if you are left behind, so the magnitudes are, in the 90s, we had around 100 papers every month. Now we have more than 7,000 papers every month. You can imagine the magnitude of the information and innovations that are coming through. What that means is there's a lot of potential, there's a lot of need for organizations to start using this. And McKinsey estimated that by any country that will adopt a GenAI and start using GenAI, their GDP will increase by roughly $4.4 million. So it's something that as a company we should take up, and we're already taking up. Today, as we speak, we have more than 150 AI assets in Safaricom doing multiple things across multiple departments. What I'm going to show you today is what we are going to use as our persona for all the GenAI use cases. So this will be an omni-channel for all the GenAI use cases. Can sound? Sound? There's no sound. Yeah, it's on your side. Is that me? Just a second. Just give me 1 second. Hmm? Oh, nikukata imekata? Oh. Well, that music is not for me.
Yeah, it's not for you. Sorry. You're wondering.
I thought the music was from me, so try to close Windows. Apparently, the music is not from my laptop. Yeah, as we wait for the sound, yeah, so like as I was mentioning, we have more than 150 assets in Safaricom. Are we okay? So I'm going to showcase something that we are building with the enterprise team. Like I mentioned, this is going to be the GenAI persona in Safaricom. No, it's muted on your end. I don't have control of unmuting from my side. It is external. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. There's no sound. Okay, the volume is maximum. Anyway, like I was mentioning, so this is an avatar that we'll be using as the persona and the face for GenAI in Safaricom. So what we've tuned it, what the showcase was for today is enterprise, and it has almost all the information about the enterprise products. So as a customer, so this is not what the customer will see. You know how you have a pop-up and it says chat here. So instead of chatting and typing, that option is there. You can chat and type, but you can also just talk to it directly. So if you're driving or whatever, and you tell it, hey, I'm trying to get internet for my company. This is how much I want to spend. Which product do you suggest I should use? It will tell you, okay, for a company your size, you can buy this product ABCD. And the moment it says that, after the integrations are done, you can just tell it, okay, go ahead and buy that for me, and it will buy that for you. So it ends up being a personified salesperson that is digital. So I hope the words make sense. And the beauty is it does not only understand English, it also understands Swahili. So it will not be able to speak Swahili because we haven't tuned the accent yet. It speaks like a tourist saying jambo. But if you go to the chat functionality, you'll be able to interact with it in Swahili. So unfortunately, the demo gods have decided to do what they do the worst. But I hope when the sound is fixed, I'll be able to show this. Thanks.
Her name Hillary.
Oh, then her name is Zuri. Her name is Zuri. She had many jokes. Disappointed the sound is not there, but fine.
Yeah. No problem.
Okay.
We can work on that. Then we'll show the demo later. Yeah. Cool.
All right, thank you. Round of applause to Hillary again. Thank you so much, team. So as we are still trying to see if we can get our sound, those of you who are prayerful, please can start praying for us. Like her tag, I am an artificial but intelligent employee. Personally, I am real and intelligent, not bad. So we mentioned some things I have not had since calculus. sine wave, cosine wave. Don't know if you can remember Sokatoa. I think there was something like that. Sokatoa, still. Yeah, yes. Yeah, I think you use it as your programming. Does she know Sokatoa? Ah, Zuri is very, very intelligent. That's very nice. It's a very, very nice way of integrating all that we've learned from high school to university. Now it's come back to haunt us. I never thought I'd use that again. It's good. I can see we are still sorting. So give us feedback. I've been seeing a lot of chats there from RN, from Carol. Give us feedback on what you think about generative AI, what you think about Zuri, and how we can move ourselves for better working capabilities. Are we doing it, gentlemen? So once again, we are almost heading to lunch. I promised you a game, so we'll play a few games after lunch. Please don't leave us. We've seen so many things today. We've from AWS, we've heard from financial services, marine cargo, Biashara Boost with the 11 billion shillings. Wow, it's a lot of money. We've heard from finance on spares management. I've saved almost 280 million since the inception. EBU have brought us education. I'd really like to see how they'll sort that chip exchange thing. I know children come back with different shoes, different clothes. It'd be nice to see that. And of course, I know everyone tuned in for Super App. I did not know payslip servers go down. That's good. So at least I know when to check the payslip for those of us who are doing overtime. So as they continue sorting the sound issue, keep us engaged on chat. Give us your feedback. We have a survey that is still open. Tell us what you think about the production. You can also tell us where you're logging in from. I've seen people from Syokimau. You can hear Zuri talking.
How can I help you today? Feel free to.
Anajua Kikuyu.
Lakini anaongea kama
Anaongea kama mzungu. Aisoke hata mimi naongea kama mzungu. Hata mimi atereri. Hata mimi niko na ka accent. So I think I'll hand it over back to you.
Okay, thanks.
In the spirit of scalable solution, I will run this demo alone. Is that okay, Hillary? It is good to live in an age where you trust us artificial intelligent agents. Hi, my name is Kazuri, your generative artificial intelligence persona and pro bono digital employee. For today, with a specialized focus on Safaricom enterprise products. Whether you're exploring scalable solutions for connectivity, collaboration tools that empower remote work, or advanced security systems to safeguard your business data, I'm here to guide you through Safaricom's extensive portfolio. My expertise encompasses the latest in cloud computing services, IoT solutions tailored for diverse industries, and robust communication platforms designed to enhance productivity and efficiency. Let's navigate the complexities of digital transformation together, ensuring your business leverages the full potential of Safaricom's innovative offerings. You can ask me any questions around enterprise products.
Hi, Kazuri. As a Soho, which products do you suggest I buy for internet?
Hello. For your small office/home office, I recommend checking out our range of internet packages tailored to suit your specific needs. You can choose from various options to ensure you have fast and reliable internet connectivity to support your business operations efficiently.
How do I buy these products?
To purchase our internet products for your small office/home office, you can easily reach out to our dedicated sales team or visit our nearest Safaricom shop. Our team will guide you through the process and help you choose the best package that fits your requirements. You can also explore our website for more information on how to get started.
Thanks. Can you tell me a joke about enterprise business?
I'm glad you're in the mood for some humor. Here's a light-hearted joke for you. Why did the enterprise business bring a ladder to the meeting? Because they heard the profits were going up.
So thanks. If you want to play around with her, you can join me anywhere else. If you see me, I'll give you access and you can play around with her. So thank you.
Makofi for Hillary as he leaves the stage. It's good to see that Zuri has a sense of humor. I also have a dry joke. What's brown and sticky? Anyone? A stick. Not as good as Zuri. Still dry. I still have my game on. So up next, I am going to invite one of our great partners who helped build our databases within Safaricom. They also work well with a very popular Formula One team that I will not mention because they are currently dominating the sports. Their driver rhymes with trucks. I will not say his name because I don't like him, but he can continue winning as he wants. Help me welcome the Oracle team. I have Desmond here and Martin. Makofi kwa Anna. Oh, karibuni Desmond and Martin.
Hello again. Good afternoon. My name is Desmond Moreo, and I'm part of the OCI Domain Specialist team, which means I'm part of the team that assists customers like Safaricom to migrate and rather build an architectural journey to the cloud. So I focus from my end on compute, and I've had Kazuri speaking about the beauty of cloud computing and how it enhances productivity and efficiency. And what I just want to give a demonstration, or rather talk about, is what is the journey you can do to move your environment, your deployment to a cloud infrastructure such as Oracle Cloud Computing. So the slides. Anyway, while you get the slides to come up and running. So right now, we are talking about very innovative kind of solutions. And what you might have realized that there has been a burst of innovation within the last decade or so. And majority of that has to do with the availability and the ability to ingest and rather manipulate our data. So some of the technologies we're talking about, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, they've been in existence for over 60, 70 years. But over the last decade, we are seeing a huge rise in its adoption. And what is the reason for that? So the biggest reason for that is because now we are able to, actually have the infrastructure to ingest and manipulate our data. And one of the biggest reasons for this is cloud computing. And this is what I actually want to talk about. So with cloud computing, we give you the ability to rather use infrastructure in real time and pay for it in real time. So you don't have to invest a lot of capital upfront. For example, with machine learning, you need a lot of GPUs. You don't need to invest a lot of capital upfront. You can just pay for what you use, train your large language model or whatever it is you're trying to train, deploy it, and use a solution in near real time. So just on to the first slide.
So I'm quite sure maybe majority of you are not familiar with Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. So we have been in the game of cloud computing for the last decade or so. And what we're trying to do when we came to the cloud computing framework, we're trying to do something different from what we found other vendors doing out there. So we realized that majority of what was existing out there was meant to kind of create some of those web scale hyper kind of applications, but nothing was really meant for the enterprise kind of landscape. So we are trying to merge both of these worlds, and we're trying to create an infrastructure that has a zero trust architecture in terms of security, that you can be able to deploy your infrastructure, regardless of the kind of architecture you're utilizing. You can still be able to make sure that you're having a highly available architecture and a very secure architecture. So with cloud computing, we are across all the platform, all the frameworks of cloud computing. So we offer both software as a service, infrastructure as a service, and platform as a service. Regardless of what you want to run with cloud, we have a solution for that. And just what I wanted to talk about today is, because this is a hackathon, I need to focus on cloud native, because this is one of those concepts that we realize we are not really keen into. But if you want to highly publish new deployments, you want to be able to release innovations with near real-time efficiency, you need to have a cloud native adoption framework. And the reason for this is because we do realize in your teams, you're working with different developers, and all of these developers are working with different technology stacks, but without the ability to use cloud native methodology, you cannot be able to harmonize how you release your applications with efficiency. So within OCI, we are within the cloud native, we do have our cloud native services. So for example, we have our container engine for Kubernetes. So this means, we did not we do not try and rebuild our own Kubernetes platform. So we are still giving you the native Kubernetes framework. But what we're doing from our end is that we are helping you with some bit of manageability. We also have our cloud infrastructure registry, so you can be able to ideally just put your images out there and share them across your teams. We also have our container pipelines, resource manager. This is our Terraform as a managed service that you can use to quickly deploy and provision your infrastructure. And in case you want to destroy it, apply it, modify it, you can be able to do it with the resource manager. So what it does, that the state file, the Terraform state file, we do manage it for you, so that you don't have, so that ideally you're not able to misplace it, or rather you're not able to, because you're working with different teams. We ideally have a central management framework for it, so that anyone that ideally modifies your infrastructure, you can still be able to synchronize everything that is happening in your infrastructure. So also for the monitoring, notification, and streaming, you do also need to be able to make sure that your infrastructure is up and running. We do give you the monitoring tools. We do have a streaming service based on Apache Kafka. And also you can be able to launch events that you can be able to trigger kind of reactions that are happening within either your application or your infrastructure. So on top of our cloud native services, you also need the infrastructure to run on it. So we do give you our virtual machines, our bare metal instances, which is a non-virtualized environment. We also do give you the ability to use GPUs for your infrastructure. And like I mentioned, the beauty of cloud computing is that you pay based on what you use. And we charge, for example, per minute. So for example, if you just need to train a large artificial model, you can train it and destroy that infrastructure so that you're not charged anymore. So on top of that, of course, we have our bare metal instances. These are non-virtualized environments. So to give you the best isolation, and the best performance that you will require from your infrastructure. We do have flexible shapes. So something we do different within OCI is that you have the ability to customize your infrastructure. So for example, if you want the exact number of CPUs, the exact amount of memory, you are actually able as the customer, as the developer, to customize your infrastructure to the exact amount of processing power, memory ability that you require for your infrastructure. So we also do give you bustable instances, the ability to save like your capital investments, so that you can be able to have an infrastructure that bursts up and down depending on the utilization. We do also give you preemptible instances that you can use for your dev and test environment. The beauty of this is that you are charged at half the cost of a normal operating virtual machine, but at the same time, we don't give you, since it's a preemptible instance, it can be reclaimed by the infrastructure at any time. We also give you shielded instances. So what we're trying to do, by default, encryption happens for data at rest, and also you can be able to encrypt data in transit, and this is all to do with data in your storage devices. But how do you secure the data in memory? So we do give you the ability to encrypt even the data that is actually being processed within your memory and your registers within your CPUs. And of course, with the range of CPUs, you do have the x86 platforms. We'd also give you ARM-based computing, and also we do give you GPUs. For the x86, we give you the benefit of either using AMD or Intel, or we are using the latest gen that is currently out there. So, like I mentioned, when it comes to the flexible instances, I think I really need to give more info on this, because it's not something that is being done by a lot of people out there. That you do have the ability to customize the exact amount of resources that you want. So we do know we have some compute-intensive applications where you need a lot of CPU with little memory, and then we have some memory-intensive applications where you require a lot of RAM, but with less CPU. So with most other cloud computing frameworks out there, they do customize the exact amount of CPU and the exact amount of RAM. So if you want to ideally define your own infrastructure, you're kind of limited with that. So you might be wanting little CPUs with high amount of memory, but they force you to ideally choose the range of CPU and memory that matches that specific requirement. But with OCI, you have the ability to actually determine the exact amount. Even if you want 1 CPU and 50 GB of RAM, you can be able to customize that, okay? And of course, for container management offerings, so we do give you a wide variety of either you do have the ability of do-it-yourself Kubernetes, which means we do give you some cluster API that you can use to quickly provision your infrastructure, your Kubernetes infrastructure. This is where you manage your master node and your worker nodes. But we do also have our Oracle Container Engine for Kubernetes, which means we manage some aspects of the Kubernetes platform for you. So for example, with our managed Kubernetes, we do manage the management of the master node. So anything to do with patching, updates and all of that, we manage for that. We manage that for you. And then for the worker nodes, we give you, based on the amount of customization you want and the amount of flexibility you want, we give you different varieties of that. So either if you want to manage your own worker nodes, your own virtual machines, you can be able to do that with the self-managed nodes. And also you can have OKE managed nodes, where it's kind of shared responsibility between what you manage as the end user and what Oracle manages. And then you can have a completely serverless infrastructure for your Kubernetes platform with the virtual nodes, where ideally we manage the entire infrastructure for you, and your only concern is to actually deploy your own application and pods and all of that.
And with the serverless computing, of course, we do give you the container instances. You can be able to deploy just your small Docker containers. If you're trying to look for migration path from monolithic to microservices, it can be a starting point, because you can start by just containerizing that application before you start to split it up to multiple microservices. And of course, we do have functions for the serverless computing where you just deploy a function as it is, and you're only charged for the execution of that function. Other than that, so in the next session, I think I will hand it over to Martin. He will be talking more about analytics and do a small demo for us within the Oracle Autonomous Database. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Desmond. So I'd like to connect my laptop. So good afternoon once more. My name is Martin Waigwa, and I'm a technology solutions architect at Oracle. I'm going to be covering a topic on identifying circular money transfer using graph technology. And graph technology is one of the database capabilities that we have in the Oracle database. So graph, as you familiar with the term, even from the basic English language, graph is all about visualizing connections between data points. So it's an easy way of visual representation that enables you to be able to visualize and connect dots in very complex data. And there are many applications for graph. I've seen some of the use cases that the teams are working on, and areas around, for instance, fraud analytics, recommendation engines, trying to figure out what product is a customer likely to purchase based on what other customers with similar interest are buying. If it's the network topology and planning, using a combination of graph and spatial, you can be able to achieve that. So that's one of the use cases I'm going to be taking you today, is to show you how you can, from the data, you can be able to mine and see probably fraudulent transactions, and then using machine learning, because a combination of graph and machine learning again gives you very advanced capability, because you identify, say, a certain persona is likely to be doing fraud, and then you pass that to the machine learning algorithm, and it's able to then tell what other similar numbers or could be of interest. All right, so the Oracle database basically gives you end-to-end capability to be able to develop and manage modern data-driven applications, from what we call Apex, which is our low-code app dev environment, which you can spin up on top of the database, machine learning and spatial analytics, for instance, use cases to predict churn, localize offers. If you are running complex queries, there are a lot of technologies there, in memory and the like, that are able to give you that capability. And then we're also able to handle different types of transactional data, be it relational, be it document, JSON type of data. And also, coming to the topic of the day, then we have the graph capability. We're able to visualize complex data and leverage on the other technologies like machine learning to do fraud analytics. So graph helps us to model the relationship between entities. So an entity in this place is what we call a vertex or vertex, which is like, you can think of it like, for instance, if it's bank accounts, an account number is a vertex, and then the transactions are what we call edges, and they are the lines that connect the vertices. So the accounts in this place are the vertices, and then we have the edges, the lines in red. So why would you use graph in this case? For for instance, you want to check, is there any money flow between a person named Bob and Charlie? And Graph can be able to help you visualize how the money is flowing. Maybe it could be flowing through different people and then from Bob to Charlie and eventually coming back to Bob. So it gives you that you're able to also cluster transactions, yeah, and you'll be able to see that in the demo. And adding the capability of machine learning, as I mentioned, then you can say identify a certain account that is probably committing fraud, and then using the machine learning algorithm, then identify other similar accounts with similar properties, and then come back to Graph to investigate that further. So these are some of the use cases, some of which I've already mentioned: social network analysis, product recommendation, churn analysis, pattern matching, which is then what we use for fraud, tax fraud, anti-money laundering. These are some of the use cases. In the Graph capability in the Oracle platform, we have over 60 inbuilt algorithms that then you can leverage on. And the ones that we are going to be using today are the ones highlighted in red. That's the PageRank, shortest path, and DeepWalk, which is a machine learning algorithm. So you can see in this case, in the use case that we have, how do you check for fraud within, say, the payment network that you have? It could probably be circular money flow, where somebody is using multiple accounts to send out money, and then they end up coming back to the same person. And that's what we call the circular flow, or in some cases, indirect connections. You have heard of about cases like the tax, where people use empty, or what do you call them? The Panama Papers, the shell accounts and shell companies to then transfer illicit money, and then it ends up in the same entities. So you can see unusual money transfer patterns, for instance, is money moving in cycles. So it goes to 5 people and then comes back to the same person. And then you can be able to then check what are the other accounts, what are the accounts that are involved in that fraudulent accounts, which are the accounts that the money is flowing through, and which are the accounts which you can say have an unusual number of money transfers linking them. So there's an example of a customer called Paysafe. Paysafe is one of the international money payment companies from UK. I think the revenues of 1.5 billion, and they use our Graph solution in a couple of use cases, like I've mentioned the fraud analytics, and also for customer related analysis, like customer 360-degree analysis, targeted marketing that's based on probably product recommendation, and fraud prevention. So I'll now move on to the demo. So the demo within Oracle database, we have Graph analytics that as like what I'm using today is the autonomous database, which comes with Graph Studio. If it's on-prem, we also have the Graph server and the Graph client, where you're able to do the Graph analytics and visualize the data, and also run the machine learning algorithms. So I'll start here by, it's called a payments Graph demo. I think I need to shift the screen. Can help me do that? It's here. Was it still there? So in this demo, I'm going to showcase a simple analysis that we have done of setup. I load the data from 2 tables in the relational database, accounts and transfers. And then from there, I've built a Graph database that we just links the 2 tables. And then we'll be able to see the accounts that have the top transfers, and then visualize that. And then we'll be able to see other accounts that have similar patterns. All right. Okay. I can. Okay. Duplicate. Do duplicate so I can see it from here. Okay. think it's taking some time. So we just take 2-3 more minutes. I know I'm standing in between here and lunch, so I'll be quick. Okay, or you can just do the okay. Yeah. If there are there any questions on graph? Any questions? Okay. Okay, just do extend. Very good. Any questions? Okay, I'll just do it from there. Yeah. So what the demo that I'm going to be showing here is, as I mentioned, that I have a database with bank accounts or other payment accounts and the transfers, and we're going to investigate some accounts that have very high or unusual number of transactions, and then be able to see which other accounts that have similar activity. So the first, this is a Graph Studio, which runs on top of our. It's basically a feature in the Autonomous database, so it comes part and parcel of it. So in the Graph Studio, you can be able to run different types of queries. You can use the property graph query. You can use PGSQL. You can also use Python. You can use Java. So different types of reference engines can be added to the paragraph, and you will see here. For instance, the first one is basically to load the graph database into the memory. And you can see here it says it's been successfully loaded. Then I want to visualize the top 100 connections. So this is the graph now of top 100 transactions coming up there. And then next, I want to run a query. This is more PGQL query to show the top accounts with the top transactions. So you can see the top 10 accounts. All these have the top one has 44 transactions, and that's 934. So once we pick that, I'm now going to see what are the payment cycles that if I put here 4 hops from this account, which other accounts does it transfer money to, and what's the flow within 4 hops. So if you look at this edge, it's a maximum of 4. So you could see, for instance, it moves from the 934 here to this account B, and then this, and then the third one, and then comes back to 934. So having seen that 934 is having a very unusual number of transactions, I could then want to investigate other accounts that have a similar sort of pattern. So I'm now going to use the deep worker algorithm, machine learning algorithm, to basically train the model. So after that's what this does, that script. Once it's already the scripts have run, so that's why we are seeing the output. So then from that, it runs. The deep worker training has been completed in this script, and then I'm now want to see which, using a PageRank algorithm, which are the accounts that have similar characteristics that are very close to 934, because we already identified 934 is having circular money flow, so it's potentially fraudulent. So which other accounts have a similar pattern? And then from here, so we are able to see, I think the second account there is able to see 387. So 934 and 387 are very close. So what we are going to then pick is also which accounts are similar to 387, because we have already seen the similarity. So 387 we see is very close to another account 135, it's the second account, and it's also appearing in the 934. So now I have 3 accounts that I'm potentially investigating. And then I come back now to graph with those 3 accounts. And for the 3 of them, I want to visualize the relationship or the connections in between them. So these are the 3 accounts, 934, 387 that are starred, and then the ones with stars, and then 135 that I've identified. So you can see from this graph that there's a lot of money flow and interconnection between these 3 accounts, indicating that these accounts are potentially involved in fraudulent circular money movement, and they could be maybe the fraud department could take them up further and investigate what exactly is going on. So there are a lot of use cases. It could be areas around SIM boxing, for instance. It could be people who are using the same email with multiple SIM cards. Graph can be able to help you visualize this type of analysis or this type of data in a very much easier manner for some of those use cases. That's it from me. Thank you very much for paying attention. If there are any questions, please. And
Thank you so much.
The
Thank
team
you
is
so
red.
much.
I know you didn't want
Yes.
to mention. It's Red Bull.
It's Red Bull, and the driver is Max Verstappen. Thank you so much, Martin. Makofi for Martin one more time as he leaves the stage. Thank you so much. I know it's now time for lunch. Both of us are eagerly waiting. So we are reconvening in the next 60 minutes. Is that 2:02? Confirm? It's 2:03 on mine, actually. So we'll be back at 2:03 p.m. So let's proceed for lunch. This amazing morning session. Hey, take it away.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
Step aside for the game changer. Onye na-ekwu maka ya pụtago. Anụ na-agbagbo n'aka nri. O nwere ngabasị. Ọ na-ekasị. O nwere ngabasị. Ọ na-abịakasị. Ebube dike. Iwe dike. Nwanyị manaria. Achalugo dike. Instead the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here. The conqueror, the champion, the lion.
But the music we making it touch your soul, take you to a place you never been before. Africa tonight, come here, 2 more small spanner. I'm Kenyan, so you know I'm a marathon runner. Huh. Unaishiaje vi basic, nika kesho iko promise. Na kunera sitesi, napenda album ya Chronics. Nyuma yangu na jeshi, nomba niende mbali. Wana kungoje udedi, wende wagawe mali. Currently, not in a position to kill poverty. Snaki kwe mpeso sini hale please. Not after kid with many different currencies. Flag check disease, whenever kidai shopping twende overseas. Peka mna gari kubwa, let me show my kids. Naziaka juu ya meza wone emblem jadi. Nyashinski ndio stima wacha kente nani. Keep chugging, keep chugging. Keep chugging, keep chugging. Yeah, keep chugging, keep chugging. Keep chugging, keep chugging. Live my life, can't let nobody live my life for me. Can't let nobody run me. Can't let nobody run me. Basic,
natasiwa unalipa. Kuna era sitesi napenda album ya Isa. Kama patonge kwanza nani atatupe mkwanja tu. Kuna kitu ya free joy katae kanya buru. Style imeenda shule tuko high kama shule. Najua hapo ulikosha hapa tu ni fry kabla ukule. Kila dogi kona siku yake. Napaka maisha tisa ni unfair. Kila siku kiamka amka na asante. Fry ile uko nayo acha kujikompare. Ule ana mingi ndo anaongezewa juu yake. Mtu alisemanga eti mimi don't care. Keep talking, yeah, keep talking, keep talking, yeah, keep talking.
I want this girl to come and dance with me. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Nikikazana na shule nilikaza kama shule sikafungi. Saina tana ndani ya club hata ona Tuesday. Na mjipata kila sana papa saka shule. Pasa dasa mimi mkutuma Tuesday. Mafisi wanahanga ya mahaga na macute face. Na binti anakani kama yeni sawa movie. Mwili yamebeba kama nganya ya bure. Itabidi hata bili kizidi mjamele baridi na shopping for the Kite kale kimamia dance for the man. Dem akele michezi non after club ni makaa. Eni katikie vipu siku yote hadi kwani.
I want this girl to come and dance with me. Like so, like so, like so, like so, like so.
Yo, sikuzi binadamu na wagwaya hawa wawili walikuwa wanapendana kushikana wakichinjiana, nimona kwa news walichinjana. Manze dunia inaenda wapi? Mandugu wanaoana juu ya mali. Sikuizi pesa thicker than blood. Beef ndani ya family ni bomb black. Story ya mabeste weka kando. Kwanza mabeste A1 karido. Mabeste ndo kikulacho. Twakuta beste yako ndio atakula bibi yako. Ndio maana miuka peke yangu tu. Kwa kona na pombe yangu tu. Story ya Mbogi dunia balaa. Squeezy ni kubad, bad. Manze so sad. Watu wengine ni mambo ni. Squeezy ni kubad, bad. Manze so sad.
Great. Can I be free? Relax and take it easy. We only get one life, so live your life. Oh, fire, you know I'm right. Yeah. Welcome to paradise. Yeah. Girl, don't just fantasize. Yeah. Light up and free your mind. Ataka unipendi unajua ni nani beast hapa. Na level za deadly uko unajua zina exist hata. Na kuombea daily ufike mali una Before ni dead nijenge na V8 baba. Before they play me nionyeshe mali snakes. Surgery utaona ma mistakes. Unaweza acha kucomplain. Swali nganya side any pain. Can I be free? Relax and take it easy. We only get one life, so live your life. Oh, fire, you know I'm right. Yeah. Welcome to paradise. Yeah. Girl, don't just fantasize. Yeah. Light up and free your mind. So dry your tears. Daddy, don't you worry, boo-boo, have no fear. Mom said, piga kazi while I'm young and strong. I said, for you, I'll be strong for 1,000 years. Spell zangu ni medley. Dash wanga deadly. Marapo on a movie. Dash wanga jetly. Singa mani MC. Zangu zina message sawa zina ziko empty. Dash wanga MC. Here I go. Geuza flow. Mwisho mwezi kuna tebe, but at least kuna do. Mazote watandika kunidisi. Sitabona vienani amekuka this many hits in a row. So dance for me, babe. Just dance for me, babe. Dance for me, babe. Just dance for me, babe. Yeah. Mini jina kubwa labda tuzungumze na babako. Gari kubwa manishanga utaitishwa za macho. Vai mtumba ukihopa itabeba kikulacho. Vibes tunakupa ka unapenda jenga haso. Lines tu zinakuja utasarenda mako. Ni like tu ataka nimeka watu moja mbaya hapo. Hii night iko true hadi kesho jione kwa mpasho. Hii life wezi jua certain night this and I be free. and take it easy. We only get one life. So live your life, oh, fire, you know I'm right. Welcome to paradise. Girl, don't just rest and shine. Light up your mind. Bring it up slow. You want chicken, do you already know? Back to back, baby, you killing the show. Worldwide is international. Switch it up, on down, getting on the low. Nobody messing with the flow, and you know she got a hold. Worldwide is international. When you control me, control. Oh, when you control, na na na. When you control. Worldwide is international. Dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? Another dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? Dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? Another dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? You wanna ginger, yeah. If you wanna chill with a winner, pull up on a nika, nikuonyeshe maisha, yeah. Nitahakikisha usitokuliza. Anywhere you wanna be, baby, I'm ready to go. Sema tuanzie Bali ama twende Tokyo. When you control me, control me. Oh, when you control, na na na. When you control me. Worldwide international dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? Another dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? Dimension. You got me in another dimension. Why lie? Another dimension. You got me in another dimension.
What time is it? Ndo nafika home.
Nilikuwa kwa bed.
Ati bed.
Bed, kwani kuna noma?
Na umelewa?
Sijalewa.
Umelewa?
Mimi sijalewa.
Basi niambie perfume gani unuka harufu ya chrome.
Wacha maishi bora kuomba pesa ya kumochoa. Naweza tu vile na dai simu piga wera poa.
I am sick of this. I thought utatulia nikipoa.
Nikatulia wapi si wendo ulimba sheria ni sheria.
Aki nani? Nakatumeja wala siski. Niliambiwa na mamore ule sumbua usimring. Najua singo za mneti online kazama kwa ishi. Cheki sayo unakunya kuliko ngamia za isi.
Baby umeanza kunitusi.
Tena uwezi kunisho.
Umeanza urazi na una ganji neza tosha kuni please.
Kukupliza kia nani sasa umeanza kukua mdeep. Unajua pride ya mwanaume uchukia hapo takufix.
Utani fix dume suruali jiskuizi when it beat.
Unanisha bitch.
Bitch usijaribu
hapa kwangu teme kuingia kwa umechelewa ni siku.
Na hapa kwako siko shule baby kid.
Na nakushomi sikudai dai zina sikudai dai tena.
Time tina mina die hella.
Kai you must be a jam fella.
Die nigga mini die hard fella.
Die zina sikudai dai tena.
Time tina mina die hella.
Oh my, you must be a jam fella.
Die nigga mini die.
My name is no, my sign is no, my number is no. You need to let it go. You need to let it go. Need to let it go. No. My name is no. My sign is no. My number is no. You need to let it go. You need to let it go. Need to let it go. No. What you gonna say? You ain't running game. Thinking I believe in every word. Call me beautiful, so original. Telling me I'm not like other girls. I was in my zone before you came along. Now I'm thinking maybe you should go. Blah, blah, blah. I be like, nah, ta-da, no. All my ladies, listen up. If that boy ain't giving up, lick your lips and swing your hips, girl. All you gotta say is, my name is no. My sign is no. My number is no. You need to let it go. You need to let it go. Need to let it go.
Gotta do my hair, put my makeup on. It's Friday night and I won't be long till I hit the dance now, hit the dance now. I got all I need. I ain't got cash, but I got you, baby.
Just you,
baby. I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight. I don't need no as long inside can feel the beat. I don't need no one. As long as I give them. Come on, turn the radio on. It's Saturday and I won't be long. Gotta paint my nails, put my high heels on. It's Saturday and I won't be long till I hit the gun, hit the gun. I got all I need. I ain't got cash, I ain't got cash, but I got you, baby.
Just you,
baby. I don't need dollar bills to have fun tonight, baby. I don't have fun tonight. I don't need no money. As long as I can feel the beat. Little love, little pain, making mistakes, shine away. I would have held you closer if I could. You're better than I could ever taste. Now I'm love and I'm effing wasted. I would have held you closer if I could. And even when we try to throw this all behind, I find myself inside of your arms again. And what if I'm insane and taking me for granted? I would never come to forgive myself. 'Cause I ain't tryna be your ex, so don't call me if you like. Trying to vibe on my way, I'm on top of my game. On my way, girl. So don't call me if you wait. Trying to vibe on my way, I'm on top of my game. See you wasting a chance in the corner, like you don't know I'm down to be on. Yeah, I keep on reminding you that you're mine. You're gonna wipe me, and I hanging in the backseat, and I waiting for a chance to say bye. 'Cause we've been waiting for love that is real. Neither one try to throw this all behind. I find myself inside of your arms again. What if I'm insane and taking me for granted? I would never come to forgive myself.
The girl let them move and Jack shot up all over there.
You look at me and girl, you take me to another place.
Baby girl,
got me feeling like I'm flying, like I'm out in space. Something about your body says, come and take me. Got me begging, got me hoping that the night don't stop.
That body coming, don't stop partying.
Bailando, y frío llenando el pasillo, subiendo y bajando. Bailando, ese cuerpo dentro, mira enloqueciendo, me vas saturando.
Girl, I like the way you move. Come on, show me what you do. You can tell me that you want me, girl. You got nothing to lose. I can't wait no more.
Ya no puedo más.
I can't wait no more.
Ya no puedo más.
She a girl love me a petty, 'cause you know that me no petty. Me a tell her not be petty. Take the time when we get it, it's gonna be alright. So taking the full flight, we're doing this all night.
I wanna be contigo, live contigo, and dance contigo, have contigo una noche loca, I wanna be contigo, live contigo, dance contigo, have contigo una noche loca.
With you, girl.
You ask what? See them get the beauty.
My God, she a Cinderella, that killer she for love. She not care for money if you're big enough. She do it for the love. She a little shot till she tipsy, that be dancing, yeah. Now you already know. When I see you, it's going down for sure. The big the egg out this day for sure. What we do, nobody got to know. Now you already know. When I see you, it's going down for sure. The big the egg out this day for sure. What we do, nobody got to know. Come down now, baby.
Mama Tuta, baby. I just want to know your name, oh baby. Hello, no matter, baby. Tell me waiting I go do because I need you more. Oh my baby, come on my baby. You're my shady dog. Oh. You're my shady dog. Let me see. Baby, let me see. Water. Some of that guys never touch you, but you don't give them face, you don't give them no answer. And anytime when I deal with you, you they give me peace of mind, you don't put me under pressure. When money no day, you go there. When you are there, you don't go run away. Baby, don't go display. I give you love in every night and day. Oh, Obi, Kolobi, Obi, I. Ada, she got a for me. Say she could give me a deep loving. She no go to me, conny. My God. You're my shady dog. You're my shady.
Ongafuna usuka siyamgudla uyazi vele siyabududula and the foodless group usikhuthuza amaguda khala bani ukhala ngani umjala bani uhlala namanani aphansi ukufana ujakalasi inkalakatha enjayi kazi ufantama entwana yebo uthini kanti awazi wale mshini sting sasesentini injiphethe wale ehotshini Chili, just in your some yeah. I need power sun, yeah.
I'll lay you down like an edge controller. I wanna love you all over. Wanna be the gun to your job. Show you I'm loyal, Wanna hold you tight like a folder. You are the beauty under the holder. Be the inch to the rover. Told ya, oh, I am loyal. Oh, baby, me are the wedo. But you me now, so don't be late. We belong together, no debate. Make we relate. Oh, baby, why you go ever close so low. Even if tomorrow go, I go follow you go. You turn on me, I go follow you go, Mexico. I don't go let you go.
Let me rest. I will have got the battery max. You light up me world and you bring the touch back. Relax. Woo! Let them do the bus. Yeah, you have the thread deep down in a melon. Cook you some lobster, salmon and pasta. Love is a medication like a rasta. Take you to Alaska, Jamaica is after. Don't need your trap and your love for the bobster. On the Gucci, yeah. I mean, yeah. Ain't nobody can be going this far. My baby, let me take you out.
Go ever close so low. Even if tomorrow go, I go follow you go. Turn on me, I go follow you go, Mexico. I don't go
let you go. But I'ma tell you one more time. With you, I belong. No, my baby, you
Ready up is your phone. I wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Yeah, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside and flow. My baby bust up beside and flow. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside and flow. Bust up beside and flow. Steady up is your fault. I wanna take a picture so this will last longer for me. Take my secrets, got them like precious money.
Database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that discovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a fielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then loaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally. The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega.
The brief to the agency, the photographers for this Safaricom calendar was basically to, paint a vision of the future and what Kenya would look like, where progress and development is powered by technology, and how that would impact the country, how that would impact how people live, our prosperity, and all manner of things.
Safaricom 2024 calendar was a very interesting one for us. We wanted to explore possibilities using technology, and wanted to start with what we normally have as our canvas, which is the beauty of Kenya, and try and weave in a little bit of what the human spirit is, so that we can explore that and explode it into the future.
A typical shoot day would be
tears.
Looking at each other's room, wake each other up because it's really early start. So 4, 5:30,
Yeah.
5:30, that kind of very early start. So then in the cars, jump out, drive to location, set of stairs going up to, it could be a building, so go up the flight of stairs, hope for the best.
10 floors.
10 floors up, and
London.
Another banger.
Come here, wait till the water you. Green body make I rock, yeah. I know you seen your me. I get the money pass your pap. Wait till you want way I no pay do for you. Why you want the booga one? Share you be kiss than any. You better drop your body and move sucker. Suffer with this body, make we run, I'm on a low key. Baby, you know me. They get us to go move where you no go. Green, come make a drive your come make a drive this so jalo. Baby, allow me. Tip you off with the allow me. See body, oh. See body, yeah, body, oh. The boss in my bololo, the boss in my bololo. Please help me, oh, me I don't jam waiting, but some here waiting the water. Green body make I go down here. I don't think me, I get the money.
I don't know what she's doing to me.
The way you hold me, it's not like I see they go. Can't dance to save myself, but see outside the road. Beauty pleasures I take part in those. Disconnect the internet, cause I'm feeling intellectual. I can't take, I'm feeling the pressure. I can't take a feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. I can't take a skill precious. You can't take the whole direction. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away depression. Move my way, move my way. I like I see they go. I like I see they go. Move my way, move my way, move my way. I like to see it go. Baby, I like to see it go.
Make your body come, my body make a cool my tension. I'ma give me a nothing like your body, they call my attention. Big way, body face, I know the life for you, I can't place for you. I'ma get a dog place for you. Follow me, lick me chop life for you, bye. Anything you want, get like over it. You dey put me for high tension. This one of my confession. We go do holiday for good body. Anything you want, get like over it. You dey put me for high tension. This one of my confession. You got me like baby. I wanna love you for life. I don't go like to say goodbye. Nowadays my disease, meditation with you. You know the buttons to press to ease up my stress. I cannot compare.
I'm feeling the pressure. I'm feeling the tension. You move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure. I can't take a skill pressure. You can't take the whole direction. Move your legs like this and that. You can't drive away the pressure.
I hope you're happy now. See you flexing on the ground with your sponsor, Susanna. I hope you're happy now. See you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Na kuona bali Afrokando ya Champs-Élysées. Ukitesa na kamini Now my busy days. And I see you in London. Silicone on your mama, shaking what your doctor gave ya. On your worst behavior, Susanna somebody loves you.
Susan, mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa tabia, na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamme hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia, na pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona basi, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukiongezewa nywele senje, nano mabusiness. And I see you in China, the latest designer, shaking what you got, on your behavior, Susanna.
First time I saw you, I knew you're the one. Don't wanna lose you, I need you. Sweet melody that I needed the most. Can't imagine life without my shady. Never wanna hear you cry. I wanna bring out the best in you so that we can share this life. There's nothing I wouldn't do. Only wanna see you smile. Even if you don't have a reason to. You came at the perfect time. It's like I was sent here to rescue you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch. I personally have.
Really? What
Yes.
did you have for lunch, Jeff?
Bosho.
Watcha.
Yes.
The famous R&B, rice and beans.
Rice and beans. I inhaled that food. Yeah, it's very hungry.
I love it. Welcome back, good people. Hackers, I hope you're in the building.
Yes.
If you're joining us from online, karibuni sana. This is the Safaricom Innovation Week. And of
Olympics.
course,
Yes.
we are winning, right?
Of course we are winning.
Of course we are winning.
Of course
We are winning. Yes, definitely. All righty. So we had promised, guys, that we're going to play games.
Yes.
Should we get started?
I think we should get started on those games.
Allah.
Yes.
All righty. Sawa sawa. So to the first game, we have the Diski Tap Tap.
Diski Tap Tap.
Ha.
I think we'll play along with them as well.
No, lazima.
FOMO is bad.
We have to play along with you guys. So we're getting onto the app. So get onto the Ujala app. Right, the link should be on your phones up at the comments. So let's get in there. I believe we can even scan a QR code so that we can.
You're getting my link.
Yes. So the link should be posted in just a minute. We're doing with you guys. We're actually doing this. Enter auditorium. Here we go.
Shout out to everyone who's been participating on the chat. And we see you. Can Zuri handle Shembeteng? I don't know.
But I think it can.
I think she can.
I think she can. Yeah.
I think she can.
Lazima.
Shout out to
Lazima.
Rufaro from Oracle. We see you. Thank you, RM, for those wonderful comments. Carol Thuo.
All right. So here you go. The QR code is on your screen. So let's scan that QR code and let's get playing. Okay, Jeff, let's do this.
Yangu haina scan.
Aina. Itabidi tu scan nie tu hapa.
Tunaweza cheza na wewe.
All right.
Hey, hackathon.
This is the hackathon. Has it?
Yes, mine has worked.
Okay. We might just have to tie it into two.
It's loading.
Mm-hmm.
Jala platform. Shoot. So we will be playing basketball.
No, we're playing basketball.
Yes, that's the one that's on
all
the
right.
That's the one we'll be playing. We will be playing basketball.
All right.
So I think I'm supposed to. You should press the shoot button.
How good are your skills? I know you have one more skill.
I am very short. I am not very good at basketball.
You can dunk?
No. I can do a 3-pointer.
Watch.
Yes. That one I'm good at. But dunking, no. I'm too short.
Let's see how that goes.
So press shoot. Enter your first name.
Okay.
You can use a pseudonym, but for winning purposes, you'll have to identify yourself.
Exactly.
So we do prefer using your actual name. I'll use mine.
So please note there shall be prizes. So guys, my friends, as you look at us, please join the game as well.
Join. QR code is on the screen.
Yes.
If you are online, it should be there as well.
Yes.
The bottom left of the screen should be left. Yes.
Correct.
So the instructions are there. How to play: drag left mouse button or spike the ball in the direction you want the shot to go. It's very simple. How many minutes do we have for the game? As long as we can.
Yes.
So until we get a winner.
Okay.
So ready?
Set.
Go.
All right.
We'll
have to use your screen.
I am doing very badly.
Already.
Yes. I am doing very badly. Not a single shot.
Oh man, not even one?
Not
Let's
even.
get one. Let's get a 2-pointer. You've just
not-
bragged about your abilities.
Not even a single.
Oh my gosh.
Not even a single one. Hiyo vocha ni kama imeenda. That one is in. Nice.
Like scored 1.
10 points. Keep going.
Keep going.
This thing is rigged. Mangeshi,
Uh-huh.
I am missing.
2.
Not,
Nothing.
in fact, when you miss, you're deducted.
All right, sawa basi. As we continue to play the game, as advise our online viewers, please play the game while you're here at the venue. Please play the game as well. So I think it is time we introduce our keynote.
Yes, it is.
For the afternoon. So up next, we're going to have our digital channels tribe. That is Jimmy Masinda, who will be telling us about the era of digital touchpoints using tech to simplify customer journeys for a modern consumer. Remember, guys, the 3 pillars: simplicity, growth, as well as customer. Karibu sana,
Karibu sana,
Jimmy.
Bwana Jimmy.
Asante.
Welcome. Wapi makofi ya Jimmy as he comes onto stage.
Yeah. Yes, we do. There you go. There you go.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. There's some audience. Good. And they're doing a good job, and you guys are just looking at them. But it's quite a joy to be here and to first appreciate all the efforts that are coming through from our DIT team, all the support we're getting as a business to be able to transform to a tech company. So it gives me great pleasure to highlight some of the things that we've seen happen within our tribe. This from the channels division. And specifically, I will be talking briefly before we usher in the tech team that has brought in this solution. I'll be speaking very briefly about the optical character recognition solution and why OCR. So in abbreviation, it's OCR. Strategic for us as a business. You may be aware from our channel's perspective, what we do, we really look at the customer from an end-to-end customer journey perspective, right from the time and how we onboard customers, that is in the trade, how we acquire our customers. We manage these customers' lifetime with Safaricom, enable them to be able to access services when they need to access services, and when they need to get help, again, we provide a solution for them on how they need to get or how can get this help. And finally, when they need to exit or upgrade a product or a solution that they have with us, again, we provide a mechanism through this. Our ambition from a channel's perspective is to really deliver a digital-first omni-channel experience. And this has informed a lot of the things that we have done in this Mission 3 year, right from when we started in April 1, and now we are coming to the end of the year. Just to highlight specifically on OCR, a very critical solution for this business. You will recognize a few, couple of months back, the Communication Authority created a need for all telco companies or tech companies who do mobile network operations to demonstrate compliance from a KYC perspective. And the intention was to ensure that all the subscribers that you have on your network, you have validated them, you have information and proper documentation about them, and you can avail this at a shortest time possible whenever you are asked upon to do this. So as Safaricom, of course, we set up a KYC solution at that time, but the further required compliance in ensuring that whatever solution we've set up is pragmatic enough. You can be able to scan customer documents, and based on the customer documents you have scanned, you should be able to clearly read the characters, and then that can be subjected to further analysis on the back end. So as a business, for us to comply to that requirement, whereas we had a KYC solution, we needed a solution that can easily scan, translate a scanned image into physical characters, that can then be stored on the back end, and then whenever these are required, for them to be availed at short notice. So for us to comply, as I said, we had to contract a vendor to do this for us. And because our documents are many, of course, the charges and the cost to the vendor are quite exorbitant. Our annual budget towards this is actually close to 300 million. And what we've been able to do over this year is we challenged ourselves from the squad within the tribe, our onboarding squad, to be able to deliver this solution in-house so that we do not renew the contract that we have with the vendor. Glad to inform you that indeed we have the right capability in this organization. Within the tech space, we have the right skills, and we're quite excited to be able to deliver an in-house OCR that is now ready for markets. So essentially, we will not be extending the contract with the vendor, and we are saving this business 300 million shillings just to be able to drive this capability in-house. So it is my pleasure as I congratulate this team to invite Yvonne, whom we've worked very, very closely with, to be able to execute this. And she'll give you a tech angle to what has been done. Welcome, Yvonne.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. And afternoon, everyone. I think as Jimmy has mentioned, we had a big challenge in terms of our scalability. And one of the issues that we had with the current solution is we had to scale very fast. And the faster we scale, the more expensive it became. The other challenge we had is in terms of flexibility. As you realize, some of our regulations keep changing and we have to adapt to some of the regulations. And also our products, we have various products across the tribes that also required an OCR solution. And being able to adapt to all these requirements was expensive because we had to go back to the vendor and request for a change request, and all that also takes longer and is not very agile, or brings also some complexity in terms of our velocity. And so our team took it as a challenge, looking at some of the available libraries that we can extend, and also taking capabilities of some of the engineering solutions that we have to build a solution ground up, and also just extend some of the open source libraries that we can use to make a scalable, flexible, and innovative solution. As Jamie has mentioned, it's bringing in a lot of cost savings. 300 million is quite a huge amount to be able to save our business, but more so in terms of promoting some of the in-house solutions that we build and scaling them to not only our products, but also across the business. So this solution will be used and can be scaled to anyone who requires an OCR solution. It's just being able to pick the SDK and incorporate it in their solution, and they're up and running. So I'll invite Martin, who's one of the lead developers in the solution, and his team, just to come and showcase the product itself and just appreciate some of the effort and the solution that came through. So congratulations to the team. I think they took this as an extra challenge, not only delivering their code work, but also coming up with an innovative solution. So it just goes to show that in our everyday solutions, everyday problems that we face, we can always look at how do I make it better? How do I improve? How do I take the challenge I'm facing today and come up with either a different way of doing it, a different product that will add value not only to what we do in technology, but also to the business. So thank you so much, and over to you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Jimmy. That was a very powerful introduction. I think when we started off, it was just like a task, but now hearing the impact, it's immense. So my name is Charles Wafula. I'm an Android developer within the RTC App Squad. I'm accompanied by my colleagues, Amos Korir. Depending on your relationship with him, you'll get another name. And also Martin Chege. So we are the developers behind this. So the optical character recognition application. So I'll just have the slides pop up. Awesome. Yeah, so OCR stands for optical character recognition. So what we are bringing with this solution is the capability to have our agents automatically scan the customer ID. So once the customer walks into a Safaricom shop, I'm assuming all of us are Safaricom customers. If you're not, there's a problem. But so when our customer walks into a Safaricom shop, coming in to be served with whichever journey that we offer through our applications, what we offer, so through the application, the agent will pick up the customer ID, scan the back of the ID. So when you look at the back of your ID, there is a code, which is referred to as machine readable zone. So that MRZ code is what we are using the OCR technology to capture that code and then transform it into readable text, then also compare it with the details that are being captured from the front of the ID. So once we compare these two, we are then able to validate that this is an original document and also validate the customer information, and at the same time also eliminate manual input from our agents. So yes, so as I mentioned, through this, it also saves time. The amount of time that is spent by an agent serving a customer is reduced significantly to now we have up to a maximum of 2 minutes per journey. Also, the improved accuracy. So having the details being automatically scanned and displayed on the application, it has tremendously removed the aspect of human error that is obviously first when it's an agent manually keying these details. So improved accuracy and finally increased productivity. So go to the next. Yeah, as Jimmy and Yvonne mentioned, the cost saving that has come with this solution has been, it's quite huge, 300 million. So we've also made this solution scalable. So it's possible to use it in another application. We simply just provide the SDK and it's integratable and can be used with any other system. In terms of regulatory compliance, we've also been able to achieve 100% compliance with CA regulations in terms of KYC capture. And we've integrated this solution to all journeys, customer registration, SIM swap, KYC update, and all journeys that are offered in our systems. And finally, on TNPS, we've recorded a very high customer experience from our journeys, whereby now they only get to spend less than 5 minutes to be able to be served in whichever journey they're coming to be assisted on. So next, I'm going to welcome Amos to speak on the technologies that we actually used. So Amos.
Thanks, Charles. So saying it's an OCR is sort of an understatement. What we have here, we are basically utilizing computer vision to help us adopt or build a product that's more of user-centric and customer-centric. So the solution that we have, we call it MRC scanner. We use it to scan that funny code behind the ID document that you have. So we're using ML kits, and specifically inside it, we're using ML kit tech recognizer, and then we're using OpenCV for image preprocessing, and finally we're using Camera A to do image and frame processing also. So behind all these solutions, we have an engine that's behind it that does the whole integration and able to process the data and give valid data read. So for the documents that we do support at the moment, to do all our journey processes, we have SIM swap, we have registration, we have other sales journeys at the moment, which we support documents such as passport, Kenyan passports, foreign documents, that's foreign passports, refugee IDs. So all those documents at the moment we're able to scan them and extract data. So we'll do a short demo on one of our journeys and we'll get assisted by Martin. Funny. So I work in as coordinator, my Safaricom partner, or initially we were formerly known as Bridge. So when I get to meet new people, I like to tell them my name is Nebuchadnezzar, so they won't forget about me. So that's my name. Okay. Okay. So as I said, we have quite a number of journeys. We even have sales journeys, but our core journeys being SIM swap, customer registration, and KYC data collection. So let's allow Martin to log in. Records of demos.
I think this is a phenomenon that needs to be examined. Every demo, something has to happen. But I can promise you it was working perfectly on my machine. Trust me.
If you know,
Okay,
you know.
so while that is being set up, so yes, we've been able to log in successfully. So as Amos was mentioning before, so we have a variety of journeys on the application. So once our agent logs in, they're able to see all the journeys that they can access. Again, this is we've developed a role-based access system using dynamic fields, fully server-driven. So all this is predicted on the backend. So whatever is being visualized here is based on what we have configured. So we'll use customer registration. So from here, we'll select customer registration. We have two options for registration. We have an adult and a minor. So in this case, we'll do with an adult. Minor, I'll assume we all know who a minor is. So yes, we'll go to an adult. So from this page, we have all the document types that we support. We have national IDs, new digital IDs. These are referred to as the Maisha IDs that are currently being issued by the government. We have alien IDs, refugee IDs, military IDs, local passport, and foreign passport. So you can see to which extent OCR solution is able to cover. So for this, we'll use a national ID. So after we select on the document type, we have the two options to scan the front side of the ID, then the back side of the ID. So we'll then tap to the back side of the ID. As I said, the machine readable zone, that is what we are focused on, and you're able to pick that information. Then we capture the front side of the ID. So our intention here is to compare the details captured in the front vis-a-vis the back of the ID and make sure they match. So once he clicked on submit, you can be able to see all the details have been captured successfully. I think data privacy, I've just realized my information is public to everyone. Yes, my name is Shitanda. Yeah, proud Luya. Yes, so that we've been able to capture all the details successfully. We'll now try scanning my backside of my ID with a different document front of ID, just so to showcase that we're able to validate these are two different documents. So we'll try again, adult, national ID, front side, sorry, back side. And then the front side, you'll use a different document. Now that is almost. So as we proceed, we expect to failed. And yes, so that is basically the functionality that this solution offers. And one key highlight is the scalability that we are introducing with a custom solution. So tomorrow, if a new document was introduced, we are able to quickly integrate it and customize our solution to serve whichever purpose. So that is it for us. And yeah, thank you.
Now you know. OCR, wonderful presentation there on how they're changing optical character recognition. I want to move on to the next speaker, who is from our brands team, people who are responsible for the Safaricom brand and recognizable brand across the company. Her name is, I hope I will not butcher this name. Her name is Nozizwe Vundla. And I hope I have that name right. Nozizwe. I hope she's around. She's our director of brand and marketing. But before Zizwe comes to the stage, once again, please give us your feedback. Those of you who are joining us online, we appreciate your feedback so much. Tell us what you think about OCR. Tell us what you think about the presentations you saw in the morning. If you won a game also, please tell us how many points. We won't say who won yet. I have a couple of hours left of the program. We'll announce the winner at the end. I also hope I won because I was part of that game, but I was doing very badly. So keep us engaged. We have a survey as well on the chat. Tell us what you think about this production that we're doing. Tell us what you think about the MCs. Please rate me highly. They're paying me well if you do that. Tell us what you think about the showcase that are happening as well. We'd love to hear your feedback on that. Keep asking questions as well. We appreciate the questions you've been asking so far. Thank you, N. Very insightful questions that we've been seeing from morning, especially around Zuri and around what we're engaging with. But up next, I think we will have to hear what the brands team and marketing have in store for us. So after Zizwe, we'll have a brands and innovation showcase coming up next, and we'll see what the brands team are doing around innovation. That'll be led by Irene and Angeline. Then lastly, I think for the day, we'll have DHL virtual presentation. So before that, DJ, tupe wimbo kidogo to enjoy it.
If you know, you know. If you don't know, no. Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. You think you ball us in town. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what I know them. Yes. Agbabola. How much is money? Ballin'. Premium or not? Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what I know them. Yes. No, bana kipa yote mali salari. Bana mafusu masadi. Bana matitene ngani ni macho. Koko tipia une ni mwaro kawa. Mena matitene zano mnacho. Akati matwini no nanje kutena. Wese na matwana nengabi ni yazo. Koko tipia une ni mwaro kawa. Sasa. Salari. Sure.
This shit, ice cold. Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them good girls, straight masterpiece. Styling, wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, so pretty. Too hot. Got a police and a fireman. Too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. Too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that one. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night that we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch.
Thank you. That was DJ Def on the decks. Shout out to DJ Def, doing a great job today. Wonderful mix. So I believe we have the brands and marketing team ready. So please help me welcome our director of brands and marketing, Nozizwe. You really have to teach me how to say your name. Please do. Karibu sana. Oh, round of applause for Zizwe.
Can you hear me? Now you can hear. Why does everyone look so subdued? I'm hoping the people who are watching virtually are not as subdued. Or did you have a heavy lunch? Why am I shouting? Cool. So the name is easy to pronounce. It's no Zizwe, but in short, it's Zizwe. So you can call me Zizwe. You can call me Zizwe. All my friends call me Zizwe, and I think you're my friend. So yeah, cool. So thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. Yeah, it's cool to be part of the hackathon. I've been hearing about this thing since I joined Safaricom, so which has been a year. So it's cool to be. It's cool to. It makes me feel techie. Yeah, it makes me feel techie. So it's really awesome to be here. Like introduced me, my name is Zizwe Awor. I head up brand and marketing at Safaricom. I've been doing that for the last year. So it's really cool to just chat here, to be chatting to you all, because actually one of the, and what I'm going to be chatting to you about actually is AI, right? And the use of AI in the creative space. Now, I'm doing that. The disclaimer I have to give there is, like I said, I'm not the tech guru. I'm not the techie. I'm not the tech guru. I'm not the techie. So I'm coming at it from a marketer's point of view, right? Which I think is super cool, because I think whereas we may not be, hardcore techies like you all, I think what my team and I think are pretty good at is telling stories and brand building and marketing. So over the last year, one of the things we've been really deliberate about is bringing AI into that space, right? So obviously a buzzword, everyone, it was AI everywhere, and we were very keen to see how it applied to us and how it would make us do our jobs better, for Safaricom and ultimately for Kenyan consumers, right? So I think I will start this off, and then I'm going to hand over to my very abled team, Irene and Angeline, who are actually going to get into the nitty-gritty of how we've used it. But when I reflect on the last 12 months, one of the first projects that we did was, we have a football tournament called Chapadimba, right? And we need, yes, you can clap. And we had been out of the market for a while, and Kenyans were really telling us we needed to come back, but we wanted to come back in a new, a fresh way, right? Not just in terms of the tournament, but also in terms of how we were advertising it, right? So in one of the first meetings we had, or rather at the beginning of it, the idea for the Chapadimba ad was to create the first ever AI TV ad in Africa, right? Because no one had done it, right? The good news is that we did. So Safaricom created the first ever AI TV ad in Africa, which I think needs clapping for. But I remember the time the biggest pushback was actually coming from the agency. They were like, no, you can't do that. AI is taking jobs. What's the role of the creative in all of this? And what was interesting is that through the process, as the AI, because we kind of forced them into it, we're like, we're doing this, we'll figure it out. They became the biggest advocates of this thing, right? Because what they could see is that AI is actually your creative, AI becomes that your sidekick, your creative sidekick. Yeah, and they were able to really see that through the process, so much so that that same agency towards the end of the year came back to us with the idea of they wanted to do an AI calendar. So they were clearly really sold on that. So for me, that's important, because I think one of the big myths you hear when we talk about AI in the creative space is that all our jobs are going to go. As creatives, our jobs are gone. But I think we've managed to prove that that's really not the case at Safaricom with the work that we've done. The second point for me around why it's really important from a creative point of view to not hide from AI. We can be ostriches and put our heads in the sand and hope that it goes away. But if we do that, we are not going to, as Africans, we lose our ability to tell us our own stories. Yeah, and I'll give two examples of why I say that. So if I come back to this Chapadimba TV ad that we're talking about, a whole part of the if you see the ad, and I think at some point after I leave, Irene will show the TV ad. The whole ad is showing different stadiums across Kenya, right? So we start off from a grassy patch where they're playing football, and we end up at this amazing stadium. And the way, so as they were creating the ad, they were trying to get AI to spit out visually high-tech stadiums in Africa, but the AI tool couldn't spit that out, right? For it, when it knew African stadiums, it knew a green patch or dusty patch. It couldn't comprehend that in Africa you can have amazing first class stadiums, right? And again, that's why it's important for us to keep inputting, right? So that you teach the AI, right? Because Africa is not just grassy patches, as you know. We are blessed to have the full gamut, and I think that's what makes the continent so amazing. The second example is not my example, is actually one that I've heard Trevor Noah give, is a Google example on when they were teaching AI to do facial recognition, right? And what they wanted AI to be able to do was to differentiate between a man and a woman. Now, when they started off the research, they obviously did it in the US or in Europe with Caucasian faces, right? So the tool was very able to differentiate between men and women. When they started doing it for Africans, the AI tool kept on saying that African women were men. It kept on doing that, right? And they were trying to figure out why was it doing that. So they actually flew in Kenya to try and figure it out. But it was actually a very simple thing. Wazungu women wear makeup, right? So the AI tool, the way it was differentiating men and women is that women have red lipstick, they have blush, they have big eye, whatever's, lashes, right? So if you don't have that, you're a man. Now, if you think about it,
African women were naturally beautiful, right? So we don't need all that, whatever, right? So many of us actually walk around natural. Clearly, I'm not one of them because I'm wearing makeup today, but the bigger point is made, right? So that a lot of African women are not wearing makeup. And when they figured that out, they were able to train the tool. So again, it's just a point about the importance of Africans being a part of this. And then the last point is just around the fact that at Safaricom, again, coming back to the Chapadimba tournament, it has really allowed to live our purpose of transforming the lives of Kenyans. One of the big things we did this year, and Angeline is going to do a much better job of telling this story, is that as part of coming back bigger and better, we gave all the players AI vests. What those AI vests allow us to do is to tell the stats of these players in real time. The bigger story is that we are now able to open them out to scouts around the world, not just in Kenya. So someone doesn't have to come to the stadium in Bungoma to see Zizwe play or to see Irene play, right? Because of the tech in the vests, it's out there, and it's accessible to all. So the scout sitting somewhere, I don't know, in the US college somewhere can see, wow, Zizwe's actually an incredible soccer player, and will recruit her, which I think is really incredible and something we're super proud of. So I think for me, if I think about the last year, just to wrap up, if I think about the last year, I think for me what AI has proved, what us using AI has proved is, first of all, AI can't take the job of a human. It just can't, right? What it does allow you to do, though, is it allows you to take away all the mundane tasks, right? So you can focus on the big creative thinking, the big things that are actually going to shift how we show up as brands, whether, on TV or on the ground with tournaments like Chapadimba. So I know I speak for not just myself, but for my team when I say we are, and our agencies actually, we're just so excited about what this has opened up to us. We don't feel threatened our jobs are going, because we know it's just actually going to enhance the work that's coming out of us. And yeah, it's been an amazing ride. You're going to see much more amazing stuff from brands, Team Safaricom, when it comes from a brand point of view, as leveraged by tech. So these are just two examples of much more amazing stuff that's coming. That's it from me. I'm now going to hand over to Irene and Angeline.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Angeline. I work in the brand team at Zizwe says, handling brand assets and sponsorship. So exciting, as Zizwe said it, we're so excited about Chapadimba and what we've been able to do this year. Chapadimba is a national grassroots football tournament. It was launched in 2017, targeting both boys and girls. Over the last 3 seasons, we've been able to engage at least 40,000 youth across the country every year. And that gave us like a really huge footprint in terms of identifying that talent from the grassroots. A huge success for us was in season 2, where 80% of the under 20 national team for Kenya was selected from Chapadimba, which was a huge achievement for us. When we started thinking about what do we do in season 4, how can we help propel this talent or elevate it and get it to be seen across? One of the key things we looked at is, yes, we used to have scouts that would come to the games, to each of the games, and to look for this talent. But we said, how can we introduce tech? We are a tech company. How can we leverage the use of tech to identify this talent? And we introduced the wearable vests, and I'll do a little bit of a demonstration shortly about how they work and show you some of the data that we collect. But scouts told us the data that we collect, this is key information in terms of that they need when they're looking for players. This is the key stats that they need to pick the players to move to an international level. So we introduced it in season 4. We've been doing it across the regional finals that we've been having, and we've been able to at least create these digital profiles, and we'll show you what a digital profile looks like. So it's basically, just think of like your report card. that you're able to send out to anyone. They ask what is your performance like? You're able to send it out to them, and they're able to vet and say, okay, this is the standard of quality that you of the player that you are, and what position can you be able to do. And so that was a big win for us, and get to introduce it this year. We'll put a short video here that's just going to explain, a bit more about the tech and the impact it's having in the sport. So we can have the video.
The Safaricom Chapadimba Western Region Finals served up a festival of football at the Buhungu Stadium in Kakamega. A total of 23 goals were scored in regular time in 6 games. To further assist in the identification and nurturing of young footballing talent across the country, Safaricom has added a technology overlay onto the 4th edition of Chapadimba.
Without data, Kenya is a blind spot. Nobody knows what's happening there. But now with this data, we start to reveal Kenya. We start to reveal our talent.
The wearable technology is in the form of a vest that looks like a sports bra, with a pod that transmits data placed in a pouch that lies between the shoulder blades. Up to 1,250 data points per second are captured with the metrics, then downloaded after the match. Data collected is split into volume metrics and intensity metrics. These include total distance covered, heart rate, average speed, top speed, distance per minute, accelerations, decelerations, and heat map.
Chapadimba ties back to Safaricom's purpose, because Safaricom's purpose is all about transforming lives. And so the fact that Safaricom Chapadimba is able to go into the smallest of communities in all over Kenya and find that talent, that undiscovered talent, boys and girls, have them play, go up the ranks, and eventually be able to monetize it.
The metrics will start to really bring the globe to you wherever you are in the world. So that is one big advantage of having this information available in Kenya, because then a striker, a goalkeeper, a defender, a midfielder, they can all start realizing where they are benchmark in Africa, in this league in South Africa, in this league in Sweden. Now your players become visible to scouts around the world.
The GPS wearable vest will be in use at the 8 regional finals and also at the Safaricom Chapadimba National Finals. The total data amassed will eventually be placed in a database that will be made available to Football Kenya Federation as well as to coaches and scouts globally.
Okay. I think for the techies in the room, I think you're more interested in terms of the data and what's collected. So I'll invite my one of our colleagues and collaborators on this project, Murimi, from IMG Sport, to just walk us through some of the key data and the metrics that we use.
Good afternoon. So straight into it is that we do not only use the vest, we also use camera that we now use. After getting this data from the vest, we use a camera that gives us the footage from the whole game. And this camera, it's an AI powered camera, and it tends to follow the ball. So we just mount it at the center line of the pitch. Then from there, it follows the ball. If the ball is on this side, it will follow the ball there. The other side, it follows the action of the ball. So what we get from this is the footage. Then we now map it on this data. So you can use this and the footage from this camera to create reports on different teams and how they're playing, their formations, their cross maps and hit maps, and now you can justify what you're seeing here from the video footage to get a better perspective from a coaching or from a scouting perspective. So these are the data that we collect, various data, distance covered, the speed at which the player was the player covered, the highest speed that player reached in that specific game, the distance per every minute in that game, the power plays, which is actually the amount of work that specific player did in that pitch, and as well as the heat maps that will show you which direction which spaces in the pitch the player was occupying, and from that you can be able to tell the position of that specific player, and whether they are utilizing their spaces as they ought to from a scouting or from a coaching perspective. So that is the match that the GPS vest and the VO cameras have enabled us come into the sports world from a technology and AI perspective. Thank you.
Good afternoon. So now, when Angeline came with AI vest, and AI is a buzzword in the department, now people like us, whose work is to create ads, had a lot to rise up to. So we had to wear our thinking hats and really think, how will technology take what we do in terms of creating advertising to the next level? Yeah. And in advertising, we have one big problem: costs. We don't spend little money. Yes, and for good reason, because we have to create an aspirational set that people will look up to and want to be a part of, represent various people all across Kenya. And that means we have to travel around Kenya and be able to pick what is true of Kenya and represent that on a TV ad. So in working towards the TV ad that will be put in place to support this Safaricom Chapadimba, a great asset for the brand, then we went to AI. So what we did is that we said, how can AI help us manage some of these costs, right? And also, number two, and what is a big opportunity for us, how do we still use what is art, what is creative, to ensure we don't lose that as we use technology? So we married the two worlds, yeah? So we went into one location, but traveled across Kenya using AI, but asked AI to develop for us art, yeah, that will be the background that you're going to see in the ad. So the ad was shot in one place, but it's as if we went around Kenya, yeah? So we're able to manage costs and we're able to answer the above AI. Don't you think we did a good job? Now, let's see what the ad looks like, including a little bit of behind the scenes, so that you see what the creatives were thinking about as they were doing this and shooting this.
We're here today at Safaricom M-Pesa Foundation for the shoot of the Safaricom Chapadimba 2023 commercial.
The visual approach, the mix of live action and animation. Your animation gives us the room to really create a bit of fantasy and a bit of magic, so that for that moment, for the 45 seconds that they're interacting with the film, they feel like they've been back in the Chapadimba world. So that was the goal.
Fundamentally, we're shooting this all as live action in front of giant blue screens on all sorts of different pitches, and then turning those blue screens into AI animated, artistically inspired worlds.
Stand by, please. Roll camera. Action.
Our intention is about the story of football in Kenya. As kids come in to play wherever they are in Kenya, through to the regional finals, national finals, and at an international stage.
It's bigger, it's better than before. For example, AI technology in the vests of the players that allows scouts from around the world to find amazing Kenyan talent.
So that they can get a platform within which they can really cheza kama wow.
That camera move is without
Timing's good.
All good.
It's a really new and exciting experience for us to have this massive blue screen outside. You know, a lot of the blue screen shoots normally are indoors. We wanted the light to be as natural as possible, and we wanted the footballers to play football in a natural environment.
Our idea was make the ball CG if they're struggling. So now they've got to pretend to pick a ball. So what we decided to do was create 2 smaller green balls, and that would allow them to then at least get the experience of acting something out.
And it's a rock!
For this commercial, we're using AI, artificial intelligence, to help us sort of enhance the visual effects and really bring out the cultural nuances of Kenya through art.
AI played a large role in this advert. All the backgrounds had to be replaced with artificial intelligence images, as well as trying to, the foreground, convert that from live action to an animation, some sort of style to help marry the two. And then we had to use it to also try and get specific styles wanted by the client.
AI is an exciting new tool. For me as a creative, it was an exciting tool to have in my arsenal.
So what AI has allowed us is one, creative excellence, marketing effectiveness in terms of speed to market, and ultimately, and I guess what's the most important, is that we have created an ad which is super relevant to the youth that I know they're going to love.
So getting control over the AI and making it cohesive throughout was very, very tricky. But in the end, after many, many hours, we managed to pull off a result that we all love, and I think it's made the ad look really great.
We've really learned that AI has been a great tool for us. It's really helped us in the process, and it's been fascinating to understand how it works and learn how to use it more efficiently.
Our creatives are still so critical, because without the creatives, that AI is nothing for me. The magic comes from the creatives.
For us at Tessera, it allowed us to flex our innovative muscle by going for a route that is not often taken. And so we were really glad to have this project, and we are quite excited and can't wait to see the thing come to life.
We want to be part of that narrative. We want to be leading conversations on behalf of Africans, right? And I don't think there's any more credible technology company that can do that as Safaricom. Otherwise, we're left behind.
The future of AI in Safaricom is exciting. AI only makes sense when it's powered by data. Safaricom is the largest processor of data in the region.
We started looking at AI perhaps on three fronts. I think one, how can we get to understand our large customer base better? How can we understand transactions better? How can we understand use of our products better? And you'd see it in some of the things you'd see on our chatbots. But also on the back end, a lot of the work we're doing around fraud.
We want every single person in Kenya who interacts with our products and services to experience the beauty that comes with adopting and actually taking part in this AI evolution.
We need to be the leaders, the orchestrators in taking Kenya and perhaps even the continent to the next frontier of technology.
The fact that Safaricom gets to deliver the first AI-generated TV ad on the continent is incredible. It's incredible not just for Safaricom, but I think it's incredible for Kenyans.
Safaricom chapa timba, bring chapa timba, tuna chapa timba, cheza kama wewe.
We will give you an opportunity to play the ad. It's the one that's at the end. Are you able to play it? Oh, it's spilled over. Okay, so okay, fine. The ad is out there. It's made, there was quite a bit of ripples in terms of reaction to that. The consumers really connected with that. And the feedback that you're getting is that the affinity is quite high, not only for the brand, but for the asset on ground as well. It also triggered really good conversations in the creative world, yeah? So we are seeing a lot more organizations now sort of playing around with AI, and also for them figuring out how they can do this a lot more for Kenyans, yeah? So you can be sure as the techies feed in data, and we are putting in data from a creative space as well. We are putting in images, we are putting in stuff that will really depict what Kenya is, Kenyans, and also what Kenya is globally. So obviously with the success of this, we went wild. Why not? So we were thinking, what else can we do? And as this were alluded to earlier, one of the critical assets we have as Safaricom is our calendar, yeah, the physical calendar that we send out as a gift to many customers every year, yeah. It's a wonderful opportunity for us to really have space in Kenyans' homes so that we can interact with them on a day-to-day basis. We interact with them on their phones, but also physically that
that calendar is a powerful piece of item that can remind them of Safaricom and the role that Safaricom plays in their lives on a daily basis. So what we did is that in working on the calendar this year, we also said, why don't we feed the AI machine with a lot of the images of Kenya. So we went round as we would typically, taking images of Kenya. So very scenic images, important things that are there from a Kenya perspective, what makes a difference economically to Kenya. So for example, we'd go to Kisumu and ensure we capture the fishermen in their trade and what makes sense to them, and bring that story out in the calendar that we depicted. So I'll if you're ready, I will ask that you play the behind the scenes, yes, for the calendar. Yeah.
The brief to the agency, the photographers for this Safaricom calendar was basically to, paint a vision of the future and what Kenya would look like, where progress and development is powered by technology, and how that would impact the country, how that would impact, how people live, our prosperity, and all manner of things.
Safaricom 2024 calendar was a very interesting one for us. We wanted to explore possibilities using technology, and wanted to start with what we normally have as our canvas, which is the beauty of Kenya, and try and weave in a little bit of what the human spirit is, so that we can explore that and explode it into the future.
A typical shoot day would be tears. Looking at each other's room, wake each other up because it's really early start. So 4, 5:30,
yeah.
5:30, that kind of very early start. So then in the cars, jump out, drive to location, set of stairs going up to, it could be a building, so go up the flight of stairs, hope for the best.
10 floors.
10 floors up, and it was tiring. It was tiring.
I would say the biggest challenge, one was weather. Most, if not half of the locations, it was raining. So the early mornings, it was a game of chance. So sometimes you'd find you wake up early, get there and hope, at least for me, because he was doing stills, I was flying. The problem is you can't fly when the weather is, even a little rain will mess things up. So that was our biggest challenge.
For us, the Safaricom 2024 calendar represents an invitation to imagine the future, right? It's just that place of leave behind whatever constraints that you have. Let us imagine the future, and let us rely on Safaricom to power that possibility.
I thought it was very interesting the way we would mix our photos and then feed it to AI to get a result. That I thought was very cool, because I think normally in my head there's always AI just creates its own thing and as a separate thing. So it's always like competing. So I liked that this was a collaboration of some sort, where we feed it and we give it this direction. So it was always very interesting to see what we get as a result of now giving our content from what we see, our perspective, then collaborate with AI and get the result. So that was exciting.
What you get is only as good as what you put in, and that's why we even needed to use photographers, because we needed proper reference material to give us the desired results. So the process was, of course, getting the reference image. You feed it to the AI engine, then write your prompts based on several parameters. So there's what you want to see, how you want to see it lit, the kind of textures you want, the kind of the perspective, the angles. You have to key all that in so that you get a result that tells the story the best way possible. And also, sometimes you would find that the AI engine would not really get what you're trying to do. So you have to prompt it with additional reference material outside what you shot. And also, even rewriting your prompts over and over again. I don't look at AI as this, I don't look at it as, it has come to replace human beings. It's not, it's not a leap in evolution. It's a leap in the advancement of tools, to so speak. It's a really good tool to have, a very powerful tool. It's a tool whose ramifications you probably don't fully understand yet, but at the end of the day, it's still a tool, and you need the tool bearer to get the tool to do what it's supposed to do. And so that's my opinion on AI. It's a tool. at the end of the day, and it's only as good as the people who use it.
AI has enabled us explore what may not be visible to us now. Yeah, so it has enabled creatives push a little bit further, right? So it's an interesting space for us to take advantage of, yeah, AI, but also I think with a lot of care.
So with that, thank you very much.
Amazing. What a wow, what a wow. Another round of applause. You know, it's funny how you guys have really transformed lives. And Irene, let me tell you a story. I'm from enterprise business. So when I gave my customer this calendar, I remember he told me he used one of the pictures to give his wife a gift. So what he did was he cut one of the pics because they're so beautiful. He framed it, engraved it, and gave her over Valentine's. How about that? About transforming lives? Another round of applause to the branding team. You guys are doing an amazing job. Yes, seriously, sister, that's how you guys are doing. It's amazing. All righty. I can see some comments from online. Allow me to just take notes. There's a comment about the channels team. Well done to the channels team and the OCR demo. Well done. Nebuchadnezzar. Oh, unfortunately, he has left, but well done to the guys. Well done to the partner app. We see you, Fanny. And on a very light note, I need AI to win this basketball shooting game because the scores are not giving. Guys, if you're still playing, continue playing. Remember, we shall be giving you prizes at the end of this event. So now, we are now back to our sponsor session. And right now, we do have DHL coming up next. As you know, we cannot innovate without partners. And this is why we are here today. So from DHL, we have Mahindra Behari. I don't know if I have AI'd that name, but Mahindra Behari, who is joining us virtually, and he is the Vice President IT at DHL Express, Sub-Saharan Africa, and a member of the African Management Board for DHL Express, Sub-Saharan Africa, and a member of the Global IT Board for DHL Express. So Mahindra has a keen interest in the increasing role of IT as a platform that organizations can use to drive efficiencies and innovation by delivering excellence in a very digital world. So we are all aligned in terms of innovation because this is Safaricom Innovation Week. And of course, we're winning the Hack Olympics. Are we? Are we? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So I don't know if we have the VP online. I believe we should have to give us a note on the same. It's a Mahindra. DHL Express. So as we wait for him, guys, my friends who are here, anyone who has ever been to a Chapadimba tournament? Anybody? Oh, tell me, how was it? Real quick, how was it?
It was very good, mostly to see the young guys showing up, playing with passion and the competition. It tells you that these guys could be somewhere else, probably do something a bit negative, but now they're using their abilities to be able to do something that is good for their mental health as well as for their physical health. So quite an impressive thing that we do across the country. and looking forward to doing even more sessions with the team that runs it. But quite a great initiative.
I love it. Did you know that actually we're using AI on those vests? Did you know about the technology that's being used?
I knew about it, but it was rather mind-blowing to just see how it came together. So quite a powerful, impactful thing to do using AI and technology.
Using AI. I love it. Anyone else who has been to Chapadimba? Anyone? All righty. We should be now okay, right? Mahindra, if you can hear us.
Computer Vision Explained. Computer vision is already having a profound impact on the world. Let's zoom in and explore how it's revolutionizing logistics. Artificial intelligence-enabled systems can classify and track objects from digital imagery and provide meaningful data for better decision-making. This is a big deal for logistics across almost every part of supply chains. Computer vision is capable of simultaneously increasing accuracy and efficiency. The benefits can be seen across many workflows. In a warehouse, for example, asset tracking and route optimization enable more efficient and sustainable operations. By identifying potential hazards, detecting anomalies, and monitoring access, computer vision is also creating a safer working environment. But concerns over data privacy require robust systems infrastructure and cutting-edge security to meet the demands of regional legislation. Enabled by further advancements in neural networks and deep learning, the global computer vision market is expected to grow by over $30 billion by 2030. That's why computer vision is set to become one of the key drivers that will impact the future of supply chains from start to finish. To learn more about computer vision, click on the Logistics Trend Radar link above. Computer Vision Explained. Computer vision is already having a profound impact on the world. Let's zoom in and explore how it's revolutionizing logistics. Artificial intelligence-enabled systems can classify and track objects from digital imagery and provide meaningful data for better decision-making. This is a big deal for logistics across almost every part of supply chains. Computer vision is capable of simultaneously increasing accuracy and efficiency. The benefits can be seen across many workflows. In a warehouse, for example, asset tracking and route optimization enable more efficient and sustainable operations. By identifying potential hazards, detecting anomalies, and monitoring access, computer vision is also creating a safer working environment. But concerns over data privacy require robust systems infrastructure and cutting-edge security to meet the demands of regional legislation. Enabled by further advancements in neural networks and deep learning, the global computer vision market is expected to grow by over $30 billion by 2030. That's why computer vision is set to become one of the key drivers that will impact the future of supply chains from start to finish. To learn more about computer vision, click on the Logistics Trend Radar link above.
Hi to everyone at Vodacom. It's really great. It's a pleasure to be here with you. So I'm the Vice President of IT for Sub-Saharan Africa, and it's my privilege to have a chat with you all this morning. I wish you all the very best. Looking forward to some of the questions that you guys are going to have or potentially have on logistics and how AI is actually changing the landscape in which we work in. You know, it's often said that the kids knew everything back in the past, and then we had all of the Google experts come out because everybody knew everything the minute you asked them something because they typed it into Google. And now it's changed to ChatGPT and how AI is influencing the way in which we interact and how IoT is actually playing a part in all of this. And I guess to us, it's been a lot of the elements as to how we boost productivity. How agile do we actually need to be in order to gain those growth factors as to where we are, and breaking through on the basis of experience, because we look at all of the things that we are wanting to achieve, and it's about reusing the technology that's currently out there in order to make some changes, but ultimately understanding how things are going to evolve. Now, when I looked at what it was that I wanted to share with you all, I actually said, should I start off with an avatar? Or better yet, should I have just asked ChatGPT or generative AI to tell me what my talking point should be? And I think the key is saying, what do we need to do in order to focus on where we're moving to? Because we look at data privacy and security and how these things are evolving, or ultimately even deep fakes. You know, some of the key things that we're talking about from a technology standpoint has changed quite significantly. And some of the words that we use in our vocabulary has changed, right? Because we talk about what happens when AI hallucinates and some of the key things. We've just got to be careful that when we engaging and interacting on these platforms, that it makes the changes that we need to see in this day and age, right? And I think that when we talk about how do we need to kickstart this, right? It's all about what do we need to do from a time box perspective. And what does that mean? It means that when we're looking at how we're engaging in this current day and age and how the world has evolved, it means that we've got to be cognizant of the things that are happening. We've got to have some matrix out there, as well as how we are championing this key area that we tend to look at in AI. And we've got to temper expectations. We've got to remain patient. You know, they say patience is a virtue, but ultimately, it's taking the complexities as to where we are currently and changing that into leadership. And our leadership needs to reinforce meaningful AI integration. It's not just about jumping the gun and wanting to have something almost immediately available, but it's a well thought out element, and making sure that when we're using bots that we're not even engaging in a sense where we are able to achieve greatness. Because when we execute something and we put something into a live environment, we've got to be so careful that it has been stress tested, that we've tried different scenarios to ensure that we can actually tailor a solution. And the way in which we've got to tailor it is by listening, right? So we talk about being patient, we talk about listening, because if we're not listening to the organization and what the key challenges are that people are facing, are we going to go out there and produce something that people aren't necessarily going to be used or is going to be used for a very short space of time? And I think that the user adoption is really important, and it's critical to the way in which we do it. Because in order for us to do that, we've got to continuously develop skills in what we're doing and bringing people into this environment where they feel comfortable. We need to create an environment that is safe and that people feel trusted in what we're doing. And I must say, at DHL, we've been doing quite well in the space, and we've created multiple platforms and safer environments where people can actually practice what it is that they feel and actually ask questions with the intent to get understanding. And that to me is really vital, because if we actually start teaching people the why they're doing it, I think that there's a lot more benefits behind it. We talk about security in this environment, and the security element is really paramount because everyone needs to create trust, and everything that we're doing, and that's why you'll hear, right? We're talking about what the Hacker Olympics looks like, and this to me is saying that we want to see where those vulnerabilities are. We want to stress test different things. Because as we continue evolving in these spaces, so too do the people who want to be deliberate and intentional at disrupting it and finding loopholes and security risks is far more vital. I mean, we think of simple things like facial recognition and unlocking it. It makes our lives easier. However, there's vulnerabilities within that, because we talk about how are people going to use artificial intelligence in order to change the landscape of the business and the world we work in. Because everything that we need to do has a story behind it, and there's levels to what we need to do on predictive and the predictive analytics that we're doing, as well as optimizing the AI capabilities, as well as keeping things confidential, because we know that identity theft and all of these key things are really alive and well in the industry and in the world, because people want to get access to data. We talk about data being the new currency, and all of these things are being empowered either for the betterment of society or ultimately changing the landscape like we have in logistics, but also from a technology standpoint, what does it mean for the telcos out there to ensure that they can create that environment that allows people and companies to access information as and when they need, but using technology to empower them in so many different ways. So I'm really looking forward to, and I'm hoping that that my short talk has given you guys some food for thought and hopefully a lot more questions that could come out of it.
Wow, what an insightful presentation from Mahindra from DHL. I don't know if Mahindra, you can hear us from the studio. I can see you.
Yeah, perfect.
Good.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good. I have a question for you, Mahindra. I know you guys do the logistics for Formula One. I'm curious to know how you're using AI within the space of logistics for F1. I know you have short lead times between the teams that you're interacting with. Maybe you can share a bit of insights from that perspective.
Yeah, so really exciting topic for us when we look at how we get in all of those vehicles around the world in such short Sorry, there was an echo. Is that sorted out? Okay, perfect. So yeah, just getting everything back in track on with regards to Formula One. We're using AI in different ways to see what are the opportune windows in order to get these things done. But we have perfected it over the years, and now we're just using AI to actually enhance it. So it's just about understanding which is the key windows in order to get these things and get the efficiencies back in, and understanding how do we need to move forward with regards to analytics in that space. So we're using AI in order to understand the data a lot better and give us better insights in order for us to do that. You'll also see that there's been some changes in terms of the number of tracks that they go into, as well as locations. And part of that entire thing is about us understanding what the requirements are and using it in that space in order to get there. So AI plays a huge part in the logistical element behind making sure that we can and incorporating it with IoT and seeing how we can enhance that. So there's a few things that we're playing with in that space in order to get there. But like I said, it's really very exciting times.
around the sensors and IoT devices that the Formula One teams. I'll be very curious to see how that will play out this year during the Formula One Championship. I don't know if you have any more comments for us here in Nairobi. Anything
Actually,
you'd
I'm
like
just
to add?
wondering, Jess.
Yes.
Mahindra, are there any exciting solutions we should be looking forward to from DHL?
Yeah, so there's quite a bit of solutions from our technology standpoint and our technology stack that we've looked at, and I think that if we want to understand how logistics is operating, we're starting to look at greener emissions, and I think that's really exciting for us, and knowing where we go into from a carbon standpoint and utilizing AI and actually technology within that space that actually enhances that service. So we've added that as a value-added product within our suite, and we're utilizing it to enhance what people can contribute in that regards, but also doing different types of measurements behind it, because AI is really incredible in understanding what people's needs, wants, and desires are, and it's about taking that into a space where they feel comfortable with a trusted partner in order for us to accelerate that journey. So I think that there's a lot more that we're doing there, and really incredible just to be a part of this journey, to see what else we're going to do, because we've also got temperature sensor monitors that we use to monitor ambient temperature dependent on what the type of commodity is that we're using. I know that in you guys' space, you're really worried about what the temperature of the batteries on the new iPhones are doing and key things in that area. So we're looking at how AI can actually enhance and say early warning systems just to actually give us proactive triggers that we can then mitigate any risks that arise. See, and I was just about to say this is about a deep fake. So as a deep fake, I hope it was real as you guys can get.
I think we are.
Yes, and Mahindra, please join us on the game. You can win something, right? Just from Ujala platform. So please join us at the Ujala platform, right on the chat. I think the link is there, and we should be sharing the QR code so we can play another game. For the guys who participated in the basketball game, not to worry, we already do have the winners, and we're going to be announcing them right after the event. So stay tuned.
Do you think you won?
Unfortunately, because of biasness, me and you, we are out of the race.
We can't win.
We are not winning, but we've given up our spots, right?
Okay.
Yes. We've given up our spots. So we're just waiting for the QR code.
I think the QR code is on the screen.
Yep.
I think the people can start.
Here. But I do want to try this one. Let's try this.
Let's try as well.
Yeah.
There's a QR code on your screen.
Allow me to
scan it using your camera. Scan it using your camera. I can see it. Hidden objects. So we're helping the referee to find his equipment that got mixed up in the spots. You have 12 moves to get this done. The game is about to start. So you enter, having written your name, your first name and your second. We need to know your names.
Yes.
We need to know who's won.
Of course.
So we'll start the game as soon as you enter. You scan the link. Let's start. Watch out for the red cards and the yellow cards. They will deduct you points. Get started on the games.
So this is the confidence game,
Confidence.
right?
Hidden objects.
Hidden objects.
We have 90 seconds to play. As they're playing the game, Wangeshi, what 3 things have stood out for you today?
First and foremost, we need to tell AI our news stories. We need to show Africa on a different light.
Yes.
That is something that is stuck with me, and I think we need to do more. Secondly, please don't die with your idea.
Yes.
I'm encouraging each and every person, to all the hackers who have joined us in the room, all the hackers on Fifth Floor HQ2, all the hackers who are participating, who are going head to head, toe to toe on the Continental Games. We are very encouraged. I'm inspired also to start thinking outside the box and participate in the next Innovation Week. And finally, I think I would say collaboration.
Collaboration.
At the end of it all, you cannot co-create alone. You cannot innovate alone. This is not a one-man show. This is a team's show.
The team show.
It's a team show.
sports,
It's
yes.
a team sport. Just like rugby,
Yes.
F1, you need the guys who are behind the scenes, the guys who are the pit stop, you need the engineers, all those guys. It is a concerted effort for everybody. Those are my three things.
Your three things.
Tell me your one thing.
One thing.
One.
Chapadimba. That thing has wowed me so much.
Don't tell me you've never gone to Chapadimba.
I have never gone to
You
Chapadimba.
serious?
I have never. I need
The
to talk to Zizwe. She needs to tell me what's happening. I need to go and see those AI-powered cameras.
Jeff,
I need
do
to
you
be a
know
woman.
this event is actually free? First and foremost, it is free.
I don't know why I've never gone for one.
Ah,
I
yeah.
guess I need to put my ears on the ground and listen. That thing has worked. But seriously, do you see the lady who was running at 32 kilometers per hour? Wow.
Powered by AI.
Powered by AIs.
I like that. I like that.
So as you play, it's continue playing confidence, hidden objects.
Yes.
We've come to the end of our program.
It looks like it.
We've actually come. It's actually quite sad. I'm having so much fun.
I'm having it's
Yeah,
not a
it's like
crescendo.
we've gone all the way here. Now we're like, oh, we're done.
We can't
But
be done.
we still have more to come tomorrow.
Yes, we do. We have a lot in store. Of course, tomorrow I think we'll be unveiling the next 10, the top 10, right? Probably. I don't know, but stick around. We shall be knowing who the judges have picked. And of course, at the end of the event, we'll be knowing who are the top 3, rather, who will be representing Safaricom Kenya in the Hack Olympics. Right. Okay. So without further ado, I think we are ready for the closing remarks. We'll be inviting Nyagitari, yes, to come on board. I see him
Bwana
here.
Nyagitari Bosire is our technical tribe lead from the fixed services. Karibu sana Bwana Nyagitari. Karibu sana, karibu sana. It's nice to see you looking very sharp. Looking very sharp.
Karibu sana, yes.
Karibu sana. Nyagitari will be giving us a closing remarks and we'll come back and announce the winners of the games. Take it away, Nyag.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone. Good afternoon again, everyone. Great. I think it has been an amazing day. It has been an amazing day looking at all that has been shown here, the demos that we continue to see. For some of us who took time to actually visit the teams upstairs, you definitely were blown away by the ideas and the kind of work that is coming out of the teams. So mine here is a very humble role to pass the vote of thanks as we come to the close of the day. As you all know, this is the Hack Olympics and Innovation Week. So the end of the day does not signify the end of this event. So we still have a lot that is coming your way, a lot that will be coming my way. So I invite you to continue joining us tomorrow at the same place. And those who are joining us online, continue using that link. First and foremost, allow me to register our utmost appreciation to none other than our CEO, Peter Ndegwa, for leading us from the front and always reminding us of the value of innovation and reminding us it's one of the key pillars of the Safaricom spirit. So innovation. Thank you, our CEO. We also had a lot members of our executive committee, our EXCO, who created time to join us today, delivering keynote speeches and also visiting with the teams. Our acting chief technology and IT, George Njuguna, FS chief Esther Waititu. We did have Charlotte too representing our CFO Dilip. We had Evelyn Munene also coming to represent our Chief of Enterprise Business, Cynthia. Our CHRO, Paul Kasimu, also was on stage today talking to us about the Employee Super App. And we had Jimmy Masinde also, who was here to represent our Chief Channels Officer, Nick Kamonyo. And finally, we had also Zizwe on stage, I think a few minutes ago, in one of the later sessions this afternoon. Asanteni sana, our EXCO members, for also creating time to join us. without these teams, and that's why I need to do a shout out to all the 21 teams that have made this possible. They are seated upstairs somewhere on 5th floor. These 21 teams are the ones actually who have made this event and continue to make this event as big as it is. So we thank you all for the effort and time you're putting in, for continuing to collaborate, picking in the feedback that you've been given throughout the week, starting from Monday, that we know and we always wish you well, all of you, that you will emerge as the winners as we continue with this particular discussion. A lot has been shown in this particular stage. We've had a couple of discussions, so I did feel like it is very important just to mention just a few so that we can all see the power of innovation. And we are talking about innovation in 3 key strategic areas of our business. This is customer, this is on simplicity, and this is on growth. So all the 21 teams I talked about, and actually the 21 teams are finalists into this event from a big pool of 97. So we have quite a number of teams out there working. So you'll only maybe see the 21, but there's a big agenda even for the remainder who make it up to 97. Just shortly off this stage, you saw our brand team that assures how you can actually deploy technology to answer to very, I would say, I don't want to call it intricate, but issues to do with, say, sports. Yeah. And they've given us a very good case of how they've been able to kind of expose the talent we have in Kenya to scouts that are seated globally. If you are not a sports enthusiast and you've not followed, scouting would mean that you had to leave Kenya and go maybe get into a football academy in Europe, which is some tidy sum of cash, yeah? But now you can see clearly by using AI, we are able to expose local talent actually out there. This is actually a plus. This actually kind of has blown me. If you saw how as a business, instead of going out into the market to buy some of the solutions that are there in the market, the OCR team, the presentation that you saw from Jimmy, we are able to build some of these solutions, these capabilities, and save the business quite some money, and also prepare these solutions as those that we can actually go out there and sell, and also start getting new revenue lines from some of these solutions. We want to make employee experience all digital, so you all must have shared in the experience that is this employee super app. So these are some of the key ideas that you've seen, and also looking at matters to do with efficiency. So like the marine cargo insurance, a solution that was showcased or spoken to by our chief of financial services, Esther. You can imagine if you are an importer and your goods remain uncleared because, of course, you're paying, I don't know, insurance. At the time of the delay, you're surcharged demurrage. So you pay for storage and you're waiting for your checks to clear. So you can kind of see how the solutions you're providing our customers starts to speak to the 3 spirit areas of simplicity, like this actually touches on that, and boost your biashara. So looking at some of the very extreme economic conditions we have in the country now, extending lines of credit for businesses is a very big piece. So these are some of the things I think that kind of have gotten me all fired up, together with the many ideas that are upstairs. So I invite you also, when you're here, please make an effort to take a walk to the 5th floor and engage with the teams. To our sponsors who joined us today, the talk, the keynotes, and some of the demos that we have seen. Thank you, the Oracle team that has been able to join us, the AWS team. And lastly, shortly before I came up to stage, the DHL team. We do also recognize our huge online audience that has been all glued up since morning, yeah, to follow up this session. We say, just take a break. Let's do this again tomorrow morning. We have, and not to forget those who have also joined us physically here in Kiunga. Yeah. Yeah, I saw some eyes, people looking at me, those of dare you forget us. Yeah. And then, of course, we do have a very able production team that has been able to do all this production for the day. We say thank you very much for the work that you continue to do together with our brand team. Asanteni sana. We have a host and a big team of coordinators drawn from across the business who, before the event, they were there. They are there during this event, and I can assure you they'll continue working even after this event. What do we say? We say Asante sana for your contribution for this particular event. Last but not least, I would like to just reiterate my invitation for tomorrow. Let's join again. If you're the online audience and you can make it to Kiunga HQ2, tafadhali umekaribishwa. But if you saw fit to continue joining us online, still that option is available. Asanteni sana, and looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ads, one more time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ads. Great job. Great job.
Asante
Asante
sana,
sana.
Nyagitari. Thank you very
Asante sana,
much.
Nyagitari.
Mm. Oh man,
I
I'm
think
so
it's-
sad.
I'm sad, but there are people we've forgotten.
Okay.
Do you think you can remember who we've forgotten, Wangeshi?
Who have we forgotten?
We've forgotten our dear sign language interpreter.
All right. Yes,
Who have
yes,
been with
yes,
us the
yes.
whole time. Who've
Mm.
been with us the whole time. I learned something new in sign language today.
Okay.
The sign for cloud native, right? Something like that. Yes.
And thank you, I think.
Yes, they've done such an
Thank you.
amazing job. So round of applause to them who've been with us since
Definitely.
morning.
Definitely.
I've learned so much from them as well. Thank you so much. We have winners to announce.
Yes, we
Sindio?
do.
But bado,
But bado, kuna
we're giving you guys a bit of time to
And-
play those games.
and the server. I don't know what's happening with the server.
Tarakanithi.
Lakini tarakanithi. Hey.
Now we're
Money
just,
is being poured.
yeah, we're just giving you guys more time. I know that the last game came in a bit late, so for those who can still access it, finish playing.
Yes.
And then we look at who's done the best.
Yeah.
We should be announcing them in maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Correct.
But before that, Wangeshi, any closing remarks from you?
Any closing remarks? Yes, Jeff. I think I want to reiterate, and Nyagitari has mentioned rightfully. Guys, I know we are very busy hackers, we're very busy people. Safaricom can't do without you guys. You know, we are the pillars of this organization. However, if you do have time, just when you need to stretch, you need a break, just take a walk to HQ2, 5th floor.
Yes.
And just go there, sit, listen, learn something new. Let me tell you, these guys, they're some creative, passionate hackers, and your friends and colleagues doing something totally well. So guys, if you have time this week, please just walk to HQ2, come to Safaricom. If you're working from home, if you can, just casual or on Friday, just drive here, come here, interact with these guys, learn something. There are some great ideas that are being churned out, and I think we're not even doing them justice. The 120 hackers, we are not doing them justice. And shout out to the Dockyard crew, shout out to Kina Andrew Masila, everybody and all the team members for making Innovation Week such a success and such a part of us.
Yes.
Like Innovation Friday.
Yeah.
Like I told you, me, I'm from enterprise. I'm a salesperson, sales on steroids. However, after today, I think I'll be doing my work from HQ to 5th floor. I'm so sorry. I know my boss is around. However, that is my commit and my promise. Jeff, how about you?
For me, it's
Yeah.
just a passion for ideas. And I'm wowed by how people can just come up with things, you know, thinking about, I never thought I'd be able to look for golden numbers. You know, those numbers that look nice. You ever see those number plates that are like KCS, 333, you know, look at that.
And you
you're like,
wonder where they get them.
yeah, so when you get called by a nice number and you see it's me, just look at it. There's gonna be some nice ideas.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing more ideas. Please get in touch with the innovation team. Andrew Masila is the head there. We have Mark, who we met in the morning. Send in your ideas. We want to see them come to life. We want to help customers, as Vizwe mentioned, purpose. I mean, I'm still wowed by that AI thing, man. Like, I can't. If there's anything that has wowed me today, they're actually using AI in Kenya.
Exactly.
The things I've been seeing in
Mhm.
movies.
Mhm.
Wow. So that was it for me.
I think
today.
if we're talking about Anunnakis, I think that is one name I will never forget. Straight out of Mars. Money has not been poured. I'm not saying they are winners, but that's his name just for me. Wins it. Team Anunnaki, shout out to you guys. Team Chatata. I think I still remember all these guys. Team Jazza. You guys are the real Team Hashers, Team,
Jaridi
recycling. Do you what? Hey, you guys, you're the
Great
real
names, great names.
MVPs. I don't know. I'm just itchy for these winners. I'm itchy.
You're itchy.
I'm itchy because I feel like I've won. I played.
You
I'm
played.
so sorry. Behind your back.
DJ Def, did you play? Or you play music? We will
Oh
get
my
to the winners
gosh.
very shortly.
Okay.
So I just want to remind you again that Nyagitare has said tomorrow we still have a lot to see. We have so many more keynote speakers, a lot more showcases. I'm sure they'll be wowing us. I think we have one presentation from my team, the public sector team. Can't wait to see what we have in store there.
Oh, nice.
What the government is doing with us. Yes.
And I hear you guys are doing a lot for government, a lot of collaborations happening. on that
Yes, the
space.
government is very willing to work with us.
Mhm.
Even one of the hacking teams, I think there's a housing team.
Yes.
Hashers.
Oh, yes.
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 The hashers.
Yes.
They're looking to work with the government on the housing fund and housing levy. We're
Perfect.
here to support the people of Kenya.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
please log in tomorrow, Thursday, early in the morning, 9 a.m. We'll be here.
Yeah.
We will be here with you throughout the day, all the way till Friday. So I want to give DJ Jeff a bit of time to shine.
Not even even before you shine, DJ Def.
Yes.
You were talking about tomorrow. I know
Yes.
there's a theme. Tomorrow there's a theme. What's the theme? Green. All right, guys. Whether you're a hacker or not, if you can wear anything green, something green, just to represent, just be just be on brand. Karibu sana, a tee, a trouser, your socks, a hoodie. No,
God,
even this headband with green, whatever. You didn't say that live. HR. So
Just kidding.
tomorrow's theme is green. So come and support us. We at Safaricom HQ, Kiunga breakout area. This is where it's all happening. All right. I think we're ready with the winners.
We are.
Yep.
Right.
Ta-da-da-da.
Do you have the numbers? You
The-
crunch them in? DJ to
Drum
French Super?
rolls. Drum rolls.
Which game are we starting with?
Basketball winners.
Basketball
Do
winners.
you want to do the honor?
I will do the honors.
Mm.
So is it a tie? Or there are two winners?
No, there are two
There are
winners.
two winners.
We got two winners.
Good.
We got money. What you
I'm
on
sorry.
about?
I'm
We got money.
sorry.
Hey.
I'm sorry. So for basketball,
Yes.
winner number one, we have Carol Thuo.
Woo! Shout out to Carol.
Carol Thuo for winning.
CT. I know where you actually I know where you sit.
Shout out to CT Carol Thuo. Second winner, we have Innocent Musundi.
Innocent Musundi.
Innocent Musundi. So the innovation team will reach out to you on how you can collect your shopping vouchers. But we have your name, so we should be in touch with you as well. So thank you for that. Do we have the winners for hidden objects?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Oh, yes, we do. Yes,
we
here
do.
they are. So hidden object winners. Winner number one, and I can see there's D and I
Oh.
because for basketball we had a woman and a gentleman. For
I
here
love it.
we also have a lady, Sharon Odipo. Sharon Odipo, congratulations.
Well done.
Congratulations, Sharon. You are winner for hidden objects. And the final winner of the day on hidden objects, Benson Kuhuda. Benson
done,
Kuhuda,
well
congratulations. So Benson Kuhuda, Sharon Odipo, Caroline Thuo, and Innocent Musundi, you are our winners for the games today. Thank you so much for participating. It's been a pleasure.
Oof.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a
Personally.
humbling.
Are you enjoying yourself?
Yo, I'm proud.
proud.
And mbona hatukuambiwa asante? Ama si ni
By
part
the
of
way,
others?
No, but he said host.
Oh, he
He
said host.
He said host. I'll give Nyak that. He said host.
Okay.
He said host. So I'd like to wind up the session. Thank you so
Yes.
much for being with us all day. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to everyone online for watching us. And we will see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Karibu sana.
Awesome. Until tomorrow, my name is Victoria Wangashi. Yes.
Majuka ni kama unarusha mamikono tingisha kichwa chuko usivunje kisogo teremuka teremuka kakonokono basi ni kionjo twende mamiondoko mamio mio 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 ndoko mamio 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 ndoko mamio mio 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 ndoko sasi inadonja wake ni kumoto mamio mio Mio dogo, mio 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 dogo, safi inadonja wake ni kumoto.
Kale kadance, cheki kale kadance, kwa dokiwa kijaba ndo napewa kichance. No pachua no kizito kona relax, rusha mikono juni kama chemi za uongo. Stories za japa ndo tingize ubongo, ndo bebe kawale tikiza kamongo. Bali bali barabara bana maringo, niko na pesa kushinda babako. Kasikia vibaya uko kweli, kasikia vibaya uko kweli, kasikia vibaya uko kweli.
Niko na pesa na ni za babako.
Kasikia vibaya uko kweli, kasikia vibaya uko kweli, kasikia vibaya.
My heart, your waist, my heart, mawe kuna ni kuna kuna ni kuna kuna. My lips, your lips, they touch, they kiss kuna ni kuna kuna ni kuna kuna.